Chapter 1508. These qi condensation stage cultivators were naturally unable to detect the spiritual will. However, a wave of suppressive aura came from afar, pressing down on them like a mountain. Ah? Foundation Establishment Senior? All the cultivators felt their limbs go limp under the pressure and almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, the Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They were barely able to remain standing in the air, and respectfully bowed as they waited for the cultivator to appear. Not long after, an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator slowly walked over. It was Xueqi from the Shanghua sect who chased after Xiaohua. Xueqi's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Seeing the embarrassed state of the cultivators, he didn't withdraw his pressure. Instead, he walked in front of them and scanned them with his divine sense. He said to a fifth-stage qi refinement cultivator, "Who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going?" Brother Zhang stuttered. "Junior. Zhang Mian of the Qi Mountains Zhang family is going to the Imperial Thunder Sect to become a disciple, to learn." With your cultivation, you want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Xueqi sneered and scanned Zhang Mian with his divine sense. He then disappointedly asked another, "What about you, Junior?" Junior is from the Qinkuan's Mo family. Mo Mei. Also going to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Mo Mei? Your name is really nice. Xueqi almost laughed out loud. Mo Mei didn't dare to correct him and only shrunk her neck back, looking very timidly at Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi suddenly turned his head and looked at the other fifth-stage qi refining cultivator surnamed Zhan. Xueqi didn't say anything and suddenly reached out with his hand. That cultivator surnamed Zhan's body flew up following Xueqi's hand gesture. He simply didn't have the strength to fight back as Xueqi grabbed his neck. Senior, save me." Cultivator Zhan's face turned red from Xueqi's grip. His two legs kicked in the air from time to time. At the same time, his two hands tightly grabbed Xueqi's hand and shook it with all his strength. Unfortunately, Xueqi's hand was like cast iron and didn't move. Mo Mei, Zhang Mian, and the others were shocked. They stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Then, Zhang Mian suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly bowed. "Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives. We are willing to give Senior everything in our storage bags." "That's right, we're all willing." Mo Mei and the others also came to their senses and hurriedly opened their storage bags. Bullshit. With a shake of Xueqi's hand, Cultivator Zhan was thrown onto Zhang Mian's body. Zhang Mian hurriedly caught Cultivator Zhan. "Does I look like a robber?" Xueqi sneered, but this sneer concealed his deep disappointment. "Scram." Xueqi berated again. Yes. Junior will scram right now." Mo Mei and the others were still in a daze when Zhang Mian pulled them over, bowed deeply, and then flew away. Only after these people left did Xueqi let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at their backs, he said to himself, "Xiaohua, this bastard. Where the hell did he hide?" Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect have been searching for who knows how long, but why can't they find even a trace of him? He couldn't have escaped thousands of miles away that day. If the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders took Xiaohua away, why didn't the Imperial Thunder Sect retaliate against my Shanghua sect? Why would they lower their requirements to recruit disciples? Isn't this clearly showing that this opportunity was given to Xiaohua to climb the mountain? It's already been several days. I met who knows how many fifth-layer qi refining cultivators. Every one of them was like a mouse seeing a cat when they saw I don't even need to look at their faces to know that it definitely isn't Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua be so afraid of I? While Xueqi was thinking, not far from him, there was a somewhat familiar figure hurriedly flying towards the Imperial Thunder Sect. "Xiaohua." Xueqi's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swept his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept over that cultivator, Xueqi frowned with a puzzled expression. "Stop." Xueqi shouted and released his pressure at the same time. "Ayo, senior, you." That cultivator, who wasn't very tall, immediately trembled in the air. He bowed and respectfully looked at Xueqi. "Who are you? Where did you come from and where are you going?" Xueqi didn't relax his pressure at all and asked coldly. "Junior. Yun Jiechong, from the Su Yenyun clan. I was ordered by my clan to go to the Imperial Thunder Sect to become a disciple." That cultivator replied very naturally. Su Yen Yun clan? Yu blinked and said in a low voice. I and the Yun clan are very close. How come? I've never heard of your name before? Senior. Senior. Please bestow a name. Junior. Travels less and can't compare to my brother Yun Jiechong. I presume Senior knows my brother's name? That cultivator quickly said. I am Shanghua Sect's disciple Yu. Yu said. I heard Xuanyan School's disciples tell I that your brother just entered Xuanyan School with a 10th layer qi refining cultivation. Congratulations! Xuanyan School? That cultivator was stunned and said somewhat embarrassedly. Senior Chia, please know that Yun Jiechong is Junior's clan brother. He only has a 9th layer qi refining cultivation. Junior isn't from the main branch and can't compare to my clan brother. Also, my clan brother didn't enter Xuanyan School but Huanhua Sect. Xiaohua. Yu suddenly looked at that cultivator and called out. That cultivator didn't have any reaction and looked at Yu with some surprise. Then he looked around and said in a low voice. Senior, this is... Oh, it's nothing. Yu said with a smile. That's right, your clan brother only entered Huanhua Sect when he was at the 9th layer qi refining stage. You're at the middle stage of the 7th layer qi refining stage. How can you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Are you confident? That cultivator smiled bitterly. I also don't think I'm confident. However, the clan head thinks it's just an opportunity. Maybe this is Junior's opportunity. That's why he asked Junior to come. That's right. Do you want to enter my Shanghua Sect? Yu said with a smile. Really? That cultivator's face was filled with pleasant surprise. He seemed to be enlightened and was about to kowtow and call Yu master. Who would have thought that just as he was about to kneel down, a huge force would bind him firmly, causing him to be unable to move at all. That cultivator didn't even have time to say the word master. Before his mouth was filled with wind and he couldn't say a single word. Yu had already flown away and said while flying, my Shanghua Sect's disciples are all at the 10th layer qi refining stage. You still need to cultivate for a few more years. This old man still has things to do. You should go to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Senior. That cultivator's face was filled with disappointment. He chased after Yu for a while before resentfully stopping. Then he reluctantly flew towards Mo mountain range. While flying, he glanced back several times, appearing extremely reluctant to part. Only after flying for several dozen li did that cultivator lower his head. He coldly snorted and said in a low voice, Yu, oh Yu, you want to play tricks with me? When I was at the 5th layer qi refining stage, I wasn't afraid of you. Now that I'm at the 10th layer qi refining stage, flying to Mo mountain range from right in front of your eyes is as easy as blowing off dust. Why would I be afraid of you? Soon after, the cultivator's height slowly increased, and his very handsome face also slowly changed. In the end, he actually turned into Xiaohua's appearance. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation also increased bit by bit, all the way until he reached the 10th level of qi refining before stopping. That's right, this cultivator was Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who just came out of seclusion underground. In the past 2 years, Xiaohua didn't take a single step out of his seclusion place. On one hand, he was afraid of being found by the Shanghua Sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao Sect. On the other hand, this was a rare opportunity for him to cultivate. Not only did he have the heavenly law embodiment technique, he also had the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. In these 2 years, Xiaohua actually inconceivably cultivated from the middle of the 5th layer qi refining stage all the way to the middle of the 10th layer qi refining stage. Moreover, there was still a very small amount of fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians that hadn't been refined yet. If he could completely refine it, he could directly reach the 11th layer qi refining stage. Xiaohua naturally wanted to continue cultivating, but he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. This was because the restriction placed by Qian Qinghua in his meridians had already loosened. Qian Qinghua was also amazing. The restriction placed on the clear flower pill's medicinal power was also genuine. This restriction actually didn't loosen at all under the fire marrow flame crystal's flame and the dragon transformation art circulation. Only when Qian Qinghua's 2-year deadline was approaching did the restrictions slowly start to loosen. After seeing the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy and thinking about Qian Qinghua's words, Xiaohua didn't doubt that if the clear flower pill's medicinal power was completely released, his meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it. One had to know that Qian Qinghua's restriction was undamaged by the flame. With such a powerful restriction protecting the clear flower pill's medicinal power, how could the medicinal power be simple? Of course, the fire marrow flame crystal was an ancient cultivation item. Perhaps the clear flower pill couldn't compare. However, only 10% of the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy was used by Xiaohua. The rest was divided equally between Xiaohua's body, meridians, and bones. Thinking about the possibility of his meridians exploding and dying, Xiaohua trembled with fear and didn't hesitate to come out of seclusion. The news of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment had spread throughout the entire country of Xi. Xiaohua only found out about it in the tea houses and wine shops very easily. If Xueqi could guess it, how could Xiaohua not know? This opportunity was definitely created for him. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect did this, they must have their own difficulties. In other words, Qianhua Sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao Sect would set up a defensive line around the Imperial Thunder Sect's mountain gate to prevent him from entering the Mount Lama. However, Xiaohua naturally had his own methods. In these 2 years, whether it was Kai Zhuoxia's stealing the sky or the corresponding crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens, Xiaohua was extremely familiar with them. Now, not only could he change the appearance of his face, he could also barely shorten his height. With only cultivation it was even simpler. Xiaohua didn't need to reduce his cultivation too much. Just the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was enough to make Xueqi think that he was Xiaohua. After all, using 2 years to go from the middle stage of the 5th level of qi refining to the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was already inconceivable for a rogue cultivator. As for why Xiaohua didn't use his original cultivation at the late stage of the 10th level of qi refining, was there even a need to say it? Xueqi had heard of the 9th level of qi refining, so how could a random 10th level qi refining cultivator come out of nowhere? Chapter 1509. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was slowly flying towards Lama mountain range. While flying, he was slowly recovering his cultivation and slowly changing his face back to his original appearance. Seeing that Lama mountain range was already in front of him, Xiaohua naturally saw the difference in the location of Imperial Thunder School. My goodness, why is the color of Lama mountain range purplish-red? It's actually similar to Flame Forest Marsh's fiery red color. Could it be that there's also underground magma under Lama mountain range? But Lama mountain range's climate is mild, flowers and plants are everywhere, and green trees provide shade. It's not comparable to Flame Forest Marsh's Zhuozhua Tong Mountain. Mother! While Xiaohua was secretly pondering, Xiao Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiao Huang. How are you these days? Xiaohua was now accustomed to speaking to Xiao Huang attentively. Hearing Xiao Huang's voice, his face showed surprise and asked. 2 years ago, Goldie was already on the verge of death, but it was also strange. Ever since Xiaohua sent Goldie into the space, under the illumination of the reverse light, not only did Goldie not die as the Empress expected, but it also gradually recovered its vitality. Of course, this kind of recovery was very slow. In these 2 years, Xiao Huang was only able to preserve his life. If he wanted to return to his previous speed, it was still too far away. Mother. Very good. Here. It's really warm. Xiao Huang was somewhat gasping for breath. He couldn't even speak clearly. However, his tone was filled with endless joy. It seemed that as long as he was together with Xiaohua, it was the happiest thing in the world. And your body is still weak. You should cultivate first, Xiaohua said with heartache. Yes, mother. Xiao Huang was very obedient. He lay on his back and as if he was basking in the sun, he instinctively breathed in reverse light. Right, mother. Little Black. Did you find it? Xiao Huang suddenly asked. Xiaohua scratched his head and said awkwardly, No. Not yet. Xiao Huang was like a child. He had incomparable trust in his mother. He only felt that his mother was the greatest person in this world. If Xiaohua said there was no, then there was no. He also believed that his mother must be painstakingly searching for it. Xiao Huang, it's not that mother doesn't want to look for its mother. I can't remember what Little Black is. Could it be a little black sable like you? Xiaohua was speechless. Although Goldie's life was saved, It needed time to recover. Moreover, Goldie was only a little beast. It only knew that Little Black was Little Black, but it couldn't say what Little Black was. Xiaohua even tried to ask Goldie about his past. Unfortunately, Goldie was involved in Xiaohua's past and knew many things about Xiaohua, but Goldie couldn't express it. I can only assume that Little Yellow is a taciturn person. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. Looking at the crack in his left hand, he thought, "Good, Little Yellow's forehead has an eye. Could it be that this young master's left hand also has an eye? But why was Little Yellow able to open his eyes, but yours truly couldn't even feel anything at all? Hee hee, what's the use of having an eye on your hand?" However, this young master's past experience. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaohua's eyes looked at the Lamo mountain range in front of him. Indeed, in 2 years from the 5th level of chi refining, no, it should be from the middle of the 4th level of chi refining all the way to the late of the 10th level of chi refining. This kind of thing should be extremely rare in the cultivation world. According to common sense, from the 4th level of chi refining to the 10th level of chi refining, it should take close to 30 years. Even if it was a peerless talent, such as Li Zongbao, it would still take close to 10 years of hard work. How could it be heard that someone could achieve it in 2 years? Especially 2 years ago. He was still an 18-years-old loose cultivator? Kai Xueqi said that there were bottlenecks in the middle of every level. I didn't encounter any of them. It seems that this can only happen when one's level is high enough and their magic power is insufficient. In that case, I was already at the peak of chi refining before? But that so-called empress, didn't she say that she also didn't find any abnormalities in I? She's a cultivator with great magical powers. Come to think of it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned again. That heavenly law's embodiment technique seems to have some problems. This technique is admittedly a genuine chi refining technique, but the essence seems to be leaning towards body cultivation. Moreover, in some key areas, there are traces of blood shadow technique from time to time. If it wasn't for this young master being proficient in the blood shadow technique, this young master would really have fallen for it. Could it be that mysterious cultivator who wanted to obtain the mother-child spirit fruit is someone from the devil realm? It's extremely possible. Didn't the Forsaken Heaven sect have 3 initiators? Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasin are 2. Then what about the third person? If it wasn't that little blood shadow on the Thousand-Zhong Peak, then it must be someone else. Humph. You actually took this young master's spirit fruit and even plotted against this young master. If this young master has the chance in the future, this young master will definitely make you suffer a little. Forget it. The higher my cultivation, the more certain this young master will be to take revenge on the 100 Herbs Gate. Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of severity. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was venting his anger, someone behind him suddenly cried out in surprise. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to look back and urged his flight technique to flee towards the Thunder Emo mountain range. However, that person continued to say, "Oh, sorry, fellow Taoist. I recognized the wrong person." Xiaohua stared blankly inwardly saying, "This voice seems very familiar. Is it a female cultivator that this young master knows?" Xueqi. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Before he turned his head, he recalled the set of magic tools that Ling Zhengyi maliciously gave him in the space. "Fellow Taoist Xue. Long time no see. How are you now?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked very warmly with a smile on his face. Xiaohua. Xue's shock was even greater than before. Previously, she only felt that Xiaohua's tall and thin figure was somewhat familiar. However, when she saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th layer of chi refining, she immediately realized that she recognized the wrong person. However, now that she really saw Xiaohua turn around, she confirmed that this late-stage 10th layer chi refining cultivator was really the same Xiaohua who was at the 4th layer of chi refining. Her eyes were wide open. One hand covered her cherry lips while the other hand was slightly raised and placed on her towering and violently shaking chest. "What? We haven't seen each other for only 2 years and fellow Taoist Xue has already forgotten I?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at Xue's shocked face. He also seemed to be looking at Xueqi's snow-white chest and asked with interest. No, no. Xueqi realized her rudeness. She took a deep breath, bit her lips and bowed respectfully. How could I forget fellow Taoist Xiao? Didn't I just greet fellow Taoist Xiao from afar? Hee, that's good. Xiao Hua looked at Xueqi, who was still at the 8th level of qi refining, and said with a nod, Fellow Taoist Xue, since you've come here, do you also want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Of course. Xueqi took a deep breath again, and a trace of strangeness flashed through her eyes. She said with a smile, those who came to the Imperial Thunder Sect these past few days, other than to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect and learn martial arts, what else can they do? Xiao Hua nodded non-committally. That. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xueqi hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice previously, My Misty Mountain. If there was anything we did wrong, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can forgive us. Fellow Taoist Xue. What do you mean? Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, when I's cultivation fell, fellow Taoist Xue helped me. Now that I's cultivation has completely recovered, fellow Taoist Xue also contributed. I don't even have enough time to thank you, so how can I forgive you? This. Xueqi's face was a bit unnatural as she said in a low voice, I was talking about Misty Mountain. Ha ha ha, so fellow Taoist Xue was talking about your uncle. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Senior Ling thought highly of me and gave me a fake magic tool refined by the Misty Mountain, so of course I am grateful. What's there to forgive? Xueqi sighed and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, with your cultivation, you really hid it from I a few days ago. If my Misty Mountain has done anything inappropriate, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao can take into account the fact that you and this poor Taoist are connected by incense and incense. Forgive us. Fellow Taoist Xue's words are getting more and more outrageous. I am really confused. Xiao Hua pretended not to know. Hee, it's nothing. Xueqi raised her head and said with a smile, with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you definitely have a deep background. Moreover, you came to Sky Thunder Peak this time with full confidence, so the identity of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm afraid you can't run away. I will greet fellow Taoist Xiao in advance. If fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, it will be too late to talk. Xiao Hua naturally understood what Xueqi was talking about, but he had already made up his mind not to return the magic tool, so how could he admit it? However, after hearing Xueqi's words, his heart was moved. He came to the Thunder Mountain Range with the intention of returning the bead to the Imperial Thunder Sect, and then asked the seniors of the Imperial Thunder Sect to refine the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill. He never thought about joining the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this time, he couldn't help but think, that's right, this young master is originally a loose cultivator. I've already cultivated the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique to the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. With 2 more layers, the remaining flame in my meridians and the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill will be enough to cultivate to the peak of the Qi refining realm. At that time, wouldn't this young master have no more techniques to cultivate? Joining the Imperial Thunder Sect is actually a good path. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Seeing Xiao Hua deep in thought, Xueqi was a little nervous. She looked around and saw many cultivators rushing over and called out. Xiao Hua raised his head and said with a smile, Some things are not good to be too obvious. I don't think I'm a meddlesome person, and I presume Senior Ling is also like this. If some things Senior Ling can forget, and fellow Taoist Xue can never mention it again, I think that would be the best. Chapter 15:10. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xueqi's heart calmed down. She stared deeply at Xiao Hua and cupped her hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so broad-minded. I really admire you. Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled. Why didn't I feel it myself? Xueqi didn't know that Xiao Hua had already understood Ling Zhengyi's thoughts. She was just afraid that Xiao Hua would pursue this matter in the future, so she apologized first to pave the way. As for the specific reason, she wouldn't be stupid enough to say it now. So she smiled and said, when I saw fellow Taoist Xiao that day, I felt that fellow Taoist was unusual. I always felt that fellow Taoist's temperament didn't match fellow Taoist's cultivation. Now it seems that's the case. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, Today is probably the last day of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment. Let's go up the mountain quickly. Don't delay the time. Xueqi nodded and looked around again. Just a moment ago, it was still a bit lively, but now it was already the last moment. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Xueqi waved her hand and said, flying on Sky Thunder Peak is not allowed, we have to walk. Okay, fellow Taoist Xue, please. Xiao Hua smiled and descended with Xueqi, following a few cultivators who were in a hurry up the Sky Thunder Peak. At this time, the sun had already set. In front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion, the handsome Imperial Thunder Sect disciple Kanluo was still standing with his hands behind his back. However, at this time, he was squinting his eyes and looking at the red sun that was about to fall on the Thunder Mountain range in the west. The red light of the setting sun shone on his handsome face, making him look even more spirited. Xiao Hua came to the guest pavilion at this moment. Just like the others, Xiao Hua was also rather surprised when he saw the shabby state of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion. However, he immediately understood something. A mountain is not high, but it has an immortal. A water is not deep, but it has a dragon. Compared to absolute strength, all the decorations, all the prosperity, were insignificant. Therefore, although Huanhua sect was famous and had many disciples, compared to the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was still a lot worse. Rinsing Flower Sect. Xiao Hua thought to himself. He wondered if Fairy Hong Xia had already joined the Rinsing Flower Sect? Fellow Taoist Xiao? Xueqi stood at the side and whispered. Let's stand over there. Xiao Hua stared blankly. Following Xueqi's finger, he saw more than a dozen cultivators in the 8th layer of aura refining and above standing far away from the guest pavilion. Around him were several dozen cultivators in the 4th or 5th layer of aura refining. There were even a few in the 2nd layer of aura refining. These cultivators had some reverence in their eyes. Standing next to Xiao Hua and Xueqi, they were very reserved. Damn it! I accidentally became a high-level cultivator too. Xiao Hua doesn't have the awareness of a high-level cultivator. He smacks his lips and walks towards those 8th layer aura refining cultivators. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua chuckles as he walks over and greets those cultivators. Unexpectedly, those cultivators are also somewhat afraid. They only cupped their hands and saluted but didn't say anything to Xiao Hua, making him feel very bored. Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat gloomy expression, Xueqi chuckles and says, Fellow Taoist Xiao, all the high-level cultivators have already come here a few days ago. Fellow Taoist is about to reach the 11th layer of aura refining. You're the bane of these 8th and 9th layer aura refining cultivators. Think about it. The Imperial Thunder Sect has a limited number of disciples. You're their strongest opponent, so why wouldn't they avoid you? Oh, Xiao Hua touches his nose and nods, saying, I still can't get used to it. His words are a bit vague, so Xueqi doesn't ask much. Like the other cultivators, she stands quietly and waits for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple to make arrangements. Xiao Hua's thoughts are naturally somewhat different from theirs. He looks at Kanluo, thinks for a moment, and walks over. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xueqi hurriedly calls out in a low voice. Xiao Hua turns his head and slightly nods at her, but his footsteps don't stop. However, before Xiao Hua can approach Kanluo, an invisible force blocks Xiao Hua in front of him, preventing him from approaching. If there's nothing else, stay there first. Just as Xiao Hua wants to speak, he hears Kanluo say coldly, although your cultivation is the highest here, but you still don't have the qualifications to talk to me. If you want to take advantage of I here, you'd better save your effort. Xiao Hua opens his mouth, not knowing what to say. If I were you, I'd obediently stand there and wait. Today is the last day of the disciple recruitment. You just have to endure for another hour, and my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple will come to take you up the mountain. If you continue to be noisy, be careful I don't kick you out of the mountain. Kanluo doesn't use sound transmission to say these words. Instead, he clearly says them. Everyone in the surroundings of the guest pavilion can hear it. Everyone's gazes are a bit gloating, a bit mocking, and a bit sympathetic. These words make Xiao Hua blush. He flings his sleeves and turns around. He doesn't say a word and just stands there quietly. Kanluo is very annoyed. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect announced the start of the disciple recruitment, today is already the 5th day. In these 5 days, who knows how many extremely discerning cultivators have shown off in front of him. He originally thought that these people would have some kind of relationship with Qian Qinghua, but after interacting with them for a long time, it turns out that they are all flatterers. They are far from what he imagined, so later on, he has to deal with them half coldly and half passionately. And now, it is already the last moment, and the Imperial Thunder Sect still hasn't obtained the information they want. How can Luo not be annoyed? Seeing Xiao Hua come forward, he immediately stops him. After saying some cold words, he sends his divine sense down the mountain. He wants to see if there are any more cultivators on the gradually desolate mountain path. Alas, I can't blame Luo, and I can't blame Xiao Hua either. Because those who can think of showing off in front of Luo are all 10th layer aura refining cultivators, even 11th layer aura refining cultivators. They are all people who have the possibility of winning the disciple selection. Only these people have some lively thoughts, and only these people think they are qualified to speak a few more words with the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. And Xiao Hua just happens to be the same as these disciples. Seeing that dusk is coming, Luo sighs softly. His gaze swept over the group of low-level cultivators again. He stretches out his hand, but before he can use thunder sound transmission, he hears a buzzing sound in the air. It is the sound of the thunderboat flying over. When the thunderboat lands, Luo waves his hand and yells, "Everyone get on!" Then he takes the lead and flies to the front of the thunderboat. Good heavens, this flying boat isn't just ordinarily cool. Xiao Hua flies onto the thunderboat while looking at the flickering lightning around the boat with envy. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, this thunderboat is unique to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Don't be fooled by its size. Its flying speed is absolutely first class. Only the 7 Possibilities Sect's flowing cloud flying boat can compete with this thunderboat. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart is moved. He says with a smile, "I've heard that the Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique is world famous. Is this thunderboat also born from the thunder escape technique?" At this moment, Xueqi and Xiao Hua have already landed on the thunderboat. The thunderboat is empty, with only a few dozen people standing on it. In the center of the thunderboat is a protrusion of about 10 feet. This protrusion is a depression. In the depression, there is a faint blue magic formation. At this moment, it is faintly shining. Occasionally, there are small arcs of lightning flying out from it. Around this protrusion, there are more than 10 children around the age of 10. Their faces are somewhat tired and they are scattered around. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xueqi points with her finger and says in a low voice, "The Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique is their secret technique. Ordinary people can't see it. As for whether this thunderboat is born from the thunder escape technique, I don't know. However, Misty Mountain and a cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect have some old ties. I have also heard about this thunderboat before. Fellow Taoist, do you see the depression in the thunderboat?" Xueqi says in a low voice. "Yes, I see it." Xiao Hua nods and says, "That is probably the driving formation of the thunderboat, right?" "Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao is right." Xueqi gives a thumbs up and says in a low voice. "However, the driving formation of the Imperial Thunder Sect is different from others. This driving formation is a lightning pool." Lightning pool? Xiao Hua is shocked. He looks at the magic formation in disbelief and asks, "Is that lightning inside?" "I only said that the driving formation is a lightning pool. I didn't say that this is a lightning pool." Xueqi says with a smile. "The lightning pool on this thunderboat is the simplest one. I'm afraid that it is driven by lightning spirit stones. It can only be used for flying, so it can't be considered a real lightning pool." Then she lowers her voice and says mysteriously, "It is said that there is a real lightning pool in the Thunder Sect's Thunder Mo Mountains. It provides spiritual power for all the magic formations and restrictions of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is exactly because of the lightning pool. In every generation of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there are always a few outstanding ones. They can almost beat the outstanding disciples of the 3 major sects." Speaking of the lightning pool, Xiao Hua naturally thinks of the bead that Qian Qinghua asked him to bring. That bead might be called the lightning bead. Maybe it is in the lightning pool. While Xiao Hua and Xueqi are talking, all the cultivators have come up. A slightly older boy comes up to report to Luo. Luo releases his spiritual sense and scans the bottom of the mountain for the last time. Then he waves his hand and says, "Let's go. There are no more cultivators at the bottom of the mountain." "Yes, senior brother Luo." The boy bows and returns. With an order, 8 out of the 10 boys stand up and stand around the lightning pool. Then, one of the disciples makes a hand sign and hits a corner of the lightning pool with spiritual power. Then, the other 7 disciples also make different hand signs, but they hit different places. Wang wang, as the hand signs are hit, the lightning pool actually becomes dull and the blue lightning inside gradually increases. As the wang wang sound becomes louder, the thunderbolt slowly rises. When it is in the air, it immediately turns around and flies in the direction of Sky Thunder Peak like lightning. Chapter 15:11. Xueqi Sect's Xueqi Mountain had a towering mountain range surrounded by many other mountains. There were countless exotic flowers and grasses on this mountain peak, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts were leisurely strolling around the foothills. Many auspicious clouds were like brocades that covered many parts of the mountain range, making it seem boundless and ethereal. Occasionally, a flying crane would appear, making the mountain peak seem like a fairyland. This mountain range was Xueqi Sect's main peak, Gold Mountain Range. Under the cover of the auspicious clouds, there were many majestic palaces scattered all over the mountain range. At the highest point, where the auspicious clouds were the densest, there was a majestic palace. It was the Wild Goose Spirit Palace of Xueqi cult. At this time, on the high platform of Yanling Palace, Fairy Ingjua's face was as cold as ice. She sat on a gorgeous warm jade chair, and her eyes were like lightning, coldly looking below the high platform. Below the high platform, there were more than 10 cultivators sitting majestically. They all looked down, as if they were meditating. Elder Yi Xian, about the Thunder Pearl. Is there still no progress? Fairy Ingjua looked below the platform for a long time, sighed softly, and asked coldly. A thin young man with a mid-Yuanian cultivation raised his face slightly, moved his body, and cupped his hands. Yes, I will let you know, about the Thunder Pearl. My Xueqi sect knew about it too late. Shanghua sect got it first, but it was taken by Imperial Thunder Sect's Qian Qinghua. I know all of this. 2 years have passed. Where is Qian Qinghua? Where is the Thunder Pearl? Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean I don't care about it. Fairy Ingjua sneered. Don't you know what the Thunder Pearl is? If Imperial Thunder Sect gets it, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns, right? Haha. Elder Yi Xian smiled apologetically. Of course I know, otherwise my Xueqi sect wouldn't have intervened. But, there is no news of Qian Qinghua, and the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl are unknown. On that day, a cultivator saw a vagrant cultivator named Xiao Hua meet Qian Qinghua. However, this Xiao Hua mysteriously disappeared while being chased by our 3 Sects Foundation establishment disciples. I presume that this Thunder Pearl was taken by this Xiao Hua. The problem is that the Imperial Thunder Sect has now opened their doors to accept disciples. They want to use this opportunity to avoid the joint blockade of our 3 sects and let this Xiao Hua go up the mountain. This also showed that the one who took Xiao Hua away was not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Then, who is it? Today is the last day for the Imperial Thunder Sect to accept disciples up the mountain. According to the disciples of my sect in the Lamo mountain range, they didn't find that rogue cultivator up the mountain. Haha, I'm afraid that the Imperial Thunder Sect will have worked for nothing. If the Imperial Thunder Sect worked for nothing, wouldn't our 3 sects also work for nothing? Fairy Ingjua sneered and said, a few Foundation establishment disciples can't even catch a single qi refining loose cultivator. What do you want me to say to you? It's really getting worse with each generation. Elder Ishuan's face didn't change, and said, according to what I know, this Xiao Hua is probably a trick of Qian Qinghua. How can he give such a precious Thunder Pearl to a qi refining loose cultivator? As for Qian Qinghua himself, it is said that he was seriously injured by the Qianhua sect's disciples. If he is not in seclusion somewhere to recuperate, he will die. I don't know if the life spirit tablet of Qian Qinghua in the Imperial Thunder Sect has been damaged. In that case, send more people to watch this matter. It's only been 2 years. If Qian Qinghua wants to recover, it will take at least 8 to 10 years. This Thunder Pearl must not be allowed to be taken up to the Sky Thunder Peak smoothly. Yes, I will follow the sect master's order. Elder Ishuan said with his hands folded. Zhenren Ishuan said it. Elder Jeqiong, how is the matter on your side? Fairy Ingjua turned and asked. A young and beautiful female cultivator next to Elder Ishuan was slightly surprised, and bowed and said, I don't know what the sect master is talking about. Fairy Ingzhua frowned and said unhappily, Fairy Jecheong, although cultivation is important, but the important affairs of the sect must also be taken care of. Otherwise, how can my Xuanyan sect survive for tens of thousands of years in the country of Xi? Yes, I understand. Although Fairy Jecheong didn't agree, she still nodded and said, I have been practicing a kind of magic art for nearly 10 years. Now I have gradually made some progress, so I don't have to worry about it. Well, I'm asking about your hunting seedlings. How is it going? Fairy Ingzhua said softly. Oh, sect master is talking about that matter. Fairy Jecheong heard and said with some disdain. Hunting seedlings is just an attempt, but the situation is not good. While speaking, Fairy Jecheong waved her sleeve, and in mid-air, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air. Inside the mirror, there was really a cold ice cave. There was a thick layer of ice inside the cave, and from the top of the cave, there were hundreds of huge ice thorns hanging down. On the ice layer, there were more than 10 young cultivators of different ages, all of them sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were constantly trembling, and there was a faint ferocious look on their faces. Sect Master, this hunting seedlings of our sect has 99 disciples participating. As early as when the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated into the meridians, there were 62 disciples who exploded due to the violent fire spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal. Not only their meridians, but their entire bodies were torn apart. Is it because too much of the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated? Fairy Ingzhua frowned slightly and asked. Sect Master, the fire marrow flame crystal has been divided into 99 portions by me. It really can't be divided anymore. Fairy Jecheong replied, and I think it's not about the amount of fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. The key is the spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. It's different from the fire spiritual energy that we usually absorb into our bodies. Fairy Ingzhua's expression was indifferent, and she did not comment. Fairy Jecheong did not pay attention to Fairy Ingzhua's reaction and continued. Also, the physique of those disciples, or their meridians, cannot be reconciled with the fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. Once the fire spiritual energy entered their bodies, before they could use the cultivation method that was taught previously, their meridians would be torn apart, and the ice spiritual energy in the cold cave did not have any effect at all. Then, what about these disciples? Fairy Ingzhua looked at the mirror. Among the remaining 37 disciples, other than the 3 disciples on the left, the other 34 disciples are a little special. These disciples were sent by the sect master to participate. I don't know why nothing happened to them. What's so special about those 3 disciples? Fairy Ingzhua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. These 3 disciples are called Pan Hao, Feng Linbua, and Xiao Mao. Before the first 2 entered my Xuanyan school, they were outstanding disciples of a declining body cultivation sect. Xiao Mao is nothing special. He entered my Xuanyan school since he was young, but his aptitude is not good, so he signed up this time. His aptitude is not good. Fairy Ingzhua sneered. Not cultivating fast does not mean that his aptitude is not good. This Xiao Mao was able to survive when the others exploded and died. How can his aptitude be bad? Yes, I understand. Fairy Jecheong nodded and then slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Is there a problem? Fairy Ingzhua saw clearly and asked. Yes, I want to ask, these 34 disciples that the sect master brought. What's so special about them? Fairy Jecheong replied. Hee, I won't answer you first. You tell me what's the difference between them and the others. Then I'll embarrass myself. Fairy Jecheong thought for a moment and said, these 34 disciples seem to have traces of body cultivation, but they are not body cultivation. Also, their meridians seem to have cultivated our sect's secret technique, so they are much wider than the other disciples. What Elder Jecheong said is about right. Looking at Fairy Jecheong's eyes, Fairy Ingzhua smiled and said, Do you remember the dragon blood and dragon meat that I brought back 5 years ago? It seems I have some impression of it. Fairy Jecheong's face was blank. Looking at Fairy Jecheong's vague expression, Fairy Ingzhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and said, These 34 disciples use dragon blood to mold their body and dragon meat to replenish their energy. So it's like this. Fairy Jecheong cupped her hands and said, Sect Master's foresight is far beyond what I can achieve. While they were talking, on the mirror, on the upper right hand, a disciple's body suddenly lay on the ice surface. His 4 limbs twitched violently and his face showed an extremely painful expression. Not good. Quickly. Seeing this, Fairy Jecheong immediately knew that something was wrong. She waved her sleeves and was about to make a move, but a pung sound was heard and that disciple's body exploded. His flesh and blood turned into a blood mist and scattered in all directions. At this moment, a dark red brilliance flashed, and that blood mist was blocked by this brilliance. Then, the whole brilliance rolled up and collected all the blood mist. It drilled into the ground and disappeared. On the ground and on the surrounding people, there was not a single trace of blood left. This Fairy Ingjua's somewhat excited mood was instantly extinguished by cold water. She looked at the mirror in a daze. Sect Master, I think that there is no shortcut in the path of cultivation. You can only rely on your own diligence and hard work to steadily improve your cultivation. This kind of hasty method, I'm afraid there is no hope. That secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal, I'm afraid it's useless. Before Fairy Jecheong's words fell on the mirror, another disciple exploded and died. Fairy Ingjua shook her head slightly and said, at the beginning of the ancient era, there were no cultivators in the world. Most of them were wild spirits. Their bodies were tyrannical and their abilities were natural. And this fire essence flame crystal was what they used to refine their bodies and meridians. Also, this secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal was obtained from an extremely reliable person. I think it's useful. Fairy Ingjua smiled and said, this hasty method can be considered hasty for now. In the future, I'm afraid it will be used normally. So, Elder Jecheong, don't delay the future development of my Xuanyan school by doing unnecessary things. Sect Master. What do you mean? Fairy Jecheong was stunned and asked. This matter. How should I put it? Fairy Jecheong. Have you noticed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be different from before? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 15:12. What? There's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not only Jecheong Fairy, but the other nascent soul cultivators also changed their expressions. These people looked at each other, and their eyes were full of horror. One of the white-haired nascent soul cultivators stood up and asked, Master, we are all nascent soul cultivators, and the babies in our bodies are formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how can this baby exist between heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to communicate with heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Fairy Ingjua's face showed a trace of melancholy, and whispered, I only heard some rumors, and even with my cultivation, I didn't feel the change in it. I'm just asking everyone if there's no change. Then it's the best. Everyone was relieved, but there were still some doubts in their eyes. What is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This was the foundation of the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world. The refinement stage was to draw energy into the body, which was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The foundation establishment stage was to refine the true qi in the body into a liquid state. This true qi was formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was drawn into the body. The golden core stage was to condense the liquid true qi in the dantian into a golden core, which was used as the embryo to cultivate the nascent soul. This series of processes relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it will not only affect the cultivation of a cultivator, but also the existence of the entire cultivation world of Xiaoyu continent. For such an important matter, how could Fairy Ingjua ask about it casually? Although Jecheong Fairy is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't like worldly affairs, but her mind is very fast. Just when she was relieved, she suddenly realized something and jumped up from her chair. She stuttered and said, Sect Master, could it be? Subordinate's divine ability has always been. Fairy Ingjua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Elder Jecheong, I have already said that this kind of thing. I also don't know. If the magical power that you practice is really closely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, you might as well take my words as a suggestion. Fairy Jecheong thought for a while and nodded. I understand. But then, Elder Yi Xian asked again, Master, this method of picking seedlings, is it related to these? Hee. Fairy Ingjua stood up and said, Even if the spiritual chi of heaven and earth has changed, it will not affect everyone in a short period of time. Perhaps it will take tens of thousands of years or even millions of years before the things that you are thinking about will happen. Furthermore, we are merely nascent soul cultivators. There are deity transformation cultivators above us. This is something that they should be worried about. Our Shi country's cultivation world is weak. Whether it is the Lien country or the Meng country, they are all stronger than our Shi country. They will definitely be more careful. Sect leaders' words are reasonable. At this time, the Immortal Alliance has not been disbanded. If there are any changes, they will know even more clearly. We don't have to worry for nothing. The old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. Fairy Ingzhua raised her head and looked at the situation in the mirror. She pointed with her finger and said, "No matter what, if this grasping seedling can succeed, it will be a great opportunity for our Xuanyan school to increase our strength. Elder Jie Qiong, don't be careless. Always pay attention to the situation of these 30 disciples." "Yes, subordinate understands." Jie Qiong Fairy bowed respectfully. While the Xuanyan cult was having their meeting, on the Thunder Immortal peak of the Lamo mountain range, there was a simple and unadorned house. 8 transparent pillars were erected from the ground, each of them reaching a height of 1 zhang. These 8 pillars were arranged in a very mysterious manner. Furthermore, at the top of each pillar, there was a dark green praying mat. There was no moonlight stone in the house. The transparent pillars flashed with lightning from time to time, illuminating the entire house. At this moment, there were 8 male and female cultivators sitting cross-legged on top of the praying mats. Among these 8 cultivators, 6 were nascent soul cultivators. The other 2 looked rather old, but they were gold core cultivators. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator with a red face had a calm expression. He seemed to be meditating. However, when a flash of lightning appeared from the pillar below him, his eyes suddenly opened. Within his deep eyes, there was a faint flash of light. This middle-stage nascent soul cultivator was the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Qian Lazy. "Miyu, is there still no news of Qinghua?" Qian Lazy's voice was extremely loud as he asked a handsome young cultivator not far away. That young cultivator was also a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. The young cultivator was Taoist Miyu. Hearing Qian Lazy's question, she also opened her eyes and replied, "Sect leader, we only know that Qinghua went missing near Shihuang town. There is no other news." "Xianhua, Qinghua's life spirit tablet is still intact, right?" "Sect leader, it's still the same as before. It's completely intact." Another middle-stage nascent soul cultivator said with a smile. "Good." Qian Lazy clapped his hands and said, "As long as Qinghua is fine, then what's the point of Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school tormenting each other?" "Sect leader, even we can't find any trace of Qinghua. I'm afraid because Qinghua was heavily injured, he used our sect's soul concealing technique to conceal his life force and aura. Not to mention divine sense, even the naked eye can't find him. If our sect's disciples don't use the corresponding technique to awaken him, then Qinghua will." Taoist Miyu reminded. "If we can find him, then wouldn't Shanghua sect have found him long ago?" Qian Lazy said with a smile, "Since they're still setting up defenses around our Lamo mountain range, that means Qinghua is still very safe. As for how to awaken Qinghua, that will depend on Qinghua's luck." "Sect leader, Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect are really hateful. They actually dared to make a move near our Imperial Thunder sect." "We." Taoist Miyu frowned. Miyu, you're also a nascent soul cultivator. Why are you still so impulsive? Although our Imperial Thunder sect is strong, if we face the 3 sects together, we won't have the strength to fight back. We're just guessing. Let them do their work for now. Patience, you know? Only those who can endure can become powerful." "Humph. Do you think we're afraid of them?" "Martial uncles and the others." "Martial uncles and the others are in seclusion to comprehend life and death. They won't act unless our Imperial Thunder sect is in absolute danger. Moreover, the other 3 sects also have something to rely on." "That's right. How's the disciple recruitment this year? Has it started?" Qian Lazy said a few words to Taoist Miyu. Then he thought of something and asked, "Sect leader, today is the last day. The new disciple recruitment will begin tomorrow." A gold core cultivator who was far away from Qian Lazy quickly said. Oh, Zhen Shang. I've done as you said and opened the door for all cultivators in the country of Xi to participate in the selection. I wonder. Did you find anything? Sect leader in the past 5 days, I've already asked Can Kuan. But it seems that I didn't find anything. The cultivator named Zhen Sheng blushed and said in a low voice. I wonder if on the last day, your idea is very good. Unfortunately, with Qing Hua's fiery temper, how could he come up with such a wonderful idea? Moreover, it's unlikely that he'll find a suitable candidate. Besides, many Foundation establishment late-stage disciples from the 3 sects have gone to Shihuang town. Your idea is a bit whimsical. Taoist Miyu said with a smile. Martial Ant, I just feel that the 3 sects' actions in Shihuang town are understandable. But later on, they sent many disciples to other places. This makes me very puzzled. If it's not another cultivator entrusted by Qing Hua, it's hard to explain. Zhen Sheng bit his lips and argued. It's fine. Anyway, the disciple recruitment is a matter between you and Dui Jia. Aren't you afraid that things will get complicated? What will I say later? Qian Lazy said with a smile. In the past, our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment was too strict. As a result, our strength was limited. Even if we knew that the 3 sects were doing something strange, we didn't have the power to investigate. While they were talking, Qian Lazy raised his head and said with a smile. All right, this is Can Kuan. Zhen Shang, you asked him to come, right? Let's see if your plan works. Sure enough, not long after, Can Kuan arrived outside the room. He stood there respectfully and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhen Shang looked at Qian Lazy anxiously. It seemed like he was asking for permission. Qian Lazy nodded slightly. Zhen Shang shouted, Can Kuan come in? Yes, disciple obeys. Can Kuan bowed and replied. After entering the room, Can Kuan didn't dare to raise his head. He only bowed and said, Disciple Can Kuan greets sect master and martial ancestors. Qian Lazy and the others didn't say anything. Only Zhen Shang hurriedly said, Can Kuan, did anyone bring back news about your martial uncle Qing Hua? Martial ancestor. There were a few groups of cultivators who came to talk to me today. However, none of them mentioned martial uncle Qing Hua to me. Can Kuan replied respectfully. Are you sure? Zhen Shang looked a little disappointed and asked again. Martial ancestor. Can Kuan was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Lazy scolded. Zhen Shang, yes, disciple knows his mistake. Zhen Shang's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and replied. Okay, you guys can leave first. Dui Jia. We'll be recruiting disciples tomorrow. You guys will have to work hard. Try to be more diligent. This year, we might as well relax a little and recruit a few more disciples. Yes, disciple understands. Another golden core stage female cultivator stood up and bowed. After Zhen Shang, Dui Jia, and Can Kuan left, Qian Lazy waved his hand and cast out a spell. The entire room flashed with light. Qian Lazy then said, Xian Hua, what's the situation with the lightning pool? Sect Master, the situation with the lightning pool is very different from 10 years ago. It seems like the lightning from the heavens can't completely merge with the lightning pool. Also, the new lightning water has a destructive effect on the old lightning water. It has decreased the power of the lightning pool by a lot. If we can't find a way to fix it, within a few thousand years, the lightning pool will. Fairy Xian Hua's words were vague but everyone heard it clearly. They couldn't help but worry. It's that serious? Qian Lazy was even more shocked. He said anxiously, 5 years ago, we discovered the abnormality of the lightning. That's when we thought of the lightning pool. The lightning pool has been in our sect for countless years. How can it have such a change? Lei Meng. A few years ago. I remember when you went to Thunder Accumulation Mountain, the Thunder Accumulation Cave also changed. Qian Lazy asked another young cultivator. That young cultivator was the early Yuanying stage cultivator that Xiao Hua met in Thunder Accumulation Mountain. Sect Master, disciples of the Thunder Accumulation Cave used to go there often. However, when I went there last time, the lightning was indeed different from before. However, I couldn't tell exactly what the difference was. Lei Meng Taoist cupped his hands and said, Qing Hua left a message saying that it was related to the lightning. He didn't explain it clearly. This guy has always been so reckless. Miyu said. Chapter 15:13. The night was as dark as ink, dyeing the entire Lamo mountain range black. The thunderboat, carrying Xueqi and the others, landed in front of a mountain peak. The mountain peak was several hundred zhang tall, and its peak was above the black clouds, making it impossible to see its full appearance. Under the black clouds, it was gloomy with countless shadows, making it even harder to see its outline. The thunderboat flashed with lightning as it gradually approached the mountain peak. Ripples appeared in the air, and the thunderboat was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up the entire space. Xueqi stood on the thunderboat and looked at this strange scene. He already understood that the Imperial Thunder Sect must have placed a restriction on the mountain peak. Sure enough, when the thunderboat completely disappeared, Xueqi's eyes lit up, and his vision suddenly became clear. This was a mountain peak filled with lush flowers and plants. Although it was already late at night, there were many large balls hovering in the air above the mountain peak. Within those balls, there were countless crackling lightning bolts that emitted a light blue luster. These lights illuminated the entire mountain peak. Other than the fact that everyone's faces were blue, there was no difference from the clear blue sky. Looking at the mountain peak, there were many cultivators scattered all over the mountain peak like ants. These cultivators were either resting with their eyes closed, discussing in twos and threes, or walking back and forth. Good, this Imperial Thunder Sect is really generous. Not to mention the restriction on the mountain peak, just the number of disciples who came to participate in this selection should be in the tens of thousands, right? Xueqi was shocked. Xueqi obviously didn't expect such a spectacular scene. She stared blankly, and was even more absent-minded than Xueqi. Seeing the thunderboat land, Xueqi came back to her senses, and complained in her heart. This time, the Imperial Thunder Sect delayed the selection of disciples for 2 years, and they also greatly relaxed the conditions. I admittedly got some opportunities, but, to stand out from the tens of thousands of cultivators, it's really not possible. Then she glanced at Xueqi, whose expression was as usual, and her heart was moved again, and she had some plans. The thunderboat landed, and Kanluo flew down, directly flying away. The several children's faces were full of exhaustion. The leader cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, this is my Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunderclap Mountain. Tomorrow's selection will be held here. This time, too many disciples have come to my Imperial Thunder Sect to become apprentices. My Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't have that many idle disciples to entertain you. Please stay here for the night. Please forgive me if I have been rude in any way." When the cultivators saw the boys' exhaustion, they knew that these tens of thousands of people were brought up the mountain by these disciples using the thunderboats. How could they not know the hardships involved? They all bowed to express their gratitude. Then, they flew down from the thundership and found a quiet place to rest. Xueqi and Xueqi were the last to disembark from the thunderboat. After the thunderboat flew away, Xueqi cupped his hands and said, "Taoist Xue, I am tired from the journey, so I need to take a rest. See you at the selection tomorrow." "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Xueqi hurriedly said when she saw Xueqi asking her to leave. "Fellow Taoist, do you know the content of tomorrow's selection?" Xueqi was dazed. "You don't know?" Afterwards his brows raised and he laughed. "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xue knows? Hee, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. As early as 2 years ago, I met fellow Taoist I wanted to participate in the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. However, I don't know why it has been delayed until today. In order for I to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, my Misty Mountain has put in a lot of effort. Therefore, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind, I am willing to discuss the situation of tomorrow's selection with fellow Taoist Xiao first." Xueqi looked at Xueqi up and down a few times in a daze, and said curiously, "Since it's something from your Misty Mountain, then I can't listen to it for free, right?" According to what fellow Taoist Xiao said, fellow Taoist Xiao has given my Misty Mountain a lot of benefits. This little bit of information, if it is said today, it might have some value. When tomorrow's selection begins, it won't even be worth half a spirit stone. How would I dare to take fellow Taoist Xiao's benefits? Xueqi's impression of Xueqi was quite good. Especially last time in the Flame Forest Swamp, she had obviously spoken up for him. Therefore, although Xueqi understood Xueqi's meaning, he still laughed and said, "In that case, I will take advantage of fellow Taoist Xiao for free." Bah! Hearing the somewhat ambiguous words, Xueqi unconsciously spat in her heart. Her face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, Then fellow Daoist Xiao, please wait for I to tell fellow Daoist Xiao in detail. The two of them found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Above their heads, there was an azure ball floating up and down. Xueqi cleared her throat, used a silence talisman, and whispered the rules of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection was different from the Cleansing Flower Sect's. The Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods were somewhat special. Many of them required a thunder attribute physique, and this thunder attribute was extremely rare among the cultivators. It could even be said that there was 1 in 10,000 cultivators. However, as long as a thunder attribute cultivator was selected by the Imperial Thunder Sect, then, basically, this cultivator was already half a step into the ranks of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Although these cultivation methods had harsh requirements, they were very fast to cultivate. In addition, the Thunder Mountain Range's unique conditions were very beneficial for cultivating thunder attribute cultivation methods. With these conditions added together, it was impossible for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples to cultivate slowly. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Thunder Sect paid special attention to the physique of the disciples. The first selection method was to test one's physique. The thunder attribute was subordinate to the fire attribute of the 5 elements. A fire attribute physique could also cultivate the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods, but it wouldn't be as fast as a pure thunder attribute. In the first test of physique, other than the thunder and fire attributes, the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't want any other attributes. Of course, occasionally, some disciples with special attributes would be favored by the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and would be recruited into the Imperial Thunder Sect. The attribute test. Is using that kind of ball? When Xiao Hua heard this, his first reaction was that when he was in Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hongyue took out the ball to test his physique. Good to let fellow Xiao know, that kind of attribute crystal ball is used to test the 5 elements. A thunder attribute physique inside the crystal ball can only show a fiery red color, no different from the fire attribute. I'm afraid that it won't be able to detect the difference. Xueqi smiled and said, the Imperial Thunder Sect uses a kind of crystal rod, which is more sensitive. Moreover, that crystal rod can show different lengths of color according to the purity of the physique. Purity of physique? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked, what do you mean by this? Xueqi glanced at Xiao Hua, not sure whether he really understood or not. However, she still explained, all cultivators are in the 5 elements, so the entire body of the 5 elements exists. Saying that it's the water attribute only means that the water attribute of the 5 elements is more prominent than the other elements. When cultivating a water attribute cultivation method, it's even more effective. This crystal rod's length and color bars represent the different degrees of the 5 elements in the cultivator's body. Oh, so it's like this. Xiao Hua understood, but thinking of the scene of his first test, he couldn't help but ask, then, are there any cultivators without any of the 5 elements? Impossible. Xueqi said flatly, maybe some cultivators don't have any reaction when using the attribute crystal ball to test, and are thought to have no attributes. But under the attribute crystal rod's test, the 5 elements are definitely about the same level. It should belong to the range of the 5 elements balance. Cultivators with balanced 5 elements can cultivate any cultivation method? Xiao Hua asked soon after. Fellow Daoist Xiao is right, these people with complete 5 elements can cultivate any cultivation method. Xueqi smiled and said, but it's very difficult for them to reach the peak of any cultivation method, and it's very difficult for them to step into the high level of qi refinement. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, then what about the second test? The second test is a battle of spells. It's to test the degree of familiarity with the spells, the meticulous control of magic power, the battle experience, and so on. Xueqi said without hesitation, in the past, when the Imperial Thunder Sect recruited disciples, they always took the top 10. After that, unless the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders personally picked them, the other cultivators were all eliminated. 10 disciples? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a bitter smile, this time there are several tens of thousands of people, only 10 disciples. Doesn't the Imperial Thunder Sect feel that it's too wasteful? Maybe. Xueqi shrugged and said, the Imperial Thunder Sect has never cared about this. Because as long as they can be recruited by the Imperial Thunder Sect, they will eventually have achievements. Just based on this alone, every year, many disciples flock to the sect. Like a few years ago, when I knew that I had no hope of entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, I didn't dare to think too much. Only when my cultivation improved did I dare to have this extravagant hope. Xueqi said with a bitter smile. Anything else? Xiaohua asked. This. Xueqi thought for a moment and said in a low voice. To be honest, a few years ago, my Misty Mountain befriended a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He just happens to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces, and often participates in the disciple selection. So, fellow Taoist Xueqi can get some extra help. Xiaohua said with a disapproving smile. Hee. Xueqi was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, exactly. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the many balls of lightning in the air and said with a smile. Which thunder palaces are they? Fellow Taoist Xiao. You don't know? Xueqi was a little surprised. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces are famous in the cultivation world. I just don't know. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xue, please enlighten me. Xueqi nodded and pointed with a finger saying, that high mountain in the distance should be the main peak of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Sky Thunder Peak is used to welcome guests and is also where the Imperial Thunder Sect's mountain gate is located. However, the Imperial Thunder Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace is not on it, but on the Thunder Immortal Peak. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is controlled by the Imperial Thunder Sect's Sect Master, and the disciples there are all direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Most of these disciples have the surname Qian. These disciples with the surname Qian were born from the dual cultivation of male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since birth, they have been specially trained. Qian. Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that Qian Qinghua was a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and his identity was indeed of great origin. Immediately after, Xueqi gave a simple introduction of the other 7 Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Only then did Xiaohua know that the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces were Heavenly Thunder Palace, Earthly Thunder Palace, Canlay Palace, Distant Thunder Palace, Shocking Thunder Palace, Gen Thunder Palace, Sun Thunder Palace, and Exchange Thunder Palace. These 8 Great Thunder Palaces were located on different 8 mountain peaks, and each had their own duties. Among them, Gen Thunder Palace and Exchanged Thunder Palace were responsible for the recruitment of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, these 2 Great Thunder Palaces only recruited disciples of the Foundation Establishment stage and below. It's just that Exchanged Thunder Palace mainly recruited female cultivators, while Gen Thunder Palace recruited young male cultivators. Chapter 15-14. After hearing about the 8 Great Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect and thinking about Shang Huaming's 3.5 disciples, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. There was no need to say anything. Shang Huaming's fate was to be exterminated by the 100 Grass Sect, but the Imperial Thunder Sect only needed to recruit a single disciple, and the 3 great cultivation sects of the state of Shi only dared to send disciples to intercept them, not daring to openly provoke them. Right, why did only fellow Taoist Xue come to Misty Mountain? Xiaohua looked around and whispered. How could Senior Ling give up such a good opportunity? Xueqi smiled bitterly. The reason? Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know? I know. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He pointed at his nose and said in bewilderment, How could I know about your Misty Mountain? Looking at Xiaohua's bewilderment and the tens of thousands of cultivators on Thunderclap Peak, Xueqi felt a burst of guilt. Yes, she was only at the 8th level of qi condensation. Although she could rank in the front among these tens of thousands of cultivators, the Imperial Thunder Sect only recruited 10 disciples. It was simply impossible for her. Look at Xiaohua, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation. His chances of passing the selection were several times higher than hers. As long as Xiaohua passed the selection, he would become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. For Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, Foundation Establishment was just within reach. And for Misty Mountain, a Foundation Establishment cultivator was truly a colossus. Thinking for a moment, Xueqi clenched her teeth and sent out a silence talisman. She smiled apologetically and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao actually. Then, Xueqi actually spoke of Ling Zhengyi's thoughts in full detail. She didn't hide anything. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua wasn't as angry as she imagined. There wasn't even a trace of expression on his face. Perhaps there was only a trace of a strange expression in his eyes. Could it be? Xueqi suddenly felt a burst of absurdity in her heart. She couldn't help but whisper, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao already knew? Moreover, when that fire ape escaped from the earth fire, fellow Taoist Xiao was nearby. Hee, Xiaohua laughed. I was only at the 4th level of qi condensation that day. How could I dare to appear in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Furthermore, I didn't know about it because of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the Imperial Thunder Sect without knowing that the Misty Mountain's disciples had suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told him about what he had heard in the Flame Forest Swamp. Ling Chongya. This guy is actually a member of Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh family. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xueqi gnashed her teeth, wishing she could immediately send a message to Misty Mountain. Hee, don't tell me that the Flying Phoenix Ridge doesn't have any spies from the Misty Mountain? Xiaohua laughed. Xueqi was embarrassed, but she didn't say anything. All right, fellow Taoist Xue, rest early. There's a selection tomorrow. As long as fellow Taoist passes the selection, what's the point of being afraid of Flying Phoenix Ridge? Xiaohua advised. Yes, I was too focused. Xueqi cupped her hands and said, the matter of the magic tools ends here. I will inform Uncle when I have the chance. Those things are all fellow Taoist Zhao's. My Misty Mountain will never mention another word to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat indifferent appearance, Xueqi once again said in a low voice, the fire ape is a spirit beast comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment. If fellow Taoist Xiao is able to subdue it, it can be said to be a great help. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be careless. This magic tool is precisely the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao comprehends the method within, you can definitely subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Xue, just as you said, the fire ape is late-stage Foundation establishment. If I want to subdue it, I'm afraid that I's cultivation must also be late-stage Foundation establishment. I don't need to say what happened to Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Genyuan and Misty Mountain's Uncle Gue who subdued the fire ape. They both failed. I haven't thought about it at all. Xueqi's face turned red. That's right, people's greed is the most terrifying. When they see something useful, they want to take it for themselves. They never consider their own ability. Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Genyuan lost the fire ape soul-suppressing magic tool only because he was a bit greedier than Ling Zhengyi of Misty Mountain. Now that it has fallen into Xiaohua's hands, he can no longer have the opportunity to subdue the fire ape. And right now, Xiaohua's cultivation is even worse than Pu Genyuan's. Xueqi's persuasion. Doesn't it have another meaning? All right, fellow Taoist Xue, remove this silence talisman. Xiaohua said with a smile. I know what you mean. The fire ape's chances will depend on the future. Yes. Xueqi removed the silence talisman. The two closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, quietly waiting for the arrival of dawn. Gradually, the night became even darker. Xiaohua closed his eyes and cultivated. The dragon transformation art within his body was still circulating. After these 2 years of cultivation, the dragon transformation art had a little bit of success. The current Xiaohua could barely control his meridians, and could enlarge and shrink them a bit. Of course, compared to the little white dragon in the past, which could casually expand into a dragon and shrink into a snake, there was still a huge difference. But just this alone let Xiaohua know that he didn't cultivate the dragon transformation art incorrectly. However, cultivating the dragon transformation art caused Xiaohua to have new doubts. Because following the cultivation of the dragon transformation art, Xiaohua had gradually sensed more meridians. And these meridians were not recorded in the heavenly law embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua was still not sure how many meridians there were, he already knew that these meridians, whether big or small, were extremely numerous. Could it be? These meridians are for the Foundation establishment stage, gold core stage. I need to temper them in the future? Many times, Xiaohua would ask himself this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have any Foundation establishment stage techniques, so it was impossible for him to have any explanation. At this time, Xiaohua was cultivating as usual. The alien starlight ignored the restrictions outside the thunderclap peak and directly shot down. The reverse light also stopped revolving, absorbing the starlight like a bottomless black hole. Xiaohua had already recovered his ashen white bones, and was absorbing the starlight 3 times faster than before. Ha! There seems to be divine sense. While Xueqi was cultivating, suddenly, dozens of divine senses were sent out from the thunderclap peak, sweeping in several directions like a waterfall. Xueqi opened his eyes. The reverse light in the space returned to its original state, and the alien starlight also disappeared. At the same time that Xueqi opened his eyes, several middle and late 11th level qi refining cultivators also discovered the divine senses. These cultivators were all outstanding cultivators from cultivation families. Although they hadn't reached the peak of the 12th level of qi refining, they had all taken pills similar to the revolving illumination pill from their families, and had long since developed their divine senses. At this time, although their divine senses had yet to take shape, it wasn't difficult for them to sense the divine senses of others. The divine senses sweeping across the peak were very fast, but they were fast and not chaotic. Almost every cultivator's body was slightly paused, as if they were choosing something. One of the divine senses naturally swept across Xueqi's body, but that divine sense only swept slightly, and then immediately swept past, sweeping towards Xueqi. Xueqi was cultivating at this time, so she didn't know. After the divine sense swept past Xueqi, it paused for a moment, then swept again several times, and then continued to sweep below. Moreover, when the divine sense swept across Xueqi's body, Xueqi suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. Ha! What's going on? Xueqi was a bit puzzled. Before the divine sense left Xueqi's body, Xueqi very recklessly released his perception, wanting to see what the fluctuation was. Unfortunately, Xueqi looked for a long time, but didn't see any clues. Strange. Xueqi scratched his head, but suddenly, Xueqi woke up. Damn it, what's so strange? Isn't this a divine sense marking? When Xianghua Sex Yu was tracking me, didn't he use this divine sense marking? If it wasn't for that empress, I would have already fallen into their hands. How did this divine sense mark Xueqi's body? AI, is there still a need to say? Didn't Xueqi say it before? Misty Mountain and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect have a very deep relationship. Presumably this is the master that disciple entrusted. Xiaohua's heart was bitter, and he thought of the 4th level qi refining Yutong he met in the Rinsing Flower Sect. Comparing people to people is infuriating. Thinking that he was already at the 10th level of qi refining, but still couldn't enter the eyes of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and Xueqi was just at the 7th level of qi refining, and was chosen by the master of the Imperial Thunder Sect before she was selected, Xiaohua's heart had a trace of jealousy, a trace of helplessness, and even more, bitterness. Just as Xiaohua was looking around in self-pity, suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just now I seem to have used my perception to explore their divine sense. They actually didn't discover it. Xiaohua actually used his own perception to explore when they used their divine sense to mark Xueqi. What made Xiaohua feel the most incomprehensible was that the divine sense actually didn't detect it. What's going on? Xiaohua was alarmed, and he thought again. Could it be, this perception that I cultivate? Isn't it the embryonic form of divine sense? After all, Xiaohua's perception was something that he used some nameless chant to cultivate when he was at the 4th level of qi refining. This had never been heard of in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Immediately, Xiaohua was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, this is great. This young master can perceive divine sense, but divine sense can't perceive this young master. This is such a wonderful thing. However, while he was happy, Xiaohua was also apprehensive. Since this perception was different from divine sense, then, what about true divine sense? How would Xiaohua cultivate in the future? When Xiaohua reached the 12th level of qi refining, where would his divine sense come from? Could it be that there would be another type of divine sense? My head hurts. Xiaohua really frowned. He raised his eyes to look at the cultivators all over the mountain. His perception was still sweeping down the mountain like the wind, and Xiaohua's mind was in chaos. Clearly, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate in peace. Time flew by quickly, and the sky to the east showed a smear of white, and the sun began to gradually rise. Many cultivators sat facing the east and began to breathe, using different methods to absorb the essence of the sun. What can I do? Let's go and see. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders, and a trace of laziness appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, and a bit of essence was sucked into his mouth. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Xueqi suddenly exclaimed from the side. Chapter 15:15. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Xueqi called out in a low voice, giving Xiao Hua a big fright. He suddenly came to his senses and looked all around. The languid expression on his face had long since disappeared. But when he saw that there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality around him, he turned his head and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Xue, is there something wrong?" "No, nothing." Xueqi's face blushed and her eyes flickered. She hurriedly covered it up and said, "I just woke up and casually called fellow Taoist Xiao." "Is that so?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. But when he looked around again, there was indeed nothing to pay attention to. When he wanted to ask more, his gaze was attracted by a few children in front of him. Those children were only 4 or 5 years old. Beside them, there were a few low-level refinement middle-aged men accompanying them. Their faces were full of spirit and they were curiously looking around. "Fellow Taoist Xue, are these children also participating in the selection?" Xiao Hua pointed and asked. "Oh, those children." Xueqi's face was still slightly flustered. She used her hand to stroke the hair in front of her forehead and laughed softly, "Of course. Didn't I say last night? The first test of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection is to test the attributes of the body. As long as one has the lightning attribute, they will be accepted by the Imperial Thunder Sect. These children are young. Their body attributes should meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? If it is a fight, how can they be the opponent of others?" "Oh," Xiao Hua nodded. Recruiting 4 or 5-year-old children was a common method of all sections. The Imperial Thunder Sect was naturally not an exception. Looking at Xiao Hua, Xueqi's heart was churning. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why did he return to his old self? He looks really ordinary like this. If he was always like that, lazy, how good would that be? Although Xiao Hua's perception was powerful, he still could not penetrate Xueqi's heart. How could he know what Xueqi was thinking? At this time, the sun had already risen high in the east, illuminating the entire Thunderclap Peak with golden light. Looking outside from the foot of the Thunderclap Peak, it was no different from usual. There was no restriction at all. And at this time, the light of the round ball that was used as a moonstone last night was gradually disappearing. Only traces of lightning still appeared from time to time. "Fellow Taoists," suddenly, a deafening voice resounded throughout the Thunderclap Peak. "Ah?" This sudden voice startled Xiao Hua. What level of cultivation was this? That voice was deep and resounding, like rolling thunder that spread throughout the entire Thunderclap Peak, causing all the cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak to be shocked. However, this "fellow Taoists" left Xiao Hua puzzled, and when the second sentence was heard, Xiao Hua couldn't help but smile. "Thank you all for coming to my Imperial Thunder Sect. I am Zhen Yeming, a disciple of Zhen Lei Palace. I will be in charge of today's selection." As it turned out, this voice was coming from the many balls in the air. No wonder it could be heard everywhere. It was clear that the cultivation level of this voice was profound. The first test is to test your physical attributes. If you meet the requirements of the Lightning Controlling Sect, the disciples of the Lightning Controlling Sect will give you a numbered medallion. This medallion will be used to identify you in the disciple selection. When the selection is over, the disciples who didn't pass the selection can take this token with them. Let me tell you, fellow Taoists, this token contains a defensive yellow talisman. Perhaps it can save your life when you're in danger. Upon hearing this last sentence, Xiao Hua smiled even more. This tone and the faint pride in these words were probably not something a Foundation Establishment senior would reveal. "All right, fellow Taoists, please stand where you are and don't move. The disciples of Zhen Lei Palace and Converging Thunder Palace will appear by your side soon." The voice was slightly exaggerated and even dragged out. As the voice fell, the many balls in the air emitted dazzling lightning. As the lightning flashed, several small figures appeared in each of the balls. These figures were like pieces of light that flashed across the entire Thunderclap Peak. However, among these light figures, there were many boys and girls around the 6th layer of Qi refining who were no more than 11 or 12 years old who landed on the foothills of the Thunderclap Peak. Although these boys were a bit young, they were all extraordinary. Needless to say, the boys and girls were all pretty and delicate. With a single glance, one could tell that they were people with excellent foundations. Just by standing there, they had an extraordinary bearing, which made the tens of thousands of cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak admire them. Fellow Taoists, I have been sent by my senior brother to test your physical attributes. I hope that you will cooperate. The boys, regardless of whether they were facing a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator or a 1st layer Qi refining cultivator, all bowed respectfully and spoke in a humble tone. Xiao Hua and the others secretly cheered in their hearts and also bowed respectfully. All right, fellow Taoists, please test according to the arrangement of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Fellow Taoists who have not passed the test, please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. My Zhenlei Palace disciples will escort you out of the mountain. The voice sounded again. Immediately after, a young cultivator around 30 years old wearing a purple Taoist robe with a 12th layer Qi refining cultivation appeared in the air. This young cultivator's face was crimson red and his forehead was full. He wore a slight smile on his face and very conceitedly looked towards the Thunderclap Peak. This is Zhen Yeming. Xiao Hua had long felt it. He stood in the middle of the group of cultivators and narrowed his eyes. 30 years old. 12th layer Qi refining. Compared to Li Zongbao, he is still lacking. I am now in the 10th layer Qi refining. In another 10 years, I should be able to reach the 12th layer Qi refining. At that time, I's age seems to be hard to calculate. If we count from the time I was 18 years old at Yellow Flower Ridge, I should be 23 years old right now. But I still seem to be 18 years old. If I tell people that I am still 18 years old, they should be able to deceive them. Even if I reach the 12th layer Qi refining at 33 years old, I can still be considered amazing. Not to mention Xiao Hua's narcissism, the children of the Zhenlei Palace and the converted Thunder Palace had already started testing the cultivator's attributes. Sure enough, as Xueqi said, the magic tool of the Imperial Thunder Sect was different from usual. It was not in the shape of a ball, but rather in the shape of a flute. At one end of the flute, there was a handle-like groove. Fellow Taoist, please use your hand to hold the groove of the mirror spirit. Do not use magic power. The child closest to Xiao Hua was a girl from the converted Thunder Palace. Her voice was very clear and pleasant to the ears. At this moment, she was talking to an 8th layer Qi refining cultivator several zhang away. The male cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. I want to see if I meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect." With that said, the cultivator took the mirror spirit from the girl's hand and placed his hand on the groove. A strange thing happened. A light blue brilliance appeared from the groove in the cultivator's hand and slowly spread to the other side. However, after just a few inches, the light blue brilliance stopped and refused to move forward. When the male cultivator saw this, although he didn't know how to use the mirror spirit, he knew something was wrong when he saw that the light blue brilliance occupied less than half of the entire mirror spirit. Without waiting for the male cultivator to speak, the girl said with a smile, "My apologies, fellow Taoist. You don't meet the requirements of our Imperial Thunder Sect. Please go to the west side of the shocking Thunder Peak. In a moment, a senior martial brother from the Zhenlei Palace will escort you out of the mountain." The male cultivator wanted to ask for the reason, but when he saw the girl's hand, he let out a sigh and handed the mirror spirit over. He then turned around and walked to the west. A 5-year-old boy next to the male cultivator blinked his eyes and cutely asked, big sister, how about I take the test?" A 2nd layer Qi condensation cultivator next to the boy poked him and scolded, "Call her fellow Taoist." The boy pouted and looked at the cultivator with a wronged expression. He helplessly said, "Fellow Taoist, big sister." Everyone around them burst out laughing. The cultivator's expression was very unnatural. He glared at the boy and said, "Little brother, you want to take the test too? You have to perform well. If you don't pass, big sister won't let you pass." The girl saw how cute the boy was and smiled like a flower. She handed the mirror spirit over. When the boy's chubby hand grabbed the mirror spirit, a ray of purple and red light appeared. It was extremely dazzling and flowed to the other side of the mirror spirit like water. It only stopped halfway through the mirror spirit. "Excellent." The girl clapped and smiled. "Little brother, you are the first person big sister took today." "Really?" The boy didn't say anything, but the cultivator was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Little brother, give the mirror spirit to big sister." The girl smiled and asked, "How old are you this year?" The boy handed the mirror spirit to the girl and smiled. I am 5 years old and 2 years old. 5 years old and 2 years old? The girl was clearly stunned and asked. Then you are 7 years old. The cultivator quickly explained. No, he is 5 years old this year. He just had his birthday 2 months ago. Ha ha ha. The girl was clearly amused. She covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, since little brother is only 5 years old, he doesn't need to pass the second test. Oh right, fellow Taoist, is he fellow Taoists? The girl turned and asked the cultivator. He is I's son, my son. The cultivator happily said. Has he cultivated any techniques? Yes. I taught him the basic techniques half a year ago. He is almost at the first layer of qi refining. The cultivator proudly said. You taught him a technique? The girl frowned. What? Did I do something wrong? The cultivator became anxious. Of course you did something wrong. Very wrong. The girl mercilessly said. What technique is your technique? What technique is my Imperial Thunder Sect's technique? Is it better to use your technique to let this child enter the sect or use my Imperial Thunder Sect's technique to let him enter the sect? This. The cultivator's face turned ashen after hearing this. Chapter 15-16. Fortunately, he hasn't entered the first layer of qi refining yet. Moreover, he has a thunder attribute physique, so he meets the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Otherwise, as the girl spoke, she patted her hand and took out a message talisman from her storage pouch. She used her magic power to activate it and it flew away. Then she said to the cultivator, fellow Taoist, are you also participating in the selection? Me. The cultivator pointed at his nose and bitterly smiled. I's age and cultivation. How can I enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? He. Fellow Taoist is quite self-aware. However, this is a rare opportunity for my Imperial Thunder Sect. Anyone who comes to my Thunderclap Peak can take the test. Fellow Taoist might as well give it a try. The girl spoke in an orderly manner, causing the people nearby to be convinced. Even though Xueqi was a bit far away, he could still inwardly nod his head. Hearing this, the cultivator also nodded his head and took the mirror spirit. After taking it, a dark red light flashed and slowly flowed less than an inch before stopping. When the cultivator saw this, his face flushed red. Oh, fellow Taoist is of the fire attribute. The girl nodded her head and said, fellow Taoist, you can try activating your magic power. Ha! I can activate magic power? Why didn't that cultivator move aside? Xueqi's eyes turned, and he understood. That cultivator just now had a light blue brilliance. According to the 5 elements, it should be of the water attribute. It was the opposite of the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation method, so there was naturally no need to use magic power. The cultivator activated his magic power, but when the cultivator's face flushed red, the light red light only moved half an inch. All right, fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. The girl took the mirror spirit with a smile and spoke very naturally. But, what about my son? He doesn't seem to have received a command medallion yet? The cultivator looked at the boy with reluctance and asked pitifully. This little brother is below 5 years old and doesn't need to pass the second and third tests. Therefore, you don't need to give out a token. I have already sent a message to the senior martial brothers in Zhenlei Palace. They will send people over to pick this junior martial brother up. Zhenlei Palace will have a special test for this junior martial brother. And this test is very simple. If you follow it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, that's right. This is the token of a relative of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Take it and register it in the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciplinary hall. The external affairs disciple of the disciplinary hall will explain to you how to visit this junior martial brother in the future. The girl clapped her hands and a small square token was handed over to the cultivator. Good. The cultivator's face was filled with tears as he stroked the boy's hair a few times and whispered, Awa! Listen to your senior sisters in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cultivate well for your father. You must make your father proud. The boy seemed to understand, but he didn't. He opened his eyes wide and nodded obediently. While they were talking, a 10th layer qi refining cultivator flew out from the nearest ball and landed beside the girl. Senior martial brother Zhen Yun. It's this boy. The girl cupped her hands and bowed. She pointed at the boy and said, The cultivator looked at the boy, and without another word, he reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. Then, he flew into the air and entered the ball. Oh wow! The boy's father stopped after chasing for half a step and couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Xueqi watched from afar. On the entire Thunderclap Mountain, there were also a few disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect flying out from several places. They also brought a few boys and girls into the ball. Innate attributes are still the most important. Xueqi sighed inwardly. Hee, fellow Xiao, you don't have to be envious. Seeing this, Xueqi smiled and said, Although this boy is of the Thunder attribute and can cultivate the cultivation method of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it's only a possibility. As for whether he can cultivate or not, it'll still depend on his future cultivation to prove it. And then, is there a method that can be used like testing the 5 elements? As long as it can be tested, it'll definitely be able to cultivate? Xueqi suddenly thought of something and asked, Fellow Xiao, this is a good question. Xueqi was stunned and said, I have never thought of this before. Ha, I was just casually saying it. Xueqi said with a smile. After the boy's father left, the female disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect continued to test the other cultivators. The next few cultivators didn't have the Thunder attribute or the Fire attribute. Although one of them was yellow in color, that cultivator said, Fellow Taoist, I have always cultivated the Fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the elders in the clan also said that I have the Fire attribute. Can you let I activate my magic power? The girl shook her head and said, Fellow Taoist, my Imperial Thunder Sect naturally recruits disciples based on my Imperial Thunder Sect spirit. Even if fellow Taoist believes that you have the Thunder attribute, if my spirit can't flash a purple light, then you can't have the Thunder attribute. Then she looked at that cultivator's cultivation and said softly, Moreover, even if fellow Taoist is of the Thunder attribute, with such a young age and cultivation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to pass the second and third tests. Fellow Taoist should go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. There's a third test. Xueqi was stunned and turned to look at Xueqi. As expected, Xueqi's face was also filled with surprise. The next cultivator was of the Fire attribute. A blood-colored light traveled for about 2 inches. That cultivator's face turned ugly, but the girl didn't think so and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist is of the Fire attribute, you can activate your magic power. That cultivator activated his magic power and the blood-colored light, as if taking a Peiyuan pill, suddenly traveled 50% of the distance. Good. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on passing the first test. Seeing this, the girl clapped her hands and took out a number plate from her storage pouch. She lowered her head and looked at it, then handed it over. Fellow Taoist's number plate is number 24, please keep it well. Ha. That cultivator's hands were trembling. He still didn't believe it and took the number plate. He brought his arm to his mouth and fiercely bit it. Ouch! By the time that cultivator cried out in pain, the girl had already taken the spirit mirror to test the next cultivator. Although the process of the test was very simple, there were really too many cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. There were probably over 100 cultivators surrounding the girl. Xueqi and Xueqi were standing not too far away from the girl. Seeing that less than 10% of the cultivators passed the test and the other 90% of the cultivators left dejectedly for the west side of the Thunderclap Peak, their hearts were also restless. The first test of the Imperial Thunder Sect actually didn't look at cultivation, only the body's attribute. Moreover, the way they determined the attribute was different from outside. Many cultivators also thought that they were of the Fire attribute, but they were all denied by the girl. Therefore, Xueqi's heart was restless. Previously, when Xueqi was at Yellow Flower Ridge, he didn't test any attribute. He even tested that he was of the Water attribute. It was only later that he learned that he was of the Fire attribute when he practiced the raising fire to burning heaven. Unfortunately, the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't allow him to use his magic power at the beginning of the test. Xueqi seemed to have seen the light blue brilliance of the spirit mirror when he received it. 4 hours passed very quickly. The number of people around the girl became fewer and fewer. Almost everyone had passed the test. The girl raised her head, looked around, and said with a smile, Is there anyone else who hasn't taken the test? Fellow Taoists, don't think that you're lucky. In a while, my Imperial Thunder Sect will conduct the second test. If you don't get a token, When the restriction of the thunderclap peak activates, you will lose your life. Sure enough, as the girl said, there were a few people hiding at the side who wanted to make up the numbers. At this time, they had no choice but to come out and take the test. Let's go, fellow Taoist Xue. Even if we have to wait until the end, we still have to take the test. Xiaohua looked at Xueqi, who was also a little flustered, and said in a low voice, "AI, let's go together." Xueqi replied, "I have the earth attribute. I'm afraid I won't be able to pass this test." When Xiaohua and Xueqi arrived at the girl's side, the few cultivators who passed off as fish eyes had already dejectedly headed to the west side of the thunderclap peak. Fellow Taoists, who will go first? The girl had already seen Xiaohua and Xueqi and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xue, you go first. Xiaohua took half a step back and said with a smile. Okay. Xueqi smiled bitterly. She stretched out her white and tender right hand and took the spirit mirror from the girl. Xueqi closed her eyes. Ah! Just when Xueqi closed her eyes, a sound of astonishment immediately came from all around. Fellow Taoist Xue, you have the lightning attribute. Quickly open your eyes. Xiaohua's cheerful and envious voice sounded in Xueqi's ears. Ah, really? Xueqi's heart was immediately filled with joy. She couldn't wait to open her eyes. Sure enough, the spirit mirror in Xueqi's hand was emitting a bright purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was already more than half of its length. Hee. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. You have the mythical thunder physique, which is precisely the requirement to become a disciple of my imperial thunder sect. Please take this token and wait for the second test. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. She took out the token from her storage pouch and handed it to Xueqi. Then she took the spirit mirror from Xueqi's hand and turned to Xiaohua and said, Fellow Taoist, you should be the last one to take the test. Please take the test. The second test of my imperial thunder sect should begin in an hour. Xiaohua looked at the spirit mirror in front of him and took a deep breath. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, I will take the test now. However, Xiaohua stretched out his hand, but before he could touch the spirit mirror, he stopped again. There was a feeling of loss and gain in his heart. Hee, fellow Taoist, you're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, but your Tao heart is still not stable? If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid your realm will become unstable. The girl smiled sweetly and stuffed the spirit mirror into Xiaohua's hand. However, a strange thing finally happened again. That spirit mirror in Xiaohua's hand actually didn't have the slightest reaction. It was exactly the same as when the girl held it in her hand just now. The girl frowned slightly and said in displeasure, Fellow Taoist, don't try to show off some divine ability. If this spirit mirror doesn't have any reaction, you will also be eliminated. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 15-17. Seeing that the situation he was most worried about was indeed happening again, Xiaohua inwardly cursed. However, he shook the mirror spirit in his hand again and again, but the mirror spirit still didn't move at all. Seeing Xiaohua like this, the girl very justly smiled and said, Since fellow Taoist, wait a moment, fellow Taoist. Seeing that the girl was about to announce his elimination, Xiaohua immediately said anxiously, I didn't use any secret technique to hide my attribute. This mirror spirit, is it broken? Think about it. I came all the way to the thunderclap peak. How could I possibly make things difficult for myself? The girl looked at Xiaohua. Sure enough, he didn't show any signs of using magic power. She immediately scratched her head and said, That's right, this concealment technique was only taught by martial uncle half a year ago. Even this poor Taoist had to practice for several months before being able to grasp it. How do you know the secret technique of my imperial thunder sect? Could it be? It's really broken. As she spoke, the girl took the mirror spirit. The magic power in her body slightly moved and a faint purple light flashed on the mirror spirit. That light quickly rushed to the mirror spirit's position about 60%. The girl's expression slightly changed. She didn't hand the mirror spirit over to Xiaohua and only said, Fellow Taoist, I'm very sorry. You don't meet the conditions for my imperial thunder sect to recruit disciples. Fellow Taoist, please go to the west side of the thunderclap peak. In a moment, my Zhenlei Palace's senior brothers will Xiao Hua was naturally very anxious and said loudly, "Fellow Taoist. I was watching from the side just now. I only know that among the 5 elements, cultivators with metal, wood, water, and earth attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples. But I didn't hear that cultivators with no attributes don't meet the conditions for your sect to recruit disciples. How about you let me try again by pouring magic power into the mirror spirit?" The girl slightly shook her head and said in all seriousness, "Fellow Taoist is wrong. I received an order from my master that those with lightning, wind, yin, yang, and other extremely rare attributes can all pass the first round of selection. Those with fire attributes can pour magic power into the mirror spirit to test the strength of the fire attribute. If it's more than half, they can pass. However, they never said that cultivators with no attributes can pass the selection." Xiao Hua shakes his head. "But your esteemed teacher didn't seem to say that if the mirror spirit didn't react, we shouldn't try again using transcendence energy, right?" The girl shook her head like a rattle drum. "I have never heard of a physique with balanced 5 elements. Much less a physique without any 5 elements. Fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Please leave the mountain as soon as possible." Motherfucker! Xiao Hua was furious. However, the other party was only a 12-year-old girl. Perhaps she was a genius in cultivation, but in terms of conduct, he was afraid that he couldn't ask for too much. Just as the little girl turned around and was about to leave, Xiao Hua's figure moved slightly, and like a gust of wind, he stretched out his hand and seized the mirror spirit. The girl was shocked. It wasn't that she didn't pay attention to the outside world, but she had been busy for more than 2 hours. Her previous curiosity had long disappeared, and she had already felt a little sleepy and had lost some of her vigilance. The most important thing was that Xiao Hua's movements were too fast, and there wasn't even a trace of spiritual power fluctuation. Before she could react, the mirror spirit was already in Xiao Hua's hands. "What are you doing?" The girl abruptly turned around, clapped her hands, and shouted with a thunderous voice. But just as she said these words, a scene that made the surrounding people dumbfounded appeared. The mirror spirit in Xiao Hua's hands suddenly flashed with an extremely brilliant purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was like the scorching sun at noon, dazzling everyone's eyes. "This." Before the girl could say a second sentence, she heard Xiao Hua say in a very panicked voice, "This? What's going on?" Immediately that scorching sun flew into the air, and with a boom, that scorching sun actually exploded in midair. "Ah!" Not only was the girl dumbstruck, but Xueqi, who was sweating profusely for Xiao Hua, and the surrounding cultivators who were watching the show were all dumbstruck as they stood there. Xiao Hua's face was even more embarrassed, and he was at a loss for what to do. "You dare to destroy Ai's mirror spirit?" The girl immediately understood, and the tears in her eyes immediately gushed out. She clapped her hands, and several 5 lightning yellow talismans flashed with traces of purple lightning, and scattered towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua knew that he was in the wrong. His figure moved slightly, and he quickly dodged the lightning talisman. In midair, he called out very innocently, "Fellow Taoist." This poor Taoist only poured in a trace of magic power. "This mirror spirit of your sect is really weak. You still dare to quibble. It must be because you were eliminated by my Imperial Thunder Sect, and your heart was dirty, so you destroyed my Imperial Thunder Sect's magic tool." How could the girl be willing to let it go? Her mouth berated, and her hands didn't stop. One of her hands took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag, and the other hand used palm lightning and other spells to bombard Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua was helpless, and he couldn't fight back. He could only use his flying technique to shuttle between the girl's spells, and painstakingly think of a way to escape. "Dui Ling, what's going on?" A voice came from midair. It was Zhen Yeming, who was in charge of the first round of selection. "Senior brother Zhen." Seeing Zhen Yeming come over, Dui Ling's small mouth became even more depressed, and he almost cried, "This guy destroyed this disciple's mirror spirit. Senior brother Zhen, you have to help this disciple. Don't let this disciple go back to master to be punished." Sweat. Xiao Hua felt ashamed in his heart. Of course, he had earned a trace of a chance to pass the Imperial Thunder Sect selection, but this chance came at the cost of destroying Dui Ling's magic tool. He had really let her down. However, after Xiao Hua felt ashamed, he also loudly complained about the injustice. It was just as he said, he had only poured his magic power into the mirror spirit, and although he didn't have the trace, he said, But, who would have thought? The light that appeared was so bright, and the speed of the light was so fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the other side of the mirror spirit, and the origin of the mirror spirit wasn't enough. The entire mirror spirit shook violently, and the light seemed to want to break through the mirror spirit. Xueqi hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but the light was still there, and the vibration was still there. He could only throw the mirror spirit into the air. Don't cry. Today is a big event for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Everyone here is here for the first time, and there are many cultivators who didn't pass the selection. Your crying will make the Imperial Thunder Sect lose face. Zhen Yeming glanced at Xueqi and said to Dui Ling, hearing that it would affect the Imperial Thunder Sect's reputation. Dui Ling's face tensed up, and he hurriedly stretched out his arm to wipe away the tears on his face, revealing a tenacious expression. What's going on? How did you destroy the mirror spirit? Zhen Yeming said coldly to Xueqi. Although fellow Taoist came to the Imperial Thunder Sect to participate in the selection and is considered an important guest of the Imperial Thunder Sect, if you don't put the Imperial Thunder Sect in your eyes, we won't treat fellow Taoist with the hospitality of a guest. Oh, senior brother Zhen, disciple Xueqi was at the side the whole time. Xueqi hurriedly stepped forward. Zhen Yeming glanced at the number plate in Xueqi's hand and didn't refute. He nodded and said, Yes, Xueqi, tell me about it. Xueqi recounted everything that had happened just now, without adding or deleting any details. Hearing Xueqi's words, Zhen Yeming frowned and looked at Xueqi with a complicated gaze. He then turned to ask Dui Ling, Is what fellow Taoist Xue said true? Yes, what fellow Taoist Xue said is true. Dui Ling nodded and said, This cultivator called Xueqi doesn't have the lightning attribute, nor the fire attribute. He also doesn't have any other rare attributes. Therefore, disciple followed the orders of my teacher and eliminated him. But, your teacher. Zhen Yeming was halfway through his sentence when he saw Dui Ling's eyes turn red again. How would he dare to continue? He knew that they were just inexperienced children who treated the words of their teacher as the golden rule and didn't know how to be flexible. He rephrased his words and said, Cultivators with balanced 5 elements should have a white brilliance during the test. Didn't the teacher of the Imperial Thunder Sect mention it? Dui Ling's face was blank as he shook his head and said, They didn't mention it. Oh, it's no wonder. There is only one person with balanced 5 elements in this world. My Imperial Thunder Sect has never encountered such a person when recruiting disciples. If I wasn't in charge of the first round of selection this year and specially read through all the ancient records, I might not have known about it. Zhen Yeming sighed. So you don't blame me? Dui Ling raised his small face and smiled through his tears. No, no. Leave this fellow Taoist to senior brother. Do you have any other cultivators to test? Zhen Yeming smiled. No, this is the last one. Dui Ling said with a smile. The panic on his face had long disappeared. Zhen Yeming turned to Xueqi and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have never seen a cultivator with balanced 5 elements. But, a cultivator without any 5 elements, let alone even my teacher's ancient records don't have any records of such a person. Could it be that fellow Taoist is an anomaly? As he spoke, Zhen Yeming clapped his hands and took out another mirror spirit. He handed it over and said, Fellow Taoist, don't use your magic power. Let I take a look. Yes. Xueqi accepted it. Just as Xueqi said, the mirror spirit didn't move at all. There wasn't even a trace of light flashing, not even the so-called white light. Strange. Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you are really an anomaly? Although Zhen Yeming had already stopped Xueqi's description, seeing that the mirror spirit didn't move and Xueqi didn't have any magic power fluctuations around him, he couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Do you need I to channel my magic power? Xueqi probed. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Zhen Yeming shook his head and asked again, since fellow Taoist is already at Qi refining stage 10, then, which sect do you belong to? What kind of cultivation technique do you practice? This. Xueqi frowned slightly. The cultivation technique Heavenly Law's embodiment technique had caused a lot of trouble in Yan Yuan City. It was even related to the 1,000-year-old mother and son spirit fruit. He really didn't want to talk about it. Oh, if you don't want to talk about the cultivation technique, then tell me which sect do you belong to? Zhen Yeming tactfully asked. Fellow Taoist Zhen, please know that I am a loose cultivator. Xueqi said helplessly, I have practiced a fire-type cultivation technique called raising fire to the heavens. Chapter 15:18. What? Loose cultivator? Zhen Yeming was stunned and said with surprise. How is this possible? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I am of course a loose cultivator. Otherwise, why would I enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? May I ask how old you are? Zhen Yeming asked curiously. I should be around 23 years old. Xiao Hua did not dare to lie and said truthfully. Oh, then fellow Xiao must have taken some pill to retain your youth? Zhen Yeming was not surprised and looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Fellow Taoist is very lucky. Pills to retain one's youth are very hard to find in the cultivation world. And yes, I guess. Xiao Hua's reply was very vague, but his heart was moved and he thought to himself, I was wondering why my face did not change. So it was a pill to retain one's youth. It seems that it is really hard to find, otherwise I would have known. Pill to retain one's youth? Xueqi's face was also filled with envy as she stared at Xiao Hua's young face in a daze. Of course, eternal youth was the highest realm that all women, regardless of whether they were immortal or mortal, pursued. Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao just said. What kind of fire attribute technique did you cultivate? Zhen Yeming asked again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, as a loose cultivator, actually reached the peak of Qi refining stage 10 at the age of 23. It can be said that you are a peerless genius. I am rather interested in fellow Taoist's technique. Raising fire to the heavens. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Raising fire to the heavens? Zhen Yeming thought for a while and said curiously. I don't seem to have heard of such a technique. All right, I will let fellow Taoist Zhen know. This is a shallow technique. Xiao Hua said with a strange smile. Zhen Yeming looked at Xiao Hua as if he was considering the authenticity of Xiao Hua's words. However, the real thing was that his heart was in turmoil. No attributes. No attributes of the 5 elements. What does this mean? As the saying goes, jump out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Become a free immortal and live as long as the heavens. No attributes of the 5 elements. Doesn't that mean that you are not in the 5 elements? Of course, in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent, there were no cultivators without attributes of the 5 elements. However, that did not mean that there were no legends of the 5 elements. No, it couldn't be said that it was the same as the legends. Because those legends without the 5 elements were all stories of great divine abilities and great cultivators. But there had never been any records of low-level cultivators. But this little rogue cultivator in front of him actually had no attributes of any of the 5 elements. What could this mean? Perhaps he was a genius in cultivation. Or perhaps he was trash in cultivation. Forget it. No matter what, this Xiao Hua can be considered a strange person. My Imperial Thunder Sect has to be extra careful. Even if he's a piece of trash, I'm afraid he'll have to stay on my Sky Thunder Peak. Zhen Yeming made up his mind. He looked at the dozens of cultivators who wanted to gather around him and waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. You can leave now and find a place to rest. The second round of the test is about to begin. Today, we will be recruiting 100 disciples. Although the quota is 10 times more than before, the real test is yet to come. Yes, when the surrounding cultivators heard that Xiao Hua wanted to recruit 100 disciples, their faces showed a pleasant surprise. How could they still care about what attribute Xiao Hua's physique was? Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. Zhen Yeming smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Xiao Hua to stand beside him. When Xiao Hua walked over, Dui Ling blinked her eyes and said, Senior Marshal Brother Zhen, this disciple will also go over? Hee, Junior Marshal Sister Dui Ling. Your matter is already done. This Senior Marshal Brother will report your matter to the Marshal Ancestor. You can return with the other Senior Marshal Brothers of the Converging Thunder Palace. After Zhen Yeming finished explaining everything, he waved his hand and cast out a spell that was flickering with lightning. A bright light flashed around the 2 of them. Following that, a bright light shot out from the nearest round ball and the 2 of them disappeared from their original spot. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. When he opened his eyes again, his figure had actually appeared halfway up a mountain. He saw towering palaces, pavilions, and all kinds of winding corridors and small pavilions. Occasionally, immortal birds would chirp and fly out from the dense fog that was rising from the mountain. Oh my! It really is like a celestial place. Xiao Hua's eyes were envious and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. Zhen Yeming sent out a communication talisman. When he saw the communication talisman flying out of the palace, Zhen Yiming smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me. I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhen's instructions." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Then, Zhen Yiming led Xiao Hua through a few winding corridors and passed through a few clusters of exotic flowers and plants. Gradually, they walked into the white fog. The wisps of white mist were like smoke and cotton, drawing Xiao Hua's line of sight. A strange fragrance spread out from the little flowers on the ground, and Xiao Hua's ears actually recalled the melodious sound of a flute. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and saw that Zhen Yiming's footsteps were steady, and he seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the flute. He knew that Zhen Yiming was used to it. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be curious. "Who is the person playing the flute?"
"Yiming, what's the matter?"
The flute sound suddenly stopped and a clear voice sounded. Zhen Yiming bowed respectfully and said in a concise manner, reporting to martial ancestor, "During the first round of the disciple selection today, I discovered a cultivator without any of the 5 elements."
"Didn't have any of the 5 elements?" The voice was clearly stunned and he asked in surprise, "Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure." That cultivator held the mirror spirit in his hand and the mirror spirit didn't have any reaction. Zhen Yiming said word by word. Furthermore, that cultivator poured his magic power into the mirror spirit and the mirror spirit actually exploded. "How is that possible?"
As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared from the white fog and stood 10 feet away from Xiao Hua.
A golden core cultivator? Although Xiao Hua was already mentally prepared when Zhen Yiming called him martial ancestor, when he saw that he couldn't detect that cultivator's cultivation, his heart couldn't help but jump. Previously, when he was on his way to Jinghua City, he had seen a golden core cultivator. But after all, it was only by chance and he didn't have any direct knowledge of golden core cultivators. It could be said that the ignorant were fearless. After going through these 3 years of tempering, Xiao Hua had experienced the fierceness of peak aura refining realm cultivators and the fierceness of foundation building realm cultivators. As for the divine abilities of Jindan realm cultivators, he only needed to think with his heel to know. Without any hesitation, Xiao Hua bowed and said, "Junior Xiao Hua greets senior." That cultivator looked to be around 50 years old.
He was thin and the green robe he wore was very ordinary.
The cultivator's face was clean and his eyes were slightly sad. Half of his long black hair was already white, but the white hair didn't make his sharp eyebrows and eyes lose their color. Instead, it made him even more charming. The cultivator waved his hand and said faintly, "N." It could be considered as returning the greeting. The sharp nails on his slender fingers were very eye-catching. "Good boy." Xiao Hua's heart trembled. He had never seen a male cultivator with such long nails. "Yiming, give him the mirror spirit," said the cultivator.
"Yes, martial ancestor."
Zhen Yiming didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly gave his mirror spirit to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and looked at the mirror spirit that didn't react. He then looked at the golden core cultivator. As expected, a strange expression flashed through the golden core cultivator's eyes. Then, he waved his hand casually. Xiao Hua felt his body tighten and the true qi in his body was imprisoned. Hee, this mirror spirit really didn't react. The golden core cultivator waved his hand again and the imprisonment on Xiao Hua's body suddenly disappeared. "Pour your magic power into the mirror spirit." The golden core cultivator's tone was unquestionable.
"Yes, Junior."
Xiao Hua wanted to remind him, but he immediately shut his mouth and carefully poured a strand of magic power into the mirror spirit. Sure enough, just like before, a bright purple-red light flashed and suddenly rushed to the top of the mirror spirit. It didn't allow Xiao Hua to withdraw his magic power. Seeing that the mirror spirit was about to explode again, Xiao Hua held it in his hand and didn't know whether to throw it away or not. It was very awkward. After all, he was an Aurus core stage cultivator. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hua felt a wave of magic power. A restriction that flashed faintly with electric light was set up around the mirror spirit. Moreover, it seemed to have some kind of power. It took the mirror spirit from Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to release his hand and saw the light in the restriction scatter. Another mirror spirit was destroyed by Xiao Hua. When the light flashed, the golden core cultivator used his eyes to look at the remains of the mirror spirit. He nodded slightly and rubbed his hand. The lightning in the restriction flashed and all the remains turned into nothingness. Martial ancestor. Zhen Yiming saw this and reminded, "Did Xiao Hua pass the first round? The second round of the disciple selection is about to begin." "Nonsense." The golden core cultivator glared at Zhen Yiming and said, although the mirror spirit showed that Xiaohua didn't have any of the 5 elements, this mirror spirit is after all a low-grade magic tool. The result is only for reference. It can't be confirmed that Xiaohua doesn't have any elements. But didn't you see it for yourself? Xiaohua's fire attribute cultivation technique is very good. Even the mirror spirit couldn't determine the purity of his fire attribute. Such a cultivator couldn't pass the first round of the test. Could it be that the Imperial Thunder Sect only accepts lightning attribute disciples?
Yes.
This disciple understands.
Zhen Yiming hurriedly bowed and replied.
However, if he doesn't have any elements, the purity of his fire attribute cultivation technique shouldn't be so high, right?
The golden core cultivator waved his hand and said, I will record this matter when we return.
You can go and select disciples now.
Yes, this disciple understands.
Zhen Yiming turned his head and said, Xiaohua, follow me. Xiaohua's mind raced. He was considering whether or not he should tell the golden core cultivator about the pearl. The golden core cultivator took the pearl and turned around, leaving behind a lonely scene. His figure gradually disappeared. All right, let's talk about it later. Xiaohua muttered as he followed Zhen Yiming back to the pavilion. Zhen Yiming clapped his hands and took out a number plate and handed it over to Xiaohua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is your number plate. Please keep it well and don't keep it in your storage bag. I look forward to your performance and hope that you can join my Imperial Thunder Sect as soon as possible. Thank you for your kind words. Xiaohua clasped his hands. Following Zhen Yiming's hand seals, Xiaohua returned to the Thunderous Peak. Chapter 15-19. How can there be people in this world who don't have the 5 elements? It's just that the fire element is hidden. The figure of the gold core cultivator appeared in a small pavilion in the depths of the dense fog.
There was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth.
As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a very simple bamboo flute from his sleeve. It did not have the slightest trace of magic power fluctuations. He placed it in front of his eyes and looked at it deeply. Then, he placed it by his lips and a melodious flute sound slowly rang out. When Xiaohua returned to the Thunderclap Peak, it was already past noon. The sun above his head had already set slightly in the west.
Fellow Xiao.
Seeing Xiaohua's figure appear on the Thunderclap Peak, Xueqi's heart inexplicably relaxed. She immediately jumped up and raised her hand. Here. Xiaohua saw Xueqi jump up and down on the spot. His eyes unconsciously narrowed and he also licked his lips inexplicably. His feet didn't stop and he walked towards Xueqi's direction. Fellow Xiao, did you pass the selection? Xueqi asked somewhat impatiently. Her eyes were also nervously looking at Xiaohua. Since I went out, how can I return empty-handed? If I was eliminated, I would naturally go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. How can I appear here? Xiaohua said proudly. Seeing Xiaohua's proudness, Xueqi didn't feel annoyed. Instead, a trace of expectation appeared in her heart. It was as if Xiaohua was originally supposed to be like this. Xueqi curled her lips and said, Humph, just now you were almost there. If you weren't smart, you would have been sent away by the thunderbolt. Who am I? That little bit of intelligence is just a casual thing. It's nothing, Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, this Dui Ling is just a little brat. How would he know I's methods? I can deal with him but it's just a piece of cake. Xiaohua's words were very self-satisfied and frivolous. However, Xueqi loved Xiaohua's words. She narrowed her eyes and said charmingly, Really? Who was it just now? Trembling in fear. Who? Xiaohua shook his head left and right as if trying to find the person Xueqi was talking about. Haha. Xueqi giggled and covered her mouth. After a while, she asked, Who did Taoist Zhen bring you to see? What did he say? Others? Xiaohua's heart jumped and he secretly said, What? Others are others, then. What about you and me? However, he said, it's nothing much. I just went to see a senior in the Golden Core stage and destroyed another mirror spirit. Then he let I pass. Then, you really have no attributes? Xueqi asked with her eyes wide open. Xiaohua smiled and said, I naturally don't belong to any of the 5 elements. Only, whether or not it has any attributes.
I can't say for now.
Seeing Xiao Hua's complacent appearance, Xueqi didn't believe him. But seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Xueqi's heart became even more nervous. She said with disdain, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Who cares? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice came from the many balls again. Fellow Taoists, the second round of the disciple selection is about to begin. Fellow Taoists, please place the number plates you just received in front of your chests and follow the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, he saw that Xueqi's face was already slightly pale. What? Fellow Taoist Xue, is there some kind of trick to this Thunder-Seeking Valley? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. Alas, of course. Xueqi saw that everyone had stood up.
She slapped a flying talisman on her body and flew away with the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect in front of her.
She said in a low voice, according to the information I got from the Imperial Thunder Sect, Thunder-Seeking Valley is a dangerous place in the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's the place where the disciples of the Aura Refining Realm have to undergo trials when they reach the peak of the Aura Refining Realm. Reach the peak of the Aura Refining Realm? Xiao Hua was shocked and shouted. Then, what kind of dangers are there? Xueqi shook her head blankly and said, that day, I only listened to it like a story. I didn't ask in detail. Stupid. You obviously want to participate in the disciple selection of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Why didn't you ask more? Xiao Hua criticized without the slightest hesitation. I only know that the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection has to pass 2 rounds. This round wasn't included. Xueqi said with some grievance. If I had known earlier, I would have asked earlier.
If I had known earlier.
If I had known earlier, you would be a Foundation Establishment senior now. Xiao Hua retorted. Xueqi was very unhappy. Just as she was about to retort, she felt the entire Thunderclap Peak shake. From the top of the restriction on the Thunderclap Peak, several waves of magic power flashed like ripples. As the waves of magic power swept past, Xueqi and Xiao Hua's number plates also flashed with 2 faint brilliance. The brilliance of the light actually blocked the magic power waves. The magic power waves very calmly swept past the 2 of them. With a rumbling sound, a thunderbolt struck from the top of the restriction. It hit a cultivator about a dozen feet away from Xiao Hua. That cultivator was about the 9th level of Qi refining, but because he didn't wear a number plate, when the wave of magic power flashed past, it triggered the restriction. That thunderbolt was extremely fast and fierce. The 9th level cultivator didn't have any time to react before he was struck and turned into charcoal in an instant. Ha! What's wrong? Does this cultivator not have a number plate? Xueqi asked curiously. Or did he put his number plate in his storage bag? Is there even a need to say it? The 9th level of Qi refining is the high level of Qi refining. I'm afraid his physique doesn't meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect. That's why he took the risk to stay and see if there's a chance? Xiao Hua had a look of sympathy on his face. Thinking back to himself just now, wasn't that exactly the case? While they were talking, a few Imperial Thunder Sect disciples flew over. They looked at the charcoal, cleaned up the mess and flew away again. A 9th level Qi refining cultivator, gone just like that. Xiao Hua and Xueqi flew further and further away, occasionally turning back to sigh. The Lightning-Seeking Valley was located within the Lei Mo mountain range. The towering mountain ranges on both sides were like 2 open doors. The entrance to the Lightning-Seeking Valley was also square. From outside the valley, one could see the lush flowers within the valley. This place looks very beautiful. Could it be that there's a hidden danger? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart as he looked at the seemingly ordinary Thunder-Seeking Valley from afar. There were about 3,000 cultivators selected in the first round. Xiao Hua and Xueqi were flying at the very front. When they arrived at Thunder-Seeking Valley, the sun was already setting. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples led everyone to the entrance of Thunder-Seeking Valley. They turned around and flew away. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the sky with a thunderbolt. Thunder evasion! Xueqi exclaimed. That's thunder evasion? Xiao Hua suddenly remembered what Qian Qinghua said when he met him in Shihuang town. Your flying technique is very strange. It's even faster than the thunder escape of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes, That's the secret thunder evasion of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's said to be the fastest evasion technique in the cultivation world. Xueqi slightly nodded and said. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the figure that flashed out. The cultivator who used thunder evasion was actually at the middle stage of foundation establishment. He was about 40 years old. Greetings, Senior. The cultivators were very tactful and bowed to pay their respects. The cultivator slightly nodded and released his divine sense to scan everyone. He waved his hand and said, Yes, not bad. You're all handsome cultivators from my country of Xi. Then he pointed at Thunder-Seeking Valley and said, Your second test is to pass Thunder-Seeking Valley. This old man is the host of the second test. As for my name, if you pass, you'll naturally know. If you don't pass, then even if I tell you, it's useless, so I won't say it. This. Xiao Hua secretly laughed in his heart. Why is this foundation establishment senior so long-winded? As if he could understand Xiao Hua's thoughts, the cultivator said again. This old man won't be long-winded with you. The second test is very simple. It's tomorrow morning. If you can smoothly pass Thunder-Seeking Valley, then you've passed the second test. This old man wants to remind you that Thunder-Seeking Valley is very dangerous. You must bring enough yellow talismans with you. It's just like when you're training in a dangerous place. You can't be careless otherwise. The cultivator said he wasn't long-winded, but he actually reminded a lot of things. It was like a senior warning a junior about to go out and train. Only when everyone was a little tired of it, the cultivator said. Finally, this old man wants to say that the second test has a risk to your life. If you want to withdraw, then you don't have to enter the valley. All right, everyone, if you're ready, then enter the valley. It wasn't easy to wait until the cultivator said these words. Several cultivators in front of Xiao Hua couldn't bear it anymore. Their figures immediately flew up, and they rushed into Thunder-Seeking Valley. Although Xiao Hua and Xueqi weren't in a hurry, they also followed the crowd and slowly flew in. Sigh, if you don't listen to the advice of an old man, then you'll suffer. Seeing everyone fly into Thunder-Seeking Valley, the cultivator sighed slightly. These 3,000 people, I'm afraid, half of them will die inside. But why don't these cultivators believe this old man's words? Soon after, the cultivator's figure swayed, and a thunderbolt flashed again. The cultivator quickly flew forward, passing over the nearby mountain peak, and headed towards the end of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiao Hua and Xueqi flew closer to Thunder-Seeking Valley. Seeing everyone flying forward like a swarm of bees, Xueqi also followed closely behind. Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Xue, please wait a moment. Why? Although Xueqi slowed down, seeing everyone flying further and further away, she was somewhat puzzled. Many people make light work. Although this Thunder-Seeking Valley is dangerous, with many people passing through, we can naturally overcome these difficulties. Why don't you follow the crowd? You know full well that Thunder-Seeking Valley is dangerous. It's the place where the high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect train. Can the dangers inside be dealt with by many people? Xiao Hua was unhurried. Moreover, the second stage's requirement is only to pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley in the wee hours of the morning. It's not like it depends on who gets there first. Wouldn't it be fine as long as we safely arrive before daybreak? Soon after, Xiao Hua looked ahead and said with a smile, Of course, if fellow Taoist Xue doesn't agree, then you can fly away with them first. Chapter 15-20. Looking at the crowd not far away, Xueqi hesitated for a moment and sighed. Forget it, I'll listen to you this time. However, fellow Taoist Xue has to be responsible for I. What? Xiao Hua was stunned and thought to himself. These words. Don't they have some other meaning? These words were very ambiguous. After Xueqi finished speaking, she immediately came to her senses and said hesitantly, If there's danger, those cultivators will only care about their own safety. Who would care about I? It's better to obediently walk at the back. Since fellow Taoist Xue understands, that's good. Xiao Hua nodded and then looked to the left. The two of them weren't the only smart ones. About 10 meters away from them, there were also dozens of cultivators who were either crossing their arms, standing with their hands behind their backs, or floating in the air. They were all coldly looking at the people flying in front of them. Fellow Taoist Xiao, what should we do? Xueqi also looked and asked in a low voice. Act according to the circumstances.
Xueqi smiled mysteriously. Act according to the circumstances? Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xueqi pursed her lips and clapped her hands. She took out some yellow talismans from her storage pouch and handed them to Xueqi. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. You're acting like you're very profound. But, as soon as these words left her mouth, Xueqi felt some regret. It seemed she still hadn't figured it out. Xueqi was now a late-stage 10th-layer qi refining cultivator. Not the low-level 4th-layer qi refining cultivator she saw before. How could she be so impudent? Fortunately, Xueqi didn't care and also didn't notice Xueqi's gaze. He looked at the yellow talismans handed over and took out 2, saying, "Flight talismans. I don't need them. You can use them yourself." Xueqi opened her cherry lips slightly and her mind spun rapidly. If he doesn't need the flight talisman, doesn't that mean he knows the flight technique? The flight technique. How could a 10th-layer qi refining cultivator know it? Even a 12th-layer qi refining disciple from a cultivation sect might not be able to grasp it, right? Xueqi, a loose cultivator actually has this kind of divine ability? Unexpectedly, just as Xueqi was thinking this, Xueqi took out several yellow talismans from his storage pouch again and said with a smile, "I don't have many yellow talismans, but I have a lot of flying talismans. It's precisely for escaping." You. Xueqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but there was a trace of disappointment in her heart. It seems like Xueqi should be able to fly. All right, fellow Taoist Xue, the cultivators in front of us have already disappeared. The ones behind us are still wasting their time. We'll take our leave first. Let's see what dangers this Seeking Thunder Valley has. Xueqi waved his hand and used a flying talisman on himself. Xueqi also calmed herself down and nodded. "I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhao's instructions." As he spoke, he followed behind Xueqi. The scenery of Seeking Thunder Valley was beautiful. Countless fresh flowers and green grass covered the ground. Countless oddly shaped trees grew diagonally on both sides of the valley. Occasionally, there were even a few small streams flowing out from the caves of the valley. They flowed along the slopes of the valley. One could only hear the gurgling sound of the water, but one couldn't see the end of the stream. At this time, it was already dusk. Seeking Thunder Valley was located in an east-west direction. In the western horizon, countless clouds were like shredded cotton, covering the entire sky. The dim sunset was blocked by a thick layer of clouds. From time to time, a dark red light would seep through the gaps between the clouds, but before it could illuminate the valley, it was already diffused by the darkness of the night. It's a bit strange. Xueqi paid attention to the surrounding scenery, but apart from being beautiful, he didn't see any danger. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xue, are you sure this is the trial grounds of the Imperial Thunder Sect's high-level disciples?" "Fellow Taoist Xue?" Xueqi asked a few questions. Seeing that no one answered, he couldn't help but turn his head and ask again. "Ah?" When Xueqi turned his head and saw that there was no one behind him, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Just now, wasn't she still following behind me? How come she disappeared without a word? Xueqi took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and looked around. However, there was only the sound of the wind behind him, and only the scenery that he had just walked over. Where could he see half of Xueqi's figure? "Fellow Taoist Xue? Fellow Taoist Xue?" Xueqi raised his voice and shouted a few more times. Moreover, he turned around and flew back. The valley was still as quiet as before. There was no one in sight, nor was there. Not good. Xueqi suddenly realized that the scene he saw when he was flying back was exactly the same as the scene he saw when he was flying forward. Not good, it can't be an illusion formation, right? Xueqi immediately thought of what he encountered on Thousandjiang Peak. Sure enough, when Xueqi turned around and flew forward again, the scenery around him was the same as the scenery he saw when he turned around. When Xueqi raised his head to look at the west, the sun had already set, and the hazy stars gradually began to appear. I'm afraid, Xueqi thought. When he turned his head to look at the other side of the valley, it was absolutely strange. The stars in the valley also had the same appearance, but they revealed a dim starlight. Humph, Xueqi sneered. He stood up, urged his magic power, and used the flight technique. His entire body was like a meteor, flying towards a section of the valley at extreme speed. According to Xueqi's thoughts,
When he was at the second level of qi refining, he could rely on his flying speed to break through Yulian Mountain's bewildering fog beast. This Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation should also be able to be broken through with the flight technique, right? Unfortunately, Xiaohua flew extremely fast. When he saw that the surrounding scenery was somewhat blurry, and it seemed like it was about to be torn apart by Xiaohua, the space around Xiaohua suddenly moved. For some reason, the surrounding scenery became clear again, as if Xiaohua simply didn't fly away. Good heavens! This Seeking Thunder Valley's illusion formation is really powerful. It's worthy of being a place where peak qi refining cultivators train. Seeing this, Xiaohua stopped. He frowned and thought to himself, there's no need to say anything. Xueqi is probably the same as me. Oh, all the cultivators must have fallen into this illusion formation. But, how do I break this illusion formation? Xiaohua's figure floated in midair. His hands crossed in front of his chest, and he frowned as he thought, illusion formation? Illusion formation. How could I forget? Don't I still have my perception? Xiaohua suddenly thought, and immediately released his perception. Sure enough, in Xiaohua's perception, although he couldn't see any restrictions, he could still feel the outline of Seeking Thunder Valley. Therefore, Xiaohua slowed down his flying speed, and slowly advanced in the direction of Seeking Thunder Valley. However, when he flew a few feet in a straight line, he encountered another restriction. In his perception, every time he flew half a foot forward, his body would abruptly return to its original spot. It seemed like this was some kind of spatial restriction technique. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua landed on the ground and took a step forward. From what the naked eye could see, he took this step firmly. However, from what the naked eye could sense, this step only swayed in the air for a moment before landing on the ground again. I've found the location of the formation. But, how do I break the restriction? Xiaohua only practiced the art of making talismans and alchemy. This art of formations. He still didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with it. Xiaohua stood on the ground, frowning. He released his perception, and used his hand to touch his nose as he walked back and forth. After walking for a while, Xiaohua discovered that this space was only about 100 zhang wide. Moreover, this restriction also had the effect of isolating divine sense. Even if Xiaohua's perception it was blocked and couldn't pass through. Ha! That's strange. If this is an illusion formation, then shouldn't Xueqi be at the same distance as me? But, why isn't there anything around me? But I don't know if there's anything behind me. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Besides, where are the thousands of people in front of me? How? Haha, Xiaohua suddenly laughed, and walked back to the location of the restriction with large strides. He released his perception, and used his feet to continuously walk back there. 1 step, 2 steps. Each step brought him back to its original position. Could it be that I'm wrong? Xiaohua scratched his head, but just as he was hesitating in his perception, he actually took a step forward. Didn't I say so? This restriction definitely works sometimes, or else Xueqi and I would definitely be together. Xiaohua laughed loudly, and released his perception. Sure enough, within this 100 zhang, Xueqi was like a headless fly, flying everywhere, and her face was abnormally panicked. Xiaohua flew up to Xueqi's side, and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xue, Fellow Taoist Xiao. Where did you come from? Xueqi cried out in pleasant surprise, but when her gaze searched for the origin of Xiaohua's voice, there was actually a blank space. What's going on? Xiaohua withdrew his perception. Sure enough, where he looked, Xueqi's figure also disappeared. Damn, this illusion formation is really powerful. It can actually meet but can't see. Xiaohua cursed in his heart, and released his perception again. He thought for a moment, and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xue, don't panic, I will go over and pull you. Okay. Xueqi responded, but there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. However, when she felt 2 fingers tugging at her sleeve, there was a trace of disappointment for no reason. Fellow Taoist Xiao, can you see me? And I can vaguely see a bit. Xiaohua said vaguely, this is an illusion formation, follow I. Okay. Xueqi responded, and followed Xiaohua's pull, slowly moving forward. Rumble right at this moment, a burst of fireball talismans exploded behind Xueqi, shaking the surrounding valleys to the point of shaking.
It was reckoned that Xiao Hua and the other cultivators behind him had also fallen into the illusion formation.
Fellow Taoist Xiao, quickly leave. This illusion formation can be forcefully broken with magic power. But if it can't be broken, its counterattack power will be even stronger. This kind of Seeking Thunder Valley is a place of trial for high-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not something we can break by force. We can't let other people ruin our good fortune.
Damn it, we just entered the valley.
With such a powerful illusion formation, how can people survive? Xiao Hua couldn't help but curse. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xueqi's heart stirred, and she said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, in front. Do you see other cultivators? Seems like there aren't any."
Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something as well.
If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 15:21. I'm afraid I was harmed by you. Xueqi's expression was indescribable. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Xiao Hua as if she was blaming him, and also acting coquettishly. But could she see Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua didn't think so much, but his face was still embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I was too cautious. I didn't expect that this thunder-seeking valley was used by Imperial Thunder Sect's peak aura refining disciples. Most of us cultivators are in the middle stage or early stage. How can we compare to Imperial Thunder Sect's late-stage aura refining disciples? If this thunder-seeking valley's restrictions were all opened, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many who could pass through, right? Therefore, some of the restrictions in this thunder-seeking valley are open, and some are closed. This illusion formation was probably closed when the cultivators passed through. Xueqi added. At this time, she didn't have the slightest intention of blaming him. And that's right. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. At this time, the two of them had already walked to the front of the restriction. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xue, please wait a moment." After a while, when the restriction in the space stopped, Xiao Hua pulled Xueqi's sleeve and walked forward again. "Why did you stop for a while?" The two of them walked silently for a while. Xueqi looked at Xiao Hua and asked in a low voice. "Oh, nothing. I just found that illusion formation," Xiao Hua said casually. But when he spoke, he suddenly realized that he could see Xueqi's face. That pair of joyful and worried eyes were staring straight at him. "Oh!" Xiao Hua immediately withdrew his hand and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xue, you can see I?" Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat nervous appearance, Xueqi laughed and said, "I could see fellow Taoist after we stopped for a while. It's just that fellow Taoist was busy rushing, so I didn't mention it." "Ha ha. Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and pointed. "Then we'll just keep going forward." "Go forward?" Xueqi said curiously. "That's obviously a stream. Fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Hua patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xue, just listen to I. If we don't move forward, I'm afraid we'll still be flying around like before." "You're the one who's flying everywhere." Xueqi seemed to have also heard the word fly in Xiao Hua's words and rebuked him, raising her hand and saying, "What?" Xiao Hua was a little stunned as he looked at Xueqi's snow-white wrist. "Nonsense, you have to pull me. Otherwise, I know where to go." Xueqi laughed. Xiao Hua's eyes flickered. His left hand hesitated by Xueqi's wrist for a moment, but he still reached back and grabbed Xueqi's Taoist robe. The two of them walked for a long time, stopping and walking like this, not saying anything else. Xueqi only followed Xiao Hua. Even if it was a stream, even if it was a mountain wall, she didn't avoid it at all. She opened her eyes wide and only cared about walking. From the looks of it, she was extremely reassured by Xiao Hua. The night breeze gently blew, and the starlight became even more brilliant. The atmosphere between the two people was somewhat strange. It seemed to be a kind of tranquility, and also seemed to be a kind of tacit understanding. In short, Xueqi didn't ask Xiao Hua why he could see through this illusion array, and also didn't ask how he passed through this Seeking Thunder Valley. "We're here." Hearing Xiao Hua's words and feeling Xiao Hua's hand let go of her, Xueqi felt a burst of disappointment in her heart for no reason, as if she really hoped that the illusion array of this Seeking Thunder Valley was as long as possible. What's wrong with me?" Xueqi's face was slightly red, and she couldn't help but ask herself in her heart. However, before her thoughts turned, Xiao Hua asked with concern,
Fellow Taoist Xue, what's wrong with you? Did I make a mistake? Could it be? Oh no, nothing. Xueqi hurriedly covered it up. She raised her eyes and looked at the somewhat spacious area in front of her. There weren't any flowers or plants in the valley. I'm just very curious. This place is very different from what I saw just now. Why are there all bare stone walls? I don't know. If we're still in the illusion array. Following Xueqi's gaze, Xiaohua said with a smile. If fellow Taoist Xue sees bare stone walls, then you're right. This place has already left the illusion array. Xueqi felt a burst of regret for no reason in her heart. Why didn't I say that the flowers and plants are still lush? Soon after, the two of them flew up one after the other. However, just after flying for several tens of feet and turning a few corners, Xiaohua suddenly stopped. Xueqi was somewhat absent-minded and almost bumped into Xiaohua's back. The strong aura on Xiaohua's body caused Xueqi to feel a burst of impatience, and her eyes flickered incessantly. Fellow Taoist Xue, Xiaohua asked again with concern. Was it? Just now in the illusion array, Xiaohua obviously discovered Xueqi's abnormality. No. Xueqi's figure took a deep breath, and the slightly clear cold wind made Xueqi slowly sober up. Xiaohua was a bit worried and warned. Fellow Taoist Xue, I don't have any heart-clearing yellow talismans here. If you have any in your storage bag, it's best to use one. An illusion array? Maybe there's some hidden restriction within it. Seeing Xiaohua so concerned, Xueqi felt sweet in her heart and smiled. I'll do as you say. As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a rarely seen soul-cleansing talisman from his storage bag. He urged his magic power, and the soul-cleansing talisman turned into a sparkling stream of water that poured down on Xueqi's head. With a schwab sound, Xueqi seemed to have suddenly woken up. Her mind was clear, and those beautiful thoughts in her heart just now all disappeared. I'm ashamed. Xueqi secretly shouted in her heart. Needless to say, everything just now was caused by the illusion array. Was there even a need to say it? The illusion array of Seeking Thunder Valley was used to test Imperial Thundersect's 11th level Qi refinement disciples. How could it be just a mere maze? More importantly, it was the erosion of the mind. Just now, Xueqi was running around randomly in the illusion array, and her mind was lost. She had long been confused by the illusion array, and an inner demon was born. In addition, she relied on Xiaohua, so of course her feelings were secretly born. If it wasn't for Xiaohua's timely reminder, this inner demon would have become even stronger, and in the end affect her cultivation. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. The trace of confusion in Xueqi's eyes disappeared, and with some lingering fear, she cupped her hands and smiled. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Zhao's reminder, the consequences would have been unimaginable. There's no other reason, we're just mutually supporting each other, that's all. Xiaohua waved his hand, and then pointed ahead and said, I'm afraid that ahead is the true place to test the new disciples. Is that so? Xueqi's face turned cold, and looked in the direction Xiaohua pointed. She saw that in front of the bend. There were scattered some rags, some worn-out talisman papers, and even a small storage pouch. Let's carefully go over and take a look. Xiaohua extended his right hand's finger, and slightly pointed. Seeing Xiaohua's finger move slightly, Xueqi's heart also slightly jumped, and then she was greatly shocked. Could it be, the effect of the illusion array still hasn't been removed? However, the feeling of her heartbeat was so enjoyable that Xueqi couldn't help but stare at Xiaohua's thin and tall back. That back seemed lonely, but in the loneliness, there was a kind of indomitable feeling. Alas, the feelings and inner demons of this world, who can clearly say which is real and which is fake? I'm afraid that when the fake is real, the real is fake, and when the real is fake, the fake is real. Fellow Taoist Xue, look! Xiaohua very carefully flew to the corner. Looking ahead, he saw that the valley, which was about 100 meters long, was perfectly straight. However, this perfectly straight valley was in a complete mess. Yes, at this time, Xueqi also restrained her emotions, and flew to Xiaohua's side. After looking, she nodded and said, This should be the Imperial Thundersect's test. This is an offensive formation. If you can resist it, then you can enter the next section. Otherwise, yes, since there aren't any corpses, presumably the Imperial Thundersect also left a way out. That number plate should have a protective function. What that senior said just now should be to guard against us. Yes, Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have the number plates on our bodies. If we activate the protection of the number plates, we should be teleported out of this thunder-seeking valley, and thus lose the qualifications to be selected. Xueqi's face was also solemn. Looking at the debris left in this valley, she knew that this offensive formation must be incomparably powerful. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out several yellow talismans, and placed them on his body one by one. Xueqi also did the same. AI, if only I had some kind of protective magic tool. Xiao Hua's heart was moved as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, there were many things in Xiao Hua's space, and there were also a few magic tools. For example, the Spirit Husbandry Sex Triangle, Yan Wei's Ring, Ling Zhengyi's Shadow Moon, and Xiao Nan's Cheng family's soul-absorbing bell. Unfortunately, these things all needed to be refined using the secret techniques of their respective sections. Xiao Hua didn't have the technique to refine them, so he couldn't refine them. The only magic tool he could refine was Ling Zhengyi's Shadow Moon, but Xiao Hua had some misgivings about it, so he naturally couldn't refine it. Therefore, Xiao Hua still lacked a suitable magic tool. What about the others? They were all things he took from low and middle-level qi refinement cultivators, so it was impossible for there to be any magic tools. As for the storage bag he got from the talisman puppet, other than some yellow talismans and spirit stones from the Fu family, there was nothing else. Let's see how it goes. If it doesn't work, I can only fly a bit faster. Xiao Hua made up his mind, turned his head and said, Fellow Taoist Xue, stay closer to me. If it really doesn't work, I will fly a bit faster and see if I can pull you and escape. Okay. Xue nodded. She stretched out her hand, took out several yellow talismans, and flew to Xiao Hua's side. Let's go. Xiao Hua ordered, and the two of them flew inside at the same time. Woo! When Xiao Hua and Xue just passed the corner, a gust of wind blew, and the sky above lightning-seeking valley was instantly filled with many dark clouds. Kacha, immediately, several hair-thin lightning bolts struck down. Are you kidding me? It's actually heavenly lightning? Xiao Hua and Xue were dumbstruck. This kind of lightning, which qi refinement cultivator could dodge it? Fortunately, the lightning bolts didn't directly strike Xiao Hua and Xue. Instead, they struck the stone walls on both sides. Zalala, the heavenly lightning struck down, and countless tiny lightning bolts appeared on the stone walls. A purple brilliance gradually emerged from the stone walls, forming a net. Then, it flew out from the stone walls in all directions, covering Xiao Hua and Xue. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but curse. The entire valley is covered with this kind of forbidden technique. No matter how fast I fly, it's impossible for me to fly out in an instant. Those thousands of people. Alas, aren't they suitable for this kind of forbidden technique? Thinking quickly, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out by him. He urged his magic power, and threw them towards the sky above his head. Xue was the same. Several yellow talismans flew out, and a fire net flew into the sky. Chapter 15:22. Rumble. A series of loud noises rang out. The fireball talismans that Xiao Hua threw out were extremely powerful, blasting away the lightning bolts that were falling down from above, creating a large gap. When Xue's fire net talisman flew into the air, the brilliance and power of the fire net talisman was far inferior to Xiao Hua's fireball talisman. Top-grade fireball talisman? Xue was so shocked that she covered her mouth. She was very clear on how much spirit stones this thing was worth. She had never seen someone throw out so many without any heartache. Of course you get what you pay for. Seeing that the lightning restriction was broken by Xiao Hua, Xue was also delighted after her shock. Damn! Just as a smile appeared on Xue's face, an extremely large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather at the spot where the lightning had already dissipated in the air, setting off gusts of wind. One could see with the naked eye that in the gap created by the fireball talisman, flashes of lightning gradually appeared once again. Another complete lightning net quickly gathered together, and without any change in its trajectory, it spread towards the entire lightning-seeking valley. Moreover, this time, the lightning net was much closer to Xiao Hua. Damn it, how did the cultivators in front pass through? Xiao Hua cursed in a low voice. With a wave of his hand, he immediately threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble! A loud sound rang out,
and another large gap was created. Go! Xiaohua shouted and pulled his hand, grabbing Xueqi's sleeve. The two of them quickly flew towards the gap in the air, and before the lightning net could recover, they flew to the top of the lightning net. Hurry up and fly over there. Xiaohua pointed forward. Xueqi understood and urged her magic power to fly forward at high speed. Before they could fly more than 30 meters, a few more lightning bolts struck the stone wall. Another wave of lightning net formed above Xiaohua and Xueqi's heads, and once again scattered down. Xiaohua had no choice but to fly down a bit and throw out fireball talismans again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, quickly look below. Xueqi was very alarmed, and she lowered her head and shouted, "Are you kidding me?" Xiaohua slightly lowered his head, and immediately saw that the lightning net that fell on the ground just now was once again covering the ground, and it was not far from their feet. Without hesitation, Xiaohua threw out a bunch of fireball talismans again. After dodging 2 lightning nets, Xiaohua was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the 3rd lightning net would fall after it struck the stone wall? It's not over. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. If this continues, wouldn't this lightning net be endless? AI, why didn't I think of flying up? Xiaohua looked at the 2 gaps created by the explosion. He waved his hand and pulled Xueqi's Taoist robe upwards. How Xueqi did not expect Xueqi would suddenly. Xiaohua's figure did not catch up. In a hurry, the Taoist robe in Xiaohua's hands was about to slip. Xiaohua's movements were also fast, and he grabbed Xueqi's wrist. At this time, Xueqi was also shocked, and she also reached out to grab Xiaohua's wrist. In an instant, the two of them grabbed each other's wrist at the same time. Xueqi and Xiaohua were both shocked, and they wanted to let go at the same time. However, just as they let go, they felt that the other party wanted to let go. Their hands tightened again, and they grabbed each other's wrists again. Forget it! Xiaohua did not have time to say anything. He let Xueqi grab his wrist, and he also grabbed Xueqi's wrist, and suddenly flew towards the top of Thunder-Seeking Valley. Xiaohua's flying technique was extremely fast. In just a breath's time, he had already rushed out of the lightning net and reached the top of the valley. If I had known this would happen, I would have. Xiaohua's heart flashed with a trace of hope. Suddenly, a few strands of lightning as thick as hair flashed from the low clouds. These lightning bolts didn't strike the stone walls of the Thunder-Seeking Valley, but directly fell towards Xiaohua. Ouch! Xueqi could not help but cry out in alarm, and she grabbed Xiaohua's wrist even closer. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately waved his hand, and a pile of fireball talismans appeared again, exploding a gap under their feet, and the two of them fell into the lightning net again. Those lightning bolts fell on the lightning net, and in an instant, the gap created by Xiaohua's explosion was filled. What should we do? Xiaohua stopped in midair, and looked at the distance of Thunder-Seeking Valley, and then looked at Xueqi. Xueqi's face was red, and she quickly wanted to let go of his hand. However, Xiaohua did not let go, and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xue, if you trust one, then close your eyes. Don't use any magic power, and I will bring you out of here. I will listen to fellow Taoist Zhao's instructions." Xueqi's heart felt warm, and her heart was calm. She closed her eyes, and the hand that had just let go grabbed Xiaohua's wrist again. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and then, Xueqi felt like she was a kite, flying up and down. The speed of flying up and down was extremely fast, and a burst of violent wind sounded in her ears. The wind was biting cold, and it blew Xueqi painfully. She originally wanted to use her magic power to protect herself, but when she thought of Xiaohua's warning, she did not dare to use the defensive yellow talisman. Fortunately, this time was not long. Without waiting for Xueqi to count to 10 in her heart, Xiaohua's figure stopped. However, after a while, Xiaohua still did not let Xueqi open her eyes. "Xiaohua, can I open my eyes?" Xueqi could not help but ask. "Oh, of course you can." Xiaohua's voice sounded, and then, Xiaohua's hand slowly loosened. Ouch! Is he doing it on purpose? Xueqi's heart suddenly panicked, and she forgot to open her eyes. Fellow Taoist Xue, use the flying talisman, there is no problem here. Xiaohua's tone did not have any joy. Okay. Xueqi activated her magic power, and at the same time opened her eyes. She did not know if it was intentional or not, but her hand did not let go of Xiaohua's wrist. Ah!
When Xueqi opened her eyes and saw the scene in front of her, Xueqi could not help but cry out in alarm. About 10 feet away from the two of them, there was a lightning net flashing with a faint purple brilliance, blocking the entire passage of thunder-seeking valley from top to bottom. There was simply no gap for them to fly through. Fellow Taoist Xue, let go of your hand first. Xiao Hua's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he said in a low voice. Yes, Xue's voice was like a mosquito's buzzing. She let go of his hand, but at the same time, she could not help but look back. Not far away, there was also an extremely large amount of rolling lightning net that had not completely disappeared, and its power was still not reduced, sealing off thunder-seeking valley. Alas, if it was not for Xiao Hua, this trial, I'm afraid it would be impossible for me to pass. Such a long distance, I don't know how did he fly so fast? It seems like he flew faster than Uncle? Xueqi rejoiced, and also thought of those cultivators behind them just now. She did not know what method those people used to pass through here. Fellow Taoist Xue, this lightning net is from top to bottom. If we directly fly over it, I'm afraid the lightning within the clouds will strike down again. Xiao Hua frowned and said, and this lightning may not necessarily take our lives, but if we are hit, the thunder-controlling sex number plate will definitely be activated, and our qualifications will also inevitably be lost. Fellow Taoist, do you have any methods? Xiao Hua, only now did you think to ask me? Xue's face revealed a smile, and she clapped her hand. An embroidered ball-like magic artifact appeared. On the round embroidered ball, there were extremely many openings, and all around the openings were fine runes that faintly flickered with magic power. This is... Xiao Hua's brows relaxed, and he asked in a low voice. This is naturally my Misty Mountain's ancestral magic artifact, Jade Glyph. Xueqi said proudly. Jade Talisman? Xiao Hua was greatly shocked, and he looked at the Jade Glyph very eagerly. Of course not. Xueqi said sweetly, this is only a magic artifact, not a Jade Talisman. But, magic artifacts need divine sense. You're only at the 7th level of qi refining, how can you control it? Xiao Hua asked even though he already knew the answer. Xiao Hua, are you really a loose cultivator? Haven't you heard that the ancestral magic artifacts of cultivation aristocratic families all have a kind of secret method to control them? Xueqi didn't conceal anything, and she took out an old yellow talisman from her storage pouch, waving it as she said, this yellow talisman was made by our ancestors. Only my Misty Mountain's bloodline can use it. But, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Xueqi stopped using magic power and asked curiously. No, nothing. I just want to ask, if I don't have Misty Mountain's bloodline, can this jade glyph not be controlled? Xiao Hua waved his hand. He actually wanted to ask, Xueqi has Misty Mountain's bloodline, but she's a woman after all. Then, can her descendants also be controlled? This kind of question naturally wasn't good to ask directly, so he changed the topic. This yellow talisman was prepared for us qi refining cultivators. If you have my Misty Mountain's sacrificial refining technique, you can naturally control it. Xueqi didn't suspect anything, and she used her magic power to place the yellow talisman on her body. Soon after, she cast an obscure spell, and from the center of the jade glyph, a white mist gradually diffused out. Looking at the increasing amount of mist, Xueqi continued to say, or you can use a common sacrificial refining spell to refine these magic artifacts. Although those spells can't completely release the magic artifact's power, it's still much better than not being able to use them. Then fellow Taoist Xue, do you have such a common sacrificial refining spell? Xiao Hua was delighted, and he quickly asked. Xueqi smiled bitterly. My Misty Mountain is a cultivation aristocratic family. How could we have such a spell? If fellow Taoist enters the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can see if they have such a spell. Oh, so it's like that. Xiao Hua nodded. Not long after, enough white mist flew out from the jade glyph, and Xueqi once again used her magic power to hold the jade glyph in her hand. The jade glyph flashed with a few faint rays of light, and the white mist scattered in the air and surrounded Xiao Hua and Xueqi, just like a large ball of white cotton. Will this work? Xiao Hua was somewhat doubtful. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Since there were cultivators who passed before, they must have also used their ancestral magic artifacts.
I don't believe that a 10th layer chi refining cultivator like you can't do anything, so they can pass without using magic artifacts. Xueqi was full of confidence. Chapter 15:23. All right. Seeing the confidence on Xueqi's face, Xiaohua could only nod. Of course, Xiaohua, let's use some yellow talismans like the Vajra talisman. Xueqi clapped her hands and took out some defensive yellow talismans for Xiaohua. This. If the white mist can't block the lightning net, what's the use of the Vajra talisman? Xiaohua curled his lips in his heart, but he still took the yellow talisman and used his magic power to place it on his body. Xiaohua, be careful and follow closely. Don't leave the white mist. Xueqi warned again and then used her magic power to activate the jade engraving to control the white mist. The two of them flew into the lightning net at the same time. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his perception completely, but he still wanted to see the effects of the jade engraving, so he only released a little of his perception and paid attention to the changes in the white mist outside the jade engraving. As expected, the jade engraving was effective. When Xiaohua and Xueqi flew in front of the lightning net, before they entered, a part of the white mist had already merged into the lightning net. Zilala. After the lightning struck the white mist flashed with a faint purple brilliance and blocked the lightning outside. Great! Xiaohua almost clapped his hands and thought, if I can refine a magic artifact, that spirit husbandry sex triangle can also release a ring. I reckon it can also pass through this lightning net. Xueqi saw that the white mist was effective and said with a smile, Xiaohua, be careful. We're going in now. Okay, I know. Xiaohua said with a smile. As they spoke, Xueqi controlled the white mist and the two of them entered the lightning net. Once the white mist entered the lightning net, it was like a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil. Around the white mist, sizzling sounds could be heard, and at the edge of the white mist, purple brilliance kept flickering. Of course, all the lightning was blocked outside the white mist, and Xiaohua and Xueqi were unharmed. Hee, how is it? Xueqi turned her face and said to Xiaohua as if showing off her favorite toy. Is there anything else? It's great. Xiaohua said with a smile. Xueqi was excited and said with a smile, Uncle wanted me to take it, but I wasn't willing. Now that I think about it, it's a loss. Xiaohua smiled without saying anything. Then, the two of them flew slowly as if they were taking a stroll. However, after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xueqi's expression turned ugly. What's wrong? Xiaohua was very sensitive. Xiaohua, I was too arrogant. Xueqi's face gradually turned pale. I didn't expect this lightning net to be so long. My magic power. I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer. Xiaohua was shocked and asked anxiously, how long can it last? At this moment, Xueqi tightly clenched her teeth and didn't speak anymore. Needless to say, she was trying her best to activate her Fa Li. Can you use my mana? Xiaohua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Xueqi's wrist. His magic power rushed over like a flood. It would have been fine if Xiaohua's magic power didn't enter, but as soon as his magic power entered, it immediately disturbed Xueqi's magic power. Xueqi's true qi in her meridians was already exhausted. No matter how she mobilized Xiaohua's magic power, if the two of them knew some kind of joint attack technique, then Xiaohua would have been able to control the jade carving at the very beginning. Now that he channeled his magic power, not to mention that the two of them didn't know any joint attack technique, they couldn't fuse two different kinds of magic power together. Even if the two of them could fuse their magic power, at this moment, Xueqi simply couldn't mobilize Xiaohua's magic power. That magic power in Xueqi's body could only damage Xueqi's cultivation. With a pu sound, Xueqi couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the jade carving flashed wildly and the white mist was sucked into the jade carving like a swarm of bees. With a zilalop sound, the iron cloak talismans, diamond talismans, soft water talismans, and other talismans on Xiaohua and Xueqi's bodies were all destroyed by the lightning net. The yellow talismans used by qi refining cultivators were simply yellow paper under this lightning. They simply didn't have any decent resistance. With only a faint flash of brilliance, they were destroyed. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Almost without thinking, he waved his hand, wanting to take out some yellow talismans from the space.
But just as he took out a few fire net talismans, he suddenly thought of the bead in the space. At this moment, the bead was still flickering with lightning. It attracted a lot of clouds in the space, and there were also lightning echoing in the clouds. Many areas in the space were covered with lightning. This is it. Thinking back to the day when he took this bead out of the space, Xueqi was delighted. Without hesitation, he took out the bead. Sure enough, as Xueqi expected, as soon as the bead was taken out of the space, the originally dense dark clouds in the sky above Thunder-Seeking Valley became even more turbulent. An extremely large amount of lightning was born in an instant. Around Xueqi and Xueqi, the lightning that was originally going to hit them suddenly changed directions. Like swallows returning to their nest, they all hit the bead in Xueqi's hand. Not only that, but the lightning net of unknown length near Xueqi was also attracted by the bead. In the blink of an eye, it was completely sucked in, revealing an empty valley. Xueqi was pleasantly surprised. But looking at the lightning that was brewing above his head, the power of the lightning seemed to be much greater than the lightning net from before. Xueqi patted his hand and put the bead back into his storage pouch. The bead disappeared, and the lightning in the clouds should have disappeared as well. However, at this moment, on the mountain walls around Thunder-Seeking Valley, there was a flash of brilliance. Countless talisman characters gradually appeared, and immediately attracted the lightning in the clouds. Let's go! Xueqi naturally understood that this was the sign of the lightning net appearing again. With a pull of his hand, he grabbed Xueqi's wrist and flew forward. Zilala, Xueqi and Xueqi had just turned the corner of Seeking Thunder Valley when a series of noises came from behind them. Xueqi snuck a glance and saw that the lightning net had formed again just a few feet away from him. Damn it! Xueqi spat and said in a low voice, "Isn't this thunder-controlling sex trial too much?" "Xueqi, you can't say that." Xueqi said in a weak voice, "The thunder-controlling sex disciples are all handsome in the cultivation world. If they don't do this in their own trial, they will lose face for the thunder-controlling sect when they leave the sect. Life is a small matter, but reputation is a big matter." Looking at Xueqi's deathly pale face, Xueqi sighed in his heart and let go of his hand. He patted his hand and took out a parasol dragon pill that he refined and handed it over. He said with a smile, "Xueqi, I don't have any good medicinal pills here. This is a parasol dragon pill. Take one." Xueqi was very clear on what a parasol dragon pill was. It definitely wouldn't be effective for her Meridian's injuries. But on the other hand, this parasol dragon pill was given by Xueqi. A trace of sweetness emerged in Xueqi's heart. How could she refuse? Taking the parasol dragon pill, Xueqi glanced ahead and pointed with her finger. "Xueqi, let's go forward a bit more. It's better to be a bit further away from this forbidden spell." "And I'll listen to you." Xueqi nodded. However, after they walked a few dozen feet and turned a corner, they couldn't help but be dumbstruck. What do you think? As it turned out, in front of this corner was a large open space. 1,000 or so cultivators who seemed to be in a difficult situation were all sitting cross-legged. Every one of them had their eyes closed and were adjusting their breathing. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Xueqi almost laughed until he fainted. He secretly said, "I knew it." It was difficult for Xueqi and I to pass through these forbidden spells, but those thousands of cultivators had it easy for no reason. As it turns out, they were all hiding here to recuperate. From the looks of it, I'm afraid more than half of them have died. Seeing the strange expression on Xueqi's face, Xueqi seemed to understand what Xueqi was thinking. Looking at everyone's gaze sweeping over, Xueqi lightly touched Xueqi's arm with her elbow, indicating that Xueqi should restrain himself a bit. "And let's go over there to adjust our breathing." Xueqi naturally understood. He pointed at the open space beside the stone wall and the two of them slowly walked over. When everyone saw that the two of them were similarly injured, their gazes also moved away and they minded their own business to recover. Xueqi looked at Xueqi pretending to adjust his breathing and secretly laughed in her heart. She put the parasol dragon pill into her mouth and took out her own medicinal pill, preparing to continue after taking the parasol dragon pill. However, when the medicinal liquid of the parasol dragon pill merged into her meridians and began to slowly repair the damaged meridians just now, Xueqi was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "A supreme grade spirit pill? This parasol dragon pill. When did it have the effect of repairing meridians? This sweetheart.
When the medicinal power began to stabilize and repair her meridians, Xueqi couldn't help but open her eyes a bit. Looking at the solemn Xiaohua beside her, a trace of sweetness appeared in her heart. He definitely didn't want me to know that this was a supreme-grade spirit pill and was afraid that I would refuse. So he deliberately deceived me. Would I refuse? How could Xiaohua know what Xueqi was thinking? Feeling that someone was watching him, he also opened his eyes. When Xueqi saw Xiaohua open his eyes, she immediately closed her eyes again, leaving a trace of red on her face. That trace of red on Xueqi's snow-white face was so obvious. Could it be there's a problem? Xiaohua saw that Xueqi's complexion wasn't good and was slightly shocked. However, looking at Xueqi, other than her face being a bit red, everything else was normal. It didn't seem like there was a problem. He didn't know that in just a day's time, Xueqi's impression of him had completely changed. In fact, when he thought about it, two strangers who knew each other and fell in love, who could clearly distinguish which day was the key to the change. At this moment, the group of cultivators that had arrived earlier began to make some noise. Xiaohua wasn't injured, so he stood up and looked over. He saw that among these cultivators, there were about 10 high-level cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining gradually gathering together. Around these cultivators, there were several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining who also surrounded them, as if they were discussing something. The other cultivators all stood up and watched from the side. After a long while, they seemed to have come to a conclusion. The 10 or so cultivators at the 11th level of qi refining dispersed and gave orders to the several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining. The several tens of cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining then walked towards the other cultivators. Among them, a cultivator who was about 30 years old saw Xiaohua and walked over. Chapter 15:24. Fellow Taoist, please. That cultivator walked in front of Xiaohua, glanced at Xueqi, cupped his hands in greeting, and said very elegantly, I am Ma Miaoming of Luan Shizma clan. May I know which cultivation clan fellow Taoist comes from? Xiaohua smiled and returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Ma, I, Xiaohua, am a loose cultivator. Loose cultivator? Ma Miaoming's brows inadvertently wrinkled. Although he tried his best to conceal it, a trace of disdain still flashed through his eyes. But that disdain was immediately covered up by elegance, and he said with a meaningful smile, So it's fellow Taoist Xiao. I came this time because I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Ma Miaoming had a smile on his face, and his actions were also refined and courteous, but his tone immediately had an additional layer of condescending feeling. How could Xiaohua not hear it? Looking at the clamor in front of him, and then looking at Xueqi at the side, he nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Ma, please speak. I am all ears. Oh, it's nothing. Presumably fellow Taoist Xiao already knows that when we first entered Seeking Thunder Valley, there were more than a few thousand people, but after just passing through 2 formations, nearly half of the fellow Taoists died inside, and only a little over 1,000 remained. If we still blindly charge forward like this without any organization, I'm afraid we'll all die in another formation, and there won't be too many fellow Taoists entering the Imperial Thunder Sect. Ma Miaoming pointed again and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao already saw just now that the few fellow Taoists with the highest cultivation bases in my cultivation clan are merciful and thinking about the future of the fellow Taoists. They want to organize all the fellow Taoists and advance and retreat together under their orders. This way, more fellow Taoists can pass through Seeking Thunder Valley. That's a good idea. Xiaohua pinched his chin and nodded. This is a good thing that benefits others and oneself. I naturally have reasons to agree. Ma Miaoming looked at Xiaohua with a smile that wasn't a smile, as if looking at a country bumpkin. After Xiaohua finished speaking he said, However, these fellow Taoists still have some requests. Request? A trace of vigilance appeared in Xiaohua's heart. He said curiously, Fellow Taoist Ma, please speak. Haha, it's not a big deal. These fellow Taoists are all at the 11th layer of qi refining. If they can't pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley, then I'm sure we can't either. Since they want us to pass together, they'll have to put in a lot more effort than if they were to pass alone. That's why they want to. Ma Miaoming thought for a moment before continuing, If any of you pass through Thunder-Seeking Valley under their command, then when you enter the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, you'll need to listen to them. Xiaohua slightly frowned.
He was already displeased in his heart. If it was some yellow talismans, spirit stones and the like, then it would be fine to give it to them in a short period of time. However, they were actually scheming for the future matters of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This was a bit too much. Listening to everything he said, I'm afraid I won't have the freedom to speak for myself in the future. You haven't even entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, and you're already forming your own faction. This disciple of a cultivation family is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Just as he was about to refuse, Ma Miaoming said without any sense of propriety, "Of course, this is only the first condition."
Ha! There's a second condition? Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. What's that?
These few fellow Taoists only have the strength to lead the cultivators who are not injured.
As long as there are some injuries, they don't want them at all.
Ma Miaoming glanced at Xueqi.
Humph. Xueqi opened her eyes and coldly swept a glance at Ma Miaoming. She sneered and said, "Fellow Taoists, come up with a plan." Hee hee. Ma Miaoming was also quite shameless. His expression didn't change in the slightest.
He cupped his hands and said, "Seeking Thunder Valley is a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder Sect.
This time, we have just taken a few steps. The road ahead is still very long. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Without a good friend, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass through this Seeking Thunder Valley. Besides, even if fellow Taoist Xiao enters the Imperial Thunder Sect, a lone loose cultivator, I'm afraid there won't be any future prospects. This is a good opportunity. If it was me, I would have laughed until my teeth fell out."
Fellow Taoist Xiao had better think carefully. Finished speaking, Ma Miaoming turned around and went to persuade the other cultivators.
A disciple of a cultivator family. Your methods are quite high. Xiao Hua looked at Ma Miaoming's back and sneered. Ai, who asked the world of cultivators to be so cruel? There are only so many cultivation methods, only so many spirit stones, and only so many opportunities to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. Who wouldn't want to fight for it? Xueqi sighed and closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. She was very confident in Xiao Hua and knew that he wouldn't abandon her. The requirements of these cultivator family disciples were indeed very harsh. However, seeing that they could pass the test and enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, this kind of temptation wasn't something that people like Xiao Hua could refuse. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, most of the cultivators followed them. And that Ma Miaoming didn't come to find Xiao Hua again. However, Xiao Hua saw clearly that after Ma Miaoming went back, he whispered something in the ear of an 11th level qi refining cultivator, and that cultivator also looked at Xiao Hua. Even when he saw Xiao Hua's indifferent gaze, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. After a long while, this cultured and refined cultivator, who was about 30 years old, flew into the air and said with a smile, "Well, I am indebted to everyone's favor. If you follow us, then we will certainly do our best to ensure that everyone passes. Not only for the second test, but also for the third test that is about to come. I promise that I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. I also believe that everyone here doesn't need to make any blood oath or heart oath. In the future, you only need to remember today's promise." Who is this? Xiao Hua looked at this mid-stage 11th level qi refining cultivator and asked in a low voice. Xueqi glanced at him and said, "Chong Lotus Village's Jiangming Xiao. He can be considered as the leader of the younger generation in our country of Xi. Since childhood, he has been intelligent and a cultivation genius. He has always wanted to enter the 3 major cultivation sects, but the opportunities were always bad and he didn't succeed." Surnamed Jiang? Xiao Hua looked at Jiangming Xiao and felt an inexplicable dislike in his heart. Yes, Jiang as in Jiang Shui. Xueqi didn't understand and explained. Good. Xiao Hua shouted twice and then ignored him. At this time, there were many cultivators gathered around Jiangming Xiao. There were 10th level qi refining cultivators and 9th level qi refining cultivators. They were all fighting to speak to Jiangming Xiao. It seemed like they were prepared to rely on Jiangming Xiao. It was very obvious that there were about 15 11th level qi refining cultivators and about 8 to 900 uninjured cultivators. They were basically evenly divided into 15 small factions. Fellow Taoists, are you all ready? Jiangming Xiao said in a clear voice. Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, we have been ready for a long time. Let's go. The crowd around Jiangming Xiao shouted. Good, it's still not far from daybreak. We should go a step earlier. As Jiang Mingxiao spoke, he cupped his hands towards the dozen or so 11th level qi refining cultivators and said, I will go first. After he finished speaking, his figure flew towards the valley entrance on the other side of the open space. The cultivators around him also flew. Fellow Taoist Xue, how are your injuries? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked for a moment, then turned his head and asked. It's about time. If fellow Taoist Xiao is in a hurry, we can set off now. Xue stopped regulating her breath and prepared to stand up. No hurry. Just as Xiao Hua uttered these two words, a huge thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the already slightly bright sky. That thunderbolt faintly emitted electric sparks and fire arcs in the night, and a kind of oppressive aura silently pressed down in the pitch-black darkness. This is... Not to mention Xiao Hua, everyone raised their heads in surprise. They didn't understand what this thunderbolt was doing at this time. Jiang Mingxiao and the group of cultivators also stopped at this time. Their figures floated in the air and waited quietly. Zalala, there was another burst of thunder and lightning. A huge purple brilliance shot out from the thunderbolt and shot towards the valley entrance in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Swoosh, when that brilliance landed at the valley entrance, a layer of faint purple brilliance emerged from the valley entrance and poured into the valley like mercury. What is the meaning of this? At this time, Xiao Hua and Xue also flew up at this time. From afar, they looked at the brilliant and colorful stone wall and the valley entrance with confusion in their eyes. Just as the cultivators on the thunderboat were waiting for the Imperial Thundersex disciple to speak, the thunderboat flew towards Kongzhou for another 100 feet and quietly stopped. It was as if it was watching a play. Haha. Fellow Taoists, this is a test given to us by the Imperial Thundersex Masters. They must be on the thunderboat. Wait and see our performance. If any fellow Taoist's performance is outstanding, they might be directly accepted as a disciple by these masters. Jiang Mingxiao said in a clear voice, let us raise our spirits and show our true ability to the Imperial Thundersex Masters. As he spoke, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of the valley. There seemed to be a barrier at the entrance of the valley. When Jiang Mingxiao's figure crashed into it, it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. As his figure sank into the valley, the ripples spread out in all directions. Good, the cultivators behind Jiang Mingxiao also came to their senses. For a moment, they were all excited. Almost all of them rolled up their sleeves and rushed into the valley. When Jiang Mingxiao and the others rushed into the valley, the brilliance at the entrance of the valley returned to normal. Immediately after, the other 14 11th layer qi refining cultivators led the others into the valley. In the open space, only Xiao Hua, Xue, and over 100 injured cultivators who had yet to recover were left. Xiao Hua, why don't I stay here? Your cultivation is profound. If I don't drag you down, you can definitely pass the selection later. Xue's eyes turned a few times as she spoke faintly. However, her eyes were fixed on Xiao Hua, wanting to see what he would say. And that's fine too. Xiao Hua looked ahead and said indifferently, the injuries in your meridians haven't healed yet. If you force your way in, I'm afraid you'll be injured. If you fail to become a disciple and your meridians are damaged, the gains won't make up for the losses. It's better to stay here and rest. You. Xue didn't expect Xiao Hua to say this. She bit her lips with her teeth and stomped on the ground a few times. She said, Humph, I don't believe that with my 7th level qi refining cultivation, I can't even pass the second test. After he finished speaking, he activated his magic power and flew toward the entrance of the valley. Chapter 1525. When did I say anything else? Xiao Hua, who was behind Xue, smiled and said while rubbing his nose, I only said that if your injuries haven't healed yet, you should rest for a while. Since you've already healed, you can naturally go forward together. Humph. Xue coldly snorted and continued to fly forward without stopping. This person. As Xiao Hua spoke, he urged his magic power to follow closely behind Xue and entered the valley. Just after Xiao Hua entered, a slightly immature voice came from the thunderboat. Fellow Taoists. This is the last test of our sex disciple selection. All fellow Taoists must enter. If you don't enter within 15 minutes, you'll automatically give up the selection and be transported to the Thunderclap Peak.
The remaining 100 cultivators were shocked when they heard this and immediately got up from the ground. They didn't dare to delay any longer and entered the valley one after another. After all the cultivators had entered, another ray of light similar to the one before shot out from the thunderbolt. When that ray of light shone into the valley that everyone had entered, the entire valley began to shake. Soon after, there was a rumbling sound as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was shaking. Then, the thunderbolt suddenly slid and disappeared into the darkness of the night. As for Xueqi, he followed behind Xueqi and entered the valley. However, the moment he entered, several different sceneries swayed before his eyes. Xueqi only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he was standing on top of a mountain. Beside him were only lofty mountains and precipitous ridges. Where was Xueqi's trace? Ah? Illusion array? Xueqi was shocked. He really didn't expect that after passing through the illusion array, there would actually be another illusion array in this thunder-seeking valley. What made Xueqi even more uneasy was that when he released his perception and wanted to find out the truth behind the illusion like before, he shockingly discovered that what he saw with his perception was actually exactly the same as what he saw with his eyes. This, Xueqi thought for a moment and knew that the ray of light shot out from the thunderbolt just now was precisely to stimulate this illusion array. Moreover, this illusion array was the real illusion array of Thunder-Seeking Valley. It was definitely not something that a 10th-level chi refining cultivator like him could see through. Xueqi. Xueqi thought for a moment and shouted. Waves of echoes echoed from the valley below the mountain, but no one responded. I'm afraid this illusion array is divided into many parts. Xueqi and I didn't come in together, so we must have been assigned to different areas. Even if we came in together, I'm afraid we would be separated. Xueqi comprehended something. Then he urged his transcendence energy and used the flight technique, flying high into the air. He raised his eyes to look at the vast expanse of lush greenery beneath his feet and said to himself, how do I break this illusion formation? Just as he was thinking, the entire world began to shake violently. Xueqi's standing figure almost lost its balance. Before Xueqi could fly up from the cliff, the mountain range under his feet began to rise with a rumbling sound. Looking around, there were also towering mountain ranges emerging from the ground with a rumbling sound. Around the mountain ranges, the previously lush forests had sunk into the ground as the mountain ranges rose. Streams of spring water gushed out, forming lakes. There were also some that were directly crushed into mud by the mountain peaks and disappeared. Xueqi was stunned. Although he knew that this was an illusory array, he still couldn't help but be shocked by everything that was happening before his eyes. I also don't know. What realm must I cultivate to be able to have this kind of divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas? While Xueqi's eyes were burning with envy, he suddenly thought of the black dots, light, and the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning that he saw while he was unconscious. His heart unconsciously rippled. This divine ability that can move mountains and overturn seas is already so terrifying. Then the evolution of earth, fire, wind, and lightning is probably a divine ability that can create the universe. Then, just how majestic is it? Xueqi's chest couldn't help but rise with a kind of heroic spirit. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound of the trembling actually couldn't suppress this long roar. Ha ha ha, this young master wants to see when this young master can reach the level of creation and move mountains and overturn seas. Just as Xueqi's voice fell, there was a sharp sound. From below Xueqi's body, the mountain range that had just risen abruptly split into two halves. Scorching hot magma gushed out from the mountain range and rushed straight towards Xueqi's body. Come on! Xueqi let out a loud shout as he circulated his magic power. His figure flickered as he used the fire escape technique. His feet landed on the magma, and his entire body moved along with the magma. At first glance, it looked as if he was stepping on fire. Fellow Taoists. Just as Xueqi stood on top of the magma and very carefreely walked forward, a voice sounded. Following this voice, the trembling of the entire world suddenly stopped. The magma under Xueqi's feet also quickly cooled down and turned into crimson rocks. This is the illusory formation that my Imperial Thunder Sect's 12th layer Qi refinement disciples use to test their cultivation. It is also the third trial that all fellow Taoists must pass. The voice was like the sound of nature, resounding throughout the entire world. Currently, the 1,218 fellow Taoists who are participating in the selection are scattered within this illusory formation.
There are absolutely no other cultivators within 10 li of each fellow Taoist. Because this time, my sect wants to recruit 100 disciples. 1,118 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. From now on, no matter what method is used, as long as a fellow Taoist's number plate is snatched away by someone else, that fellow Taoist will be eliminated. And the more number plates a fellow Taoist accumulates, the higher his ranking will be. At dawn, my sect will open the illusory formation and rank the fellow Taoists according to the number of number plates obtained. The first 100 fellow Taoists will become disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect. After the voice finished speaking, the entire world became silent, without the slightest trace of movement. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He promptly released his perception. Sure enough, he didn't see any traces of cultivators in his surroundings. This rule is actually quite interesting. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain peak that had just been erected in the distance. He thought, this young master thought that there would be some kind of arena at the end to compete for the top 100. Who would have thought that the final disciples would be selected within this illusory formation? Moreover, according to the ranking of the number plates obtained, 1,118 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. If one wants to enter the top 100, one must obtain at least 12 number plates. Then, 12 fellow Taoists will be eliminated. It seems that there were quite a few middle-stage qi condensation cultivators in the open space just now. This young master gathering 12 number plates should be quite easy, right? Xiaohua had a smile on his face, and his figure flew up. He glanced around and then casually flew towards a direction. However, at this time, a splendid firework flew into the air not too close to Xiaohua's left. It didn't disperse for a long time, and soon after, another dozen or so similar things also flew up in succession, far and near.
What's this for?
Xiaohua was rather puzzled and inwardly said, others can't hide in a hurry, but these people. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. These are those dozen or so 11th level qi condensation cultivators. They're calling out to the fellow Taoists who agreed to meet up with us just now, right? But the number plates are limited. Do those cultivators dare to meet up? Xiaohua was puzzled again and immediately shook his head. Why do I care so much? This young master is going to gather 12 number plates first. With this thought, Xiaohua increased his speed. Sure enough, just as he flew for a short moment, a 7th level qi condensation cultivator barged into Xiaohua's perception. This cultivator wore a crimson Taoist robe, truly eye-catching. The red-robed cultivator seemed to be fleeing, turning his head to look back from time to time. By the time he discovered Xiaohua, he was already in front of Xiaohua. When the red-robed cultivator saw Xiaohua's 10th level qi condensation cultivation, he almost cried out in alarm and hurriedly changed direction. Unfortunately, how could he fly faster than Xiaohua? Just as he changed direction, Xiaohua moved in front of him and laughed. Fellow Taoist, a crisp bang rang out. The red-robed cultivator simply didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish speaking. The sword talisman in his hand transformed into a foot-long flying sword and directly pierced towards Xiaohua's chest. Humph! Xiaohua's brows slightly furrowed. Seeing the flying sword fly towards his chest with incomparable speed, he didn't have the slightest thought of dodging. He simply raised his right hand and slapped towards the flying sword. Ha! The red-robed cultivator was stunned. In his opinion, even if Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th level of qi condensation, he should have taken out a high-level yellow talisman to deal with this flying sword talisman. How could he possibly receive the flying sword talisman with his bare hands? 10th level of qi condensation. Sure enough, it's a high-level cultivation. On the other side, Xiaohua's expression was indifferent. He was still muttering in his heart. Only after cultivating to a certain level would I know what kind of disdain he had when he faced me, a 4th-layer aura-refining loose cultivator. Back then, when the Fu clan's talisman puppet faced me, I'm afraid it was also this easy. The gap between realms is really huge. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he urged his magic power and used the thunder palm in his hand. A half-foot-long lightning bolt flashed out of thin air and struck the flying sword in midair. With a cracking sound, the flying sword was immediately shattered by the thunder palm as if it was made of colored glass. Immediately, it turned into several pieces of paper and flew into the air. This high-level flying sword talisman, which in Xiaohua's eyes before, seemed to be very powerful.
Now, with a casual wave of Xiaohua's hand, it vanished into thin air. Ah!
The red-robed cultivator was even more terrified. He slapped his hand and took out another stack of fireball talismans, wanting to throw them out. Fellow Daoist, I only want your number plate. I don't want to take your life. If you continue to resist like this, don't blame I for being ruthless. Xiaohua's cold voice sounded in the cultivator's ear. Hearing this, the red-robed cultivator's face revealed a trace of relief. He softly said, "Is fellow Daoist's words true?" "Humph, believe it or not, I don't feel like explaining to you." Xiaohua stood in midair and turned his head to look at where the cultivator came from. He said, "I have limited time, I will only count to 6. If fellow Daoist doesn't leave the number plate on the ground and leave, then I will, yes, yes." Seeing Xiaohua's anger, the red-robed cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and took out a number plate from his storage bag.
He placed it on the ground and said, "I will leave the number plate here. I hope fellow Daoist will keep his word."
Go. Xiaohua indifferently looked at the number plate on the ground and waved his hand. But just as Xiaohua was about to wave his hand, a hand suddenly reached out from the ground and grabbed the number plate in his hand. Chapter 1526. Fellow Daoist, when the red-robed cultivator saw that the command tablet on the ground had been snatched away, he immediately looked nervously at Xiaohua. But Xiaohua wasn't the slightest bit nervous. Seeing that hand and the command tablet disappear into the ground, he laughed and said, "Take care of yourself and go." Then, the red-robed cultivator cupped his hands and said, At this moment, a strange thing happened. The red-robed cultivator's figure faintly flickered, like a candle swaying in the wind. After swaying twice, the red-robed cultivator disappeared from where he stood. Ha! What's going on? Xiaohua was somewhat dazed, but when his perception tracked down the cultivator who had just taken the command tablet, he somewhat understood. The Imperial Thundersex disciple said he wanted to eliminate 11-18 cultivators. I'm afraid this is the method of elimination. Just now, when the command tablet was about 1 zhang away from the red-robed cultivator, the red-robed cultivator immediately disappeared. He should have been transported out of this illusion formation. In other words, he was eliminated. The command tablet can't be more than 1 zhang away from the body. Otherwise, it will be regarded as having been snatched away and automatically transported out of the illusion formation. Why didn't the Imperial Thundersex disciple mention this kind of thing? Xiaohua was bewildered, but he immediately formed hand seals and his body drilled into the ground. He used the earth escape technique and chased in the direction the other cultivator escaped in. The other cultivator was a person with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks. He was precisely chasing after the red-robed cultivator from just now. Xiaohua had long since discovered that. When the cultivator with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks saw that Xiaohua's cultivation wasn't inferior to his, he immediately escaped into the ground, wanting to catch him off guard. He originally wanted to sneak attack Xiaohua, but when he saw the red-robed cultivator actually put the command tablet on the ground, he naturally didn't hesitate to take the command tablet away. According to this cultivator's thinking, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation and Xiaohua was also at the 10th level of qi condensation. Not to mention whether or not Xiaohua had an earth escape talisman, even if he did, he might not be able to catch up to him. Who would have thought that just as this 10th level cultivator fled for a moment, he heard Xiaohua's eerie voice from above his head. Fellow Daoist scheme. You actually dared to take the command tablet away from I. I didn't want to take your life. Humph. The monkey-faced cultivator suppressed his astonishment and let out a cold snort. He clapped his hands and took out several yellow talismans. However, just as he urged his magic power, an incomparably fierce force suddenly came from the space between his eyebrows. When he saw a black light instantly pierce through his earth escape talisman and the yellow talismans around him, he felt a pain between his eyebrows and immediately lost consciousness. What's going on? Xiaohua drove the black iron needle into the cultivator's forehead, but a strange scene appeared. Just as the black iron needle pierced into the cultivator's forehead, the cultivator's body began to flicker. Just like the red-robed cultivator, the cultivator's body gradually disappeared, leaving behind 2 identical number plates in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Oh, so that's the case. Xiaohua put the 2 number plates into his storage bag and nodded slightly. The Imperial Thunder Sect still has the intention of protecting the cultivators participating in the selection. Inside this illusion formation, even if you lose your life, you don't have to worry and will be immediately transported out. And that's fine too. In this case, this young master also doesn't have any misgivings. At this moment, Xiao Hua was truly awe-inspiring. This was also the first time he could hold his head up high after hiding from the three sects of the state of Xi. His magic power was truly much higher than his peers. Dealing with the 6th and 10th level of qi refining was simply as easy as reaching out his hand. Moreover, the reason why qi refining cultivators became qi refining cultivators was precisely because they drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body and refined it for their own use. This was merely the lowest level of cultivation. They could only rely on their magic power to drive the yellow talismans. Speaking of which, they couldn't even be considered to have crossed the threshold. Only after reaching the 12th level of qi refining and beginning to possess divine sense could they begin to rely on their own magic power to cast spells. Only then could they be considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Although Xiao Hua was currently only at the 10th level of qi refining, he was already able to cast spells. In these past 2 years, he had repeatedly read through the book of foundational spells he obtained from the Foam clan. He had long since practiced all the spells in the book to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with them. This Thunder Palm was actually the most powerful spell in the book. Today he took it out very easily, making a profit. Immediately after, Xiao Hua randomly picked a direction and flew away. One after another, he found 2 cultivators around the 8th level of qi refining. These 2 were tactful. Knowing that they couldn't contend against him, they obediently took out their number plates and withdrew from the illusion formation. This is good. It's as easy as blowing off dust. Using reason to convince people. Xiao Hua somewhat enjoyed this feeling of being an expert. If nothing unexpected happens, this young master will soon be able to gather 12 number plates. However, this was often the case. The easier it felt, the easier it was for accidents to occur. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua didn't find another cultivator, regardless of whether they were high or low level. It was as if these cultivators were all hiding. Strange. Xiao Hua released all of his perception. He even looked underground, but he didn't have the slightest clue. Looking at the color of the sky, it was already extremely dark. Presumably, this was the darkness before dawn. Before long, the sun would rise from the east again. This is bad. Xiao Hua's heart jumped. His figure flew up into the air. Looking at the signal that was the closest to him, he sneered. Damn it, it seems this young master wants to test his luck. At this moment, without waiting for Xiao Hua to urge his magic power, a faint divine sense swept past him from behind. It passed by Xiao Hua's body and immediately locked onto him. Soon after, in Xiao Hua's perception, another dozen or so cultivators appeared behind him. They quickly surrounded him from all directions. Humph! Xiao Hua coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out the black iron needle from the space. He quietly sent it into the air. Soon after, he took the devil's spear and a large stack of fireball talismans in his hand. He pretended to be ignorant and flew forward. Fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua flew for a moment and sensed that the dozen or so cultivators had surrounded him. Then, he heard a warm voice call out from behind him. Xiao Hua turned around and frowned slightly. The 2 people who appeared behind him were none other than Ma Miaoming and Jiang Mingxiao. Ha ha ha. Ma Miaoming saw Xiao Hua and laughed happily. Fellow Taoist Jiang, it's this guy. I saw a few people outside the illusory formation. They were all very willing to submit to fellow Taoist Jiang. Only this guy ignored you. Everyone has their own ambitions. I have never forced anyone. Jiang Mingxiao smiled and waved her hand. What ambitions does he have? He's just a loose cultivator. Needless to say, he cultivated to this level by robbing cultivation techniques and spirit stones. Even if he wants to submit to fellow Taoist Jiang, we still have to carefully consider our own reputation. Ma Miaoming sneered. Fellow Taoist Ma, do you still remember that loose cultivator Chong Huan? How despicable and shameless. He treated fellow Taoist as his reborn parent. As soon as fellow Taoist left, he immediately. Fellow Taoist Ma. Jiang Mingxiao frowned with displeasure. I know my wrongs, I know my wrongs. Ma Miaoming immediately flattered. Fellow Taoist Jiang is a magnanimous person. You won't take this kind of trivial matter to heart,
but I still feel indignant for fellow Taoist. Then, she looked at Xiao Hua and said, how could ordinary loose cultivators surpass the 7th layer of the qi refining realm? If he didn't use despicable means, how could he reach the 10th layer of the qi refining realm? If fellow Taoist Jiang makes a move, on one hand, we'll have another number plate. On the other hand, we can avenge the fellow Taoist who died in this guy's hands. I have my own ideas. Jiang Mingxiao waved her hand and stopped Ma Miaoming from speaking. She cupped her hands and said, I remember that fellow Taoist is called Xiao Hua, right? Yes, that's right. It's extremely difficult for loose cultivators to cultivate. This is common knowledge in the cultivation world. Joining the Imperial Thunder Sect is fellow Taoist Zhao's best opportunity. This is already the last hurdle. Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to obtain 12 number plates to fulfill his wish and become an official disciple of a major cultivation sect. In the future, he won't have to worry about spirit stones, medicinal pills, or cultivation techniques anymore. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Jiang? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Nothing. I just admire the willpower of loose cultivators like you. In a situation where you don't have anything, you actually manage to cultivate to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. If it's absolutely impossible. Therefore, I want to give fellow Taoist Xiao a chance. Oh? You still want I to follow fellow Taoist Jiang? Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Mingxiao with a faint smile. Yes, I naturally trust others, but fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. Therefore, I ask fellow Taoist Xiao to swear a blood oath that in the future, you'll only follow I in the Imperial Thunder Sect. If you do, I will spare your life and protect you. Who? Jiang Mingxiao was persuading Xiao Hua when suddenly, another divine sense swept over. Jiang Mingxiao frowned and scolded towards the source of the divine sense. Of course it's I. An extremely arrogant voice came. Then, more than 10 cultivators flew down from the east side of Xiao Hua. Wang family of Guangxian? Jiang Mingxiao sneered and said, fellow Taoist Qiming, can't you see that I am doing something here? Hee, fellow Taoist Jiang, of course I can see you. Wang Qiming's face was sharp and thin, and he actually had a goatee under his chin. His eyes were slightly red, and he said with a sinister smile, the loose cultivators in this area have all been killed and those who should have fled have fled. It's hard to find an extra number plate. It's not easy to find an unguarded one here. I also came to take a look on behalf of my subordinate brothers. Fellow Taoist Wang. Jiang Mingxiao scolded. This fellow Taoist has already pledged his allegiance to I and is I's brother. This number plate. I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Is that so? Wang Qiming rolled his red eyes and said with a smile, it seems, this fellow Taoist hasn't agreed yet. Hee, fellow Taoist Wang, do you think this fellow Taoist won't agree? Jiang Mingxiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Xiao Hua stood there and looked at the two people coldly. When he saw Jiang Mingxiao laughing, a faint smile also appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoist Jiang, I'll let you know that I won't agree to this condition of being someone's servant. Ha! Jiang Mingxiao was laughing halfway, but at this moment, it was as if someone had grabbed his throat and he couldn't laugh anymore. A vicious expression appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out an earthen yellow sword talisman. He urged his transcendence energy, and the sword talisman suddenly expanded, becoming a huge sword more than half a foot wide. Jiang Mingxiao waved his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by the huge sword. Then, just as Jiang Mingxiao was about to use his divine sense to urge the huge sword, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly stood up and he sneered. You want me to pledge my allegiance with this little ability? Go home and cultivate for another 100 years. Chapter 15:27. After that, Xiao Hua didn't give Jiang Mingxiao any chance to swing his greatsword. His entire body was like a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived in front of Jiang Mingxiao. Similarly, he waved his hand, and a dozen fireball talismans surrounded Jiang Mingxiao's body. Rumble! The fireball talismans were incomparably powerful. Not only did they blast Jiang Mingxiao to the point that he fled in a sorry state, they even disrupted the entire scene. Xiao Hua originally used the devil's spear tip in his hand, but just as he took it out, he remembered that there were many cultivators here. Moreover, even if he stabbed Jiang Mingxiao to death, he would only be teleported out of the illusory formation. The secret of his devil's spear tip couldn't be kept. Rather than that, he might as well not use it. Xiao Hua could be considered to have hit the mark by a fluke. Jiang Mingxiao was a mid-stage 11th stage qi refinement cultivator and already had divine sense. If Xiao Hua threw out the fireball talisman from afar, he absolutely couldn't get within 1 zhong of his body. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to succeed. At this time, even if Jiang Mingxiao had divine sense, the fireball talisman had already exploded within 1 qi of his body. He could only flee. Hee. Xiao Hua saw that Jiang Mingxiao's defense had been blown to pieces by the fireball talisman. His hands moved again, but right at this moment, an earth spike suddenly flew out from under his body and was about to pierce into the sole of his foot. Humph! Xiao Hua's figure flew again, dodging the earth spike. He turned his head to look at Wang Qiming, who was not far from him and had a trace of astonishment in his eyes. Damn it, this guy. Should have gone to sneak attack Jiang Mingxiao. Why did he attack me? Xiao Hua glanced at Wang Qiming. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't pay much attention to him. Seeing that Wang Qiming had come to his senses and was forming another seal, wanting to attack him, Xiao Hua immediately circulated his magic power. His figure flashed as he closely chased after Jiang Mingxiao. Moreover, the fireball talismans in his hand shot out one after another. Jiang Mingxiao, who was fleeing in a sorry state, was incomparably depressed. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua to make the first move. Moreover, he absolutely didn't expect Xiao Hua's speed to be so fast. The fireball talisman was of such a high level. For a moment, he lost the initiative and could only flee outside. He wanted to avoid the fireball talisman first, then use his divine sense to deal with Xiao Hua. However, the fireball talismans were endless, causing Jiang Mingxiao to almost vomit blood. Just as he steeled his heart, several net of ice talismans in his hand. He was prepared to take the opportunity to use his divine sense to resist the fireball talisman and take the opportunity to take his magic tool. When suddenly, a swift and fierce aura from the sky, very sharply, the yellow talismans, the talisman's talisman, of course of a sudden, of S2's, a shop took the opportunity of his own tool. Of course of the S's, SI tubes, I of Astios, S's heads of his. S that of his of course, of hit, S's of his, he of his of. Hims when he's he of. Humph. Xiao Hua sensed the magic power of his magic power, and with a wave of his hand, a half-foot-long thunder palm shot out from his hand. It directly hit Wang Qiming's of his, and immediately broke the of his. At the same time, Jiang Mingxiao's figure disappeared. Crash! A series of sounds rang out, and unexpectedly, 14 number plates fell from midair. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the 14 number plates were all caught by him, and very nimbly, he put them into his storage pouch. From the moment Xiao Hua threw out the fireball talisman to the moment he used his black iron needle to kill Jiang Mingxiao, all of his movements were as quick as lightning, far exceeding the expectations of the crowd of cultivators. Therefore, no one expected these 14 number plates to be his. By the time they saw them clearly and their thoughts had just arisen, the number plates had already been put into Xiao Hua's storage pouch by Xiao Hua. Ha! The happiest of all was Wang Qiming. His entire thin face was flushed red. With a wave of his hand, he formed another seal, and his figure flew in the direction of Xiao Hua, chasing after him. However, something Wang Qiming didn't expect happened. Xiao Hua didn't flee. Instead, with a cold smile on his face, he actually rushed over just like him. This guy actually isn't afraid of death? Wang Qiming's brain couldn't quite wrap itself around it. The confinement technique in his hand was still unleashed. Crack! When Xiao Hua casually used a palm of thunder to break the confinement technique, Wang Qiming suddenly thought, this is bad. Jiang Mingxiao's cultivation is at the middle stage of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm. Just like me, he was killed by this guy. Wouldn't I also be no match for him? But he's only at the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Damn it, I actually still have to chase after him. Wang Qiming's brain reacted slowly, but his cultivation wasn't fake. When Wang Qiming came to his senses, his figure immediately rushed towards the sky,
as if he wanted to change directions and avoid Xuehua. What a pity! Although he was at the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm, a layer higher than Xuehua's realm, how could his flying talisman compare to Xuehua's flying technique? Just as he flew into the air, Xuehua's figure appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going? Xuehua asked indifferently. Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please spare my life. Wang Qiming couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly. I was possessed just now. I shouldn't have attacked fellow Taoist. Since fellow Taoist has already killed Jiang Mingxiao and collected all the number plates, please take pity on I. This little one only has 11 number plates. If fellow Taoist Xiao can let I go, I will enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. These cultivators in my hands will all be under fellow Taoist Zhao's command. Ah! The dozen or so cultivators under Jiang Mingxiao and Wang Qiming's command were all around the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm. Under the might of Xuehua's dozens of fireball talismans, they had already hidden far away. They simply didn't have time to clearly see what was happening in the field. When the fireball talisman's raging flames disappeared, they saw a middle stage of the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm being chased all over the sky by a late stage of the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. As he fled, he even begged for mercy. This situation. How could they not be shocked? Humph! This young master doesn't care. Xuehua sneered. If you dare to reach out to this young master, then you should be prepared to be killed by this young master. As Xuehua spoke, he also threw a large pile of fireball talismans at Wang Qiming's body. At this moment, Wang Qiming seemed to have come to his senses. This was an illusion formation, so there was no danger to his life. Seeing that Xuehua didn't intend to let him go, he stopped and clapped his hands. A magic tool in the shape of a gourd was taken out by him. Urging his transcendence energy, a misty blue brilliance shot out from the gourd's mouth. From top to bottom, it gradually protected his entire body. The dozen or so fireballs exploded around the blue light, but they only shook the blue light back and forth. They couldn't harm Wang Qiming at all. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Wang Qiming's face had a trace of satisfaction. Seeing that the blue light had already merged together under his feet, his heart relaxed, and he opened his mouth to speak with a smile. It was also at this moment that a jet-black brilliance appeared under his feet. With lightning speed, it pierced the place where the blue light had just converged. The blue light only resisted slightly before it was immediately pierced by the brilliance. With a pu sound, that brilliance pierced into the sole of Wang Qiming's feet. Ah! Wang Qiming was stunned, and he unconsciously lowered his head. Unfortunately, before he could understand what was going on, his entire body swayed, and he slowly disappeared from where he was standing. Hua hua! A series of sounds rang out. Sure enough, 11 number plates scattered in midair. Without waiting for Xuehua to make a move, the dozen or so cultivators on the left were all moved. Each of them urged their flying talismans to rush towards those number plates. Xuehua wasn't nervous. He stood in midair with his hands behind his back, and he coldly laughed. I want to see who dares to take away these number plates under my eyes. Swoosh! All the cultivators immediately came to their senses and uniformly stood in midair, not daring to take even half a step forward. Xiao! Fellow Taoist Xiao, you already have 14 number plates. You're definitely going to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. A cultivator timidly said. These 11 number plates. Senior, please be merciful and give them to whoever you find pleasing to the eye. If we enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, we'll all follow fellow Taoist Zhao's lead. Humph! Xuehua waved his hand, and those 11 number plates fell into his storage bag. He looked around and shook his head. I have no interest in your so-called cultivation family's methods. You guys should go find your own opportunities. Everyone's face revealed regret, but seeing that it was getting late, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Just as they were about to fly away, they heard Xuehua say, Fellow Taoist called Ma Miaoming, you don't need to leave. Leave your number plate behind and return to the Thunderclap Peak by yourself. Ma Miaoming already had a bad feeling in his heart. Hearing Xuehua's words, he bitterly smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I just want to protect myself. If I don't curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, I also won't. Fellow Taoist Ma, there are thousands upon thousands of cultivation paths in the world. You can choose any one of them. Since you've chosen the path of relying on Jiang Mingxiao, you naturally have the awareness of your choice. In order to curry favor with Jiang Mingxiao, You dare to offend I, so you'll have to accept I's punishment. Xiao Hua indifferently said, fortunately, this is an illusion. You'll only leave your number plate behind as a lesson and won't lose your life. If you're outside the illusion array. This. Ma Miaoming looked at the crowd that had long since fled and sighed. He slapped his storage bag, and unexpectedly, there were 2 number plates inside. He bitterly smiled and said, I've worked hard for so long, but in the end, I've made wedding clothes for others. Forget it, forget it. As he spoke, Ma Miaoming took 2 steps forward, waved his hand, and the 2 number plates flew towards Xiao Hua. Seeing Ma Miaoming take 2 steps forward, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand, and the 2 number plates stopped in his hand. However, it only stopped for a moment. Then, Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and the 2 number plates suddenly flew behind Xiao Hua. Woo! A strange roar sounded. One of the 2 number plates suddenly turned into a long snake-like monster. It circled in the air and flew towards Xiao Hua. You! Ma Miaoming, who was in front of Xiao Hua, looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. You! How did you know? Humph! How I know is not important. What's important is, you missed the opportunity one gave you. Xiao Hua stood between Ma Miaoming and the other number plate, coldly looking at Ma Miaoming's gradually disappearing figure. That number plate was obviously Ma Miaoming's own number plate. He probably took it out to trick Xiao Hua, and the monster that pounced towards Xiao Hua also disappeared along with Ma Miaoming's disappearance. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ma Miaoming's figure disappeared, but he still didn't understand. Chapter 1528. Cultivator aristocratic families are really unfathomable. Although Xiao Hua's expression didn't change as he watched the roaring monster gradually disappear, his heart had long since turned upside down. Let's not talk about being able to use a magic tool while still in the qi refining stage. Let's not talk about being able to teach a complete cultivation technique to the main family's disciples. Just this monster, that spirit-seeking talisman, that soul-absorbing bell, and other strange methods cannot be underestimated. And that Jingbo City's Zhu clan, perhaps because they were in the limelight back then, they were able to shake the cultivator sections. That's why they suffered an unexpected calamity and were implanted with talismans. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua unconsciously pinched his chin. He was thinking a little too far. In the past 2 years, Xiao Hua had been practicing diligently, and at the same time, he had also taken out all the cultivation methods that he could practice and read them. He had basically finished reading the Zhu family's booklet. What was recorded in it was completely different from the cultivation methods and talismans of the current Xi country's cultivation world. It only talked about souls and talismans. It was also very different from the talismans that Xiao Hua had obtained from Xiao Nan's Cheng family. Although Xiao Hua could somewhat understand it, he was still more confused. Of course, that book didn't talk about talismans in detail. It only said that talismans were magical powers left behind from ancient times and were recorded in a strange language. That's all. Then, it talked about the Zhu clan's failed attempts to break talismans. Of course, from this little content, Xiao Hua faintly felt that these things were extremely useful. However, Xiao Hua didn't have the slightest clue as to where and how to use them. Perhaps, after I learn talismans in the future, I'll be able to thoroughly understand the secrets of this booklet and find the reason. Xiao Hua patted his forehead and bitterly smiled at his own thoughts. At this time, Xiao Hua had already obtained 26 number plates. Adding his own, that was a total of 27 number plates. More than double his previous estimate of 12 number plates. This harvest was more than enough for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection this time. Xiao Hua also didn't want to attract too much attention, so he descended and sat on a large red rock, preparing to quietly wait for the arrival of dawn. However, just as Xiao Hua sat down, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Oh my, how could I forget Xueqi? Recalling Xueqi's rude and unreasonable appearance when she had just entered the illusion array, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of Fairy Hongxia's beautiful and understanding eyes. And in front of Kai Hongfeng, Fairy Hongxia resolutely prepared to stand up for Xiao Hua, valiant and formidable. Maybe she has already joined the Huanhua sect? It's been 2 years since we last met, so she must have made a breakthrough in her cultivation. Let's just say she's in the 11th layer of qi refining. Thinking up to this point, Xiao Hua's heart seemed to be filled with lofty sentiments. He couldn't sit still anymore. Clenching his fists, he stood up and laughed brightly. Damn it, I'm also in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. From today onwards, I'm no longer a toad. Hee, a white swan. Can I eat your flesh? At this moment, Xiao Hua seemed to have changed into another person. His face once again carried a trace of laziness and confidence, and there was even a hint of craftiness in his eyes. It was a far cry from the previous Xiao Hua's deadpan appearance. It was also this strange temperament that caused Xueqi's heart to be instantly planted with feelings. This was much more lethal than any pretty boy. Concubine, dual cultivation, concubine. Xiao Hua didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of the immortal beauty sect that Xueqi had mentioned. In his mind, Xueqi's figure and Fairy Hongxia's face also appeared. Oh my, this isn't some inner demon, right? Xiao Hua hurriedly gathered his thoughts and thought to himself, Xueqi doesn't know. She thinks that I've recovered my cultivation within 2 years. But in reality, I've cultivated from the 4th layer of qi refining all the way to the 10th layer of qi refining without any bottlenecks or sluggishness. This inner demon. I really have to be careful. And, let's not talk about this for now. I'd better go find Xueqi. After all, I came here with her. Don't hurt her heart. Xiao Hua urged his transcendence energy and used the flight technique. Just as he was about to fly into the air, 2 divine senses swept over from his left. When they saw Xiao Hua, they immediately locked onto him. Humph, there really are people who aren't afraid of death. Xiao Hua also used his perception to sweep the area. He immediately understood that these 2 were also 11th layer aura refining cultivators. Surrounding the 2 of them were several dozen 9th and 10th layer aura refining cultivators. Although Xiao Hua's divine sense couldn't see the people clearly, it was very easy for him to see through everyone's cultivation levels. These 2 clearly came prepared. As soon as their divine senses locked onto Xiao Hua, they each took out 2 different yellow talismans. They spat out a mouthful of blood essence and stuck the talismans on their bodies. A rather strange fluctuation emerged from their blood vessels and stimulated their meridians. As a result, their transcendence energy suddenly increased by more than 30% compared to before. Strange. As Xiao Hua sensed, he suddenly remembered that he was still thinking about the secrets of the cultivation families. He couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. He wasn't afraid of 11th layer qi refining cultivators, but the problem was that these were 2 11th layer qi refining cultivators. Moreover, they both had secret magic tools. Look, one was shaped like an alms bowl, the other was shaped like a small pagoda. Under the urging of the 2's transcendence energy, they emitted different scattered lights and flew towards Xiao Hua following their divine senses. Moreover, the dozens of 9th and 10th layer qi refining cultivators surrounding these 2 cultivators were like hungry wolves who saw a little sheep. All kinds of yellow talismans were raised in their hands and urged the flight talismans to fly over like a swarm of bees. Xiao Hua wasn't willing to fight against these people. Humph, isn't it just 20 or so number plates? This young master wants you to watch so you won't be able to eat them. Xiao Hua coldly snorted. He formed a hand seal and his figure drilled into the ground. In front of 4 foundation establishment cultivators, Xiao Hua could easily escape. Now, facing 11th layer qi refining cultivators, Xiao Hua simply didn't have any burden. Fellow Taoist Yuan, this guy has an earth escape talisman. A delicate, baby-faced cultivator with delicate features formed a hand seal to activate the small alms bowl and shouted with some astonishment. Hee, fellow Taoist Min, eyes incompetent, I'll go first. The other square-faced cultivator with a somewhat dull appearance activated the small pagoda. He slapped his hand and took out an Earth Escape talisman from his storage pouch and said, I just so happen to have a few Earth Escape talismans. Fellow Taoist Yuan, please wait. Fellow Taoist Min frowned and said, from what the other fellow Taoist just said, this guy has some divine abilities. Jiang Ming Xiao and Wang Qiming of Guangxian were eliminated by this guy. If we didn't join forces, I'm afraid we'd have to be very careful. This fellow Taoist Yuan slightly hesitated. He slapped his hand and took out another Earth Escape talisman and threw it to fellow Taoist Min, saying, Fellow Taoist Min, I'll give you an Earth Escape talisman. This is Xiao Hua's number plate. Haha, no need. Fellow Taoist Yuan waved his hand and the Earth Escape talisman flew back to fellow Taoist Min. Fellow Taoist Yuan turned his head and said, If any fellow Taoist has extra Earth Escape talismans, I'll give you the first number plate.
I have one.
Just as fellow Taoist Yuan finished speaking, a cultivator took out several Earth Escape talismans from his storage pouch and handed them over. This cultivator was the one who followed Jiang Mingxiao from the Chonglian village. Good, fellow Taoist fan, if I gets the number plate, your two won't be able to escape. Fellow Taoist Yuan was overjoyed and reached out to catch it. He slapped his hand and pointed with his finger. The alms bowl flashed and fell into fellow Taoist Yuan's hand. He looked at fellow Taoist Min and smiled.
Shall we go down now? Hee, please.
Fellow Taoist Min also put away the small pagoda. The two of them flashed and chased down from different directions. Fellow Taoist fan still had some Earth Escape talismans and loudly asked, "What should we do?" Fellow Taoist Yuan said, "If you want to come, then come. Whoever contributed the most would get the most. There are more than 20 number plates." Fellow Taoist Min smiled brightly and had already entered the earth. However, fellow Taoist fan and the other cultivators looked at each other. None of them dared to rashly fly down. After all, there weren't many cultivators with Earth Escape talismans, not even 40% of them. They wouldn't be willing to team up and chase down a cultivator who could kill an 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator even if they had 10 times the courage. Fellow Taoist fan hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, We'll just wait here. If fellow Taoist Yuan and fellow Taoist Min succeed, then we'll get some benefits. If not, then we'll think of something else. Another way. Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard this. They looked around and quickly flew to a place where there was no one around. What else could they do? In order to protect themselves, they first sought the protection of an 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator. Then, with the help of the 11th layer Qi condensation cultivator's divine sense, they hunted down stray cultivators. Although they killed a lot of them, in the end, there was still a limit. They had gathered all the number plates of the 11th layer Qi condensation cultivators, but they still didn't have enough. In the end, there were no more cultivators to kill, so they could only kill each other. For example, if fellow Taoist fan hadn't revealed Xiao Hua's information, his number plate would have been snatched away by someone else long ago. Everyone was on guard, yellow talismans in hand. Not only were they looking at each other, but they were also staring at the ground, ready to be summoned by the two 11th layer Qi condensation cultivators at any time. At this moment, the air was still clear, and the horizon was faintly white. This was the sign of dawn. If nothing unexpected happened, after a meal, the light of dawn would appear, and the Imperial Thundersect's disciple selection would come to an end. Seeing the anxiety in everyone's hearts, a few of the more quick-witted ones had other ideas. But at this moment, from the ground beneath everyone's feet, a jet-black brilliance suddenly shot out. With lightning speed, it stabbed into fellow Taoist fan's feet. Fellow Taoist fan didn't even have time to react. The iron cloak talisman and other defensive yellow talismans on his body were pierced. As the faint brilliance flickered, fellow Taoist fan only had time to put on a look of astonishment. His entire body began to sway and gradually disappeared. Bang! At the same time fellow Taoist fan disappeared, a number plate appeared in midair. Haha, the fat cultivator closest to fellow Taoist fan already had some yellow talismans in his hand. When he saw the number plate appear, he grinned and threw the yellow talismans in his hand, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat. He flew a few steps forward and reached out to grab the number plate. But just as his hand touched the number plate, a cold voice sounded in his ear. "You dare to take this young master's things?" Chapter 1529. Ah! This voice was very unfamiliar, but in the fat cultivator's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder. "Senior, please spare my life." The fat cultivator hastily withdrew his hand, but it was already too late. The jet-black brilliance that had just killed fellow Taoist fan had returned. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced between the fat cultivator's eyebrows. The fat cultivator naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He flung out a yellow talisman in his hand,
and an ice net talisman appeared in front of him. Gotcha! The ice net talisman didn't seem to be able to block the sharp black iron needle in the slightest. The fat cultivator only felt his vision darken, and he was transported back to the thunderclap peak. Damn it, this guy. Who is he? So powerful. So fast. When his figure landed on the thunderclap peak, the fat cultivator still hadn't seen who had eliminated him. Within the illusory formation, Xueqi waved his hand, and the 2 number plates fell into his storage pouch. At the same time, 2 flustered and exasperated voices came from the ground beneath his feet. Xueqi, if you have the ability, don't run. Don't run? You think this young master is a fool? The corners of Xueqi's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His figure suddenly flew up, and with a wave of his hand, the black iron needle appeared in the air again, killing a 7th-level qi refining cultivator. After taking a number plate, it flew in a certain direction. Behind Xueqi were several tens of cultivators who were in a mess. At this moment, these cultivators couldn't help but make a move. Each of them took out their most convenient yellow talismans and methods. There were even a few people who took out their ancestral magic tools. They wanted to fight to the death when the sun rose from the east and see if they could gather enough number plates. When fellow Taoist Yuan and fellow Taoist Min flashed out from the ground, they saw the chaotic scene. They wanted to berate them, but they tacitly kept their mouths shut. This was their final method to deal with the problem. Although they arrived a bit earlier, they still arrived. Fellow Taoist Yuan, should we still chase? Fellow Taoist Min glanced at the distant Xueqi's figure, which wasn't very fast, and whispered, "Still chase? My brain isn't sick." Fellow Taoist Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he said, "This Xueqi already has enough number plates. He was still able to escape under the joint efforts of the 2 of us. He is definitely a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since we are going to cultivate in the same sect in the future, how can we not form good karma? If we force them into a corner and force them to use whatever means they have, we will end up in a lose-lose situation." Then, he looked at the chaos beneath his feet. "Isn't this the best time to solve our problem?" Fellow Taoist Min clapped his hands and said, "Great. I have the same idea." Then, the 2 of them stood with their hands clasped behind their backs and quietly watched the fight in the field. But the distant Xueqi was at a loss. He used his perception to sweep over and over again, cursing in his heart, "Motherfuckers, why don't you chase after me? I'm still waiting to teach you a lesson." As he said this, he waved his hand, and the black iron needle flashed out from the rock behind him, flying into Xueqi's hand at an extremely fast speed. Since the 2 11th-layer qi refining cultivators didn't want to trouble Xueqi, and Xueqi himself didn't have any desire to win, the 2 of them joining forces could still put up a fight against Xueqi. If Xueqi didn't reveal his trump card, he would only be able to fight to a draw. There was no need to haggle over this any further. Thinking of this, Xueqi released his perception. His figure leisurely floated up, and he flew in a certain direction. At this moment, the sky was about to brighten. All the cultivators knew this was their last chance. Almost all the temporary small groups were in conflict. Of the 15 11th-layer qi refining cultivators, 2 had been eliminated by Xueqi, so there were still 13 left. These cultivators had already obtained a number plate that allowed them to pass the test. Some of them even seized a lot of number plates in order to gain the favor of the masters of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course, these cultivators had some close friends with them, and for the sake of their future cultivation in the Imperial Thunder Sect, they also gave some number plates to these people. Xueqi's dazed search naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. Among these cultivators, the majority of them already knew something from Xueqi's leisurely appearance. Looking at his peak 10th-layer qi refining cultivation, they didn't dare to harass him. As soon as they saw Xueqi, they immediately ran far away, afraid that Xueqi would snatch away their number plates. Of course, there was still a small group of cultivators who had no other choice, or perhaps there was something wrong with their heads. Even though they knew they were no match for Xueqi, they still teamed up to attack Xueqi. This was because they also understood that Xueqi and the others definitely had 10 similar number plates in their storage pouches. As long as they had a chance, someone would immediately obtain a rare opportunity. Therefore, even though Xueqi didn't want to make a move, he still added another 13 number plates. When Xueqi flew to the top of a steep mountain, a bright red sun slowly rose from the east, illuminating the entire illusory realm with a dazzling light. Rumble, rumble,
rumble. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Countless mountain ranges began to sink, and countless forests gushed out from the ground. Following the changes in the illusory realm, many cultivators who used Earth Escape talismans were pushed out from the ground by the formation. It's her. Hurry. Just a moment ago, when I killed a cultivator, 7 or 8 number plates fell from that person's body. This cultivator took advantage of eyes' inattention and scuttled out from the ground, taking away all of those number plates. A coarse voice shouted. Now I still lack 3 number plates. Fellow Taoist, help I kill this cultivator, and I will give the other 5 number plates to him. Hee, this cultivator is actually interesting. Xiao Hua's mouth held a smile, and he inwardly said, why is it similar to this young master's previous behavior? As long as I get a good deal, I'll immediately run far away. This cultivator who had his number plates stolen. I'm afraid he doesn't have an Earth Escape talisman, right? While thinking, Xiao Hua inadvertently swept his perception over, but when he sensed Xueqi's very familiar magic power fluctuations, his heart immediately jumped. Without the slightest hesitation, he released the black iron needle. In the distance, Xueqi was also in a critical situation. Her cultivation was just at the 7th level of qi refining, far from enough in this illusory realm. Fortunately, she had an Earth Escape talisman on her, so she could hide underground. Of course, the most important thing was that she was born in a cultivation family. Misty Mountain naturally had a few ancestral magic tools for her to use. One was a magic tool that could conceal magic power, and the other was a bewildering cloak, which could protect her completely. Of course, if it was only like this, she was afraid she would only be able to see Xiao Hua after sunrise. If Xiao Hua had more number plates, he might be able to give them to her, but most likely, that was impossible. Therefore, Xueqi also had her own plans. She relied on her magic tool to walk under the feet of others, always paying attention to the movements on the ground. Just now, when Xiao Hua heard that cultivator with a loud voice, he also deserved it. This guy also exhausted his mental and physical strength to use a magic tool to kill a cultivator whose cultivation was about the same as his own. Moreover, 8 number plates fell from that cultivator's body, which really made him overjoyed. In the end, this guy was in a daze, giving Xueqi, who had been coveting their fight underground for a long time, an opportunity. She was just a bit faster than that cultivator with the loud voice. Xueqi took the 8 number plates into her pouch, and in addition, in order to escape, she suffered a blow from the other party's magic tool, seriously injuring her body. In the future, she could only barely maintain her strength and hide underground. If she wanted to wait until sunrise, she would have the opportunity to strive for the top 100 with the 9 number plates. However, things didn't go as she wished. In the end, this illusory formation still had to move mountains and overturn seas to restore it to its original state. Xueqi's magic power was already insufficient, so she was even more unable to resist the repelling force underground. Like the others, she was sent out of the ground. Of course, a cultivator with magic power like her basically didn't exist in this illusory formation. Even if she only had 1 number plate, she would still be killed by others. Moreover, she just so happened to run into an enemy. She saw that cultivator with a loud voice activate his magic tool, and a round large copper hammer-like magic tool struck down from the sky. Before it could even get close to Zhang, the whistling sound of the wind enveloped Xueqi. At the side, several other cultivators around the 9th layer of qi refining also had smiles on their faces. Each of them used their divine abilities, sending yellow talismans and magic tools to greet Xueqi's body. They didn't have any intention of showing mercy to a woman. Alas, yesterday's fun, today's sad memories, this place is still here. People are not the people of yesterday. Thanks for the memory, the wrong poem, I wish him good luck. Xueqi saw the vicious methods of the crowd, and her heart felt a burst of sadness. She was too lazy to summon the magic tool in her hand, and silently recited a few lines of the poem. Her body stopped in the air, and her eyes looked towards the horizon where the sun was rising from the east. Her face was indifferent. Ah! Just as Xueqi was about to give up, a despairing howl echoed out. Under the golden rays of the sun, a lightning-like black ray mysteriously flashed through the eyes of the loud voice. Following the disappearance of the loud voice, the bronze hammer that was less than a meter away from Xueqi's forehead slowly disappeared. Moreover, the loud voice didn't lie. From the place where he disappeared, there really were 7 number plates that fell out. At this moment, the eyes of the cultivators that attacked Xueqi emitted a green light. The magic tools and yellow talismans that were attacking Xueqi naturally wouldn't be retracted, and the cultivators themselves flew towards those number plates. Humph! A voice that Xueqi was familiar with descended from the sky. Immediately after, a sentence that Xueqi had never heard before, but from now on, she was afraid that she would frequently hear it resounded throughout the entire place. These are this young master's things. I want to see who dares to touch them. Xiaohua. Xueqi groaned in her heart, and slightly turned her head. Looking at Xiaohua who was flying towards her from the horizon, she made a very strange movement. Xueqi. She actually didn't care about the magic tools that were attacking her, and instead raised her hand, and very attentively combed the messy hair in front of her forehead. There's no mistake, right? Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but stare blankly. He killed that cultivator with a loud voice, of course, because he wanted to let Xueqi block some of the remaining magic tools and yellow talismans. Who would have thought that the other party's big sister would actually a woman doll herself up for her lover? How could Xiaohua not vomit blood? This. What kind of situation is this? You're actually still thinking about this. Xiaohua truly understood what a female cultivator was. Chapter 1530. Fortunately, Xiaohua's black iron needle had already flown to Xueqi's left side. Xiaohua tried his best to fly to Xueqi's side while controlling the black iron needle to break the magic tools and yellow talismans one by one. It has to be said that this black iron needle is really powerful. Not only can it break the defensive yellow talismans on a cultivator's body, it is also not at a disadvantage against other people's magic tools. The only thing that makes Xiaohua unhappy is that this black iron needle is still too light. When it fights against magic tools, it seems light as a feather. Seeing Xiaohua descend like a god, Xueqi revealed a smile. Xiaohua, you came? Hee, if you were half a step late, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to see me. As she spoke, her body slightly swayed and her eyes slightly closed, as if she was about to fall from the sky. Io! Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He quickly flew up and grabbed Xueqi's arm. Xueqi leaned on Xiaohua's shoulder. Xiaohua was a bit uncomfortable. He slightly used his arm and only gave it to Xueqi. Xueqi nestled next to Xiaohua's arm. She seemed to be seriously injured, but her slightly opened eyes flashed with joy that others didn't know. Xiaohua grabbed Xueqi's arm with one hand and patted with the other hand. Dozens of top-quality fireball talismans were taken out and shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. He already had experience controlling black iron needles, so controlling these fireball talismans was simply a piece of cake. At this time, those cultivators also put those number plates into their storage pouches. They hurriedly took out fireball talismans, icicle talismans, and other yellow talismans from their storage pouches. There were even other high-level yellow talismans and magic tools to fight against the exploding fireballs that filled the air. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Loud sounds came one after another, blasting these cultivators into dust. They were not stingy with these fireball talismans. Those fireball talismans couldn't hurt them, but they were still in a difficult situation, right? Of course, the most important thing was that within these fireball talismans, Xiaohua's black iron needles began to display their might again. These cultivators were all in the 9th and 10th layer of the qi refining realm. They were far from having divine sense, so the speed of the black iron needles was absolutely not something they could perceive. Following the explosion of the fireball talismans and Xiaohua's use of this chaos, miserable screams and disbelief were transmitted from the chaos. The magic tools and yellow talismans attacking Xiaohua and Xueqi also gradually disappeared. After the power of the fireball talisman passed, there were still traces of heat waves in the air. Only 22 number plates were left scattered in the air. At this moment, an 11th level qi refining cultivator slowly appeared in front of Xiaohua. It was a handsome young man. He wasn't very tall, but his face was somewhat arrogant. He wore a rarely seen white Taoist robe. Invisibility talisman? Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He seemed to know that those cultivators from earlier should have been recruited by this 11th level Qi condensation cultivator. Xiao Hua's figure did not move. The black iron needle also stopped above the number plate. He coldly looked at the white-clothed cultivator. The white-clothed cultivator also looked at Xiao Hua. At the same time, his divine sense swept over and locked onto the black iron needle. It seemed to be a type of compromise, and also seemed to have seen the power of the black iron needle. The white-clothed cultivator's eyes flashed. His entire figure once again concealed itself in the air, but it was unknown where he went. Once the white-clothed cultivator left, Xiao Hua released his perception. He looked again and again, but he still didn't find any clues. Granny! This young master was truly a bit careless. Just now, when I killed a few 11th level Qi refining cultivators, I already felt invincible. If this guy used an invisibility talisman and rashly attacked me, it's really hard to say what the result would be. Xiao Hua was somewhat afraid. He waved his hand and the 22 number plates flew into his hand. Xueqi. Xiao Hua used his arm to nudge Xueqi. He called out, "The third trial is about to end. Why haven't you taken the number plates yet?" Sure enough, Xueqi struggled to straighten her body. She waved her hand and 3 number plates flew into her hand. She weakly said, "I only need 3. He nodded. Those 19 number plates were also put into his storage pouch. Swoosh, just as Xiao Hua put away the number plates, 2 multicolored lights flashed in the air, enveloping Xiao Hua and Xueqi. After a while, the scenery changed. When everything stopped, Xiao Hua and Xueqi once again appeared in the open space of Seeking Thunder Valley. The thunderboat that previously sent everyone here had already stopped in midair above the open space. Fellow Taoists, this time, the disciple selection of my Imperial Thunder Sect has officially ended. Everyone, please properly keep the number plates you received. Do not take them out by any means. Otherwise, you will be immediately expelled. Although the voice was slightly immature, it was very strict. The people who had just been transported out didn't dare to do anything. As for the people who had been eliminated before, Xiao Hua looked at the open space and didn't see any traces of them. Presumably, the Imperial Thunder Sect had already made arrangements. Fellow Taoists, please board the thunderboat. After 15 minutes, the restriction here will take effect. If any fellow Taoists still want to train in Seeking Thunder Valley, then properly stay here. The voice unexpectedly relaxed and said a witty sentence. Naturally, after this voice finished shouting, all the cultivators on the open space, regardless of whether their faces were indifferent, tranquil, excited, vexed, regretful, perturbed, or other kinds of emotions, urged their magic power and flew onto the thunderboat one after another. Xueqi was even more so. Her body leaned against Xiao Hua, her arm tightly attached to Xiao Hua's arm. She simply didn't use a trace of magic power. Looking at her moist big eyes, it was clearly a kind of innocence. It seemed to be saying, "Heavily injured, powerless, please." Xiao Hua shrugged. He felt a burst of panic for no reason. Although Xueqi was voluptuous, her weight was still a lot worse than the tip of the devil's spear. Xiao Hua urged his magic power. His figure very leisurely landed on the thunderboat. Beside him, that white-clothed cultivator also landed. Seeing Xiao Hua and then looking at Xueqi beside Xiao Hua, that white-clothed cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am Zhitsong King Yun Xiao. Congratulations to junior brother for entering the Imperial Thunder Sect. In the future, we will all be fellow disciples of the same sect. Junior brother, please take care of us in the future." Afterwards, without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he looked left and right and said in a low voice, "Junior sister, if your injuries aren't heavy, stand up for the time being. Otherwise, if by any chance you are disliked by some master, a punishment for no reason is not worth it." Xueqi's face slightly reddened. She hurriedly straightened up and left Xiao Hua's arm. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief. He felt that fighting against an 11th level Qi refinement cultivator was more exhausting. He also cupped his hands and said, "I am Xiao Hua. Greetings to senior brother Wang. Disciple is a loose cultivator. My knowledge is shallow." Loose cultivator? Wang Yunxiao's face was extremely moved. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and said with a sigh, "Junior brother Xiao is a talent with outstanding aptitude. When you entered, you were buried among loose cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't stick to one pattern in selecting disciples this time, junior brother Xiao, I'm afraid you would be a pearl cast into darkness for a lifetime. Hearing Wang Yunxiao's words, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. He asked curiously, when other sects recruit disciples, as long as they are above the 10th level of qi refinement, could it be that there is something special about the Imperial Thunder Sect? A strange expression appeared on Wang Yunxiao's face. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice call out, "Fellow Taoists, you can rest in your places and take medicinal pills. We'll bring you all to Zhenlei Palace now." Zhenlei Palace? Wang Yunxiao's face showed joy. He looked at Xiao Hua and cupped his hands. Without saying anything, he sat down and began to meditate. Xueqi was already injured in the illusion. Naturally, she took medicinal pills and guided the medicinal power to nourish her meridians. Seeing that everyone was sitting cross-legged, Xiao Hua had no choice but to sit down and silently use his cultivation method. Not long after, a huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. On the mountain peak, there were many palaces and countless pavilions. Many immortal birds and immortal beasts leisurely strolled in the forest. In the forest, there were many exotic flowers and plants that bloomed. The thunderboat gradually slowed down and landed in front of a majestic palace. In the palace's square, there were many young cultivators. Some of them were in the 7th level of qi refinement, while others were in the 90th level of qi refinement. They were all standing solemnly. Opposite these young cultivators were even more children. Their cultivation levels ranged from the 1st level to the 6th level. These children were standing in a neat formation, but how could they stand still? Some were playing, some were sitting, and many were even playing with yellow talismans. Of course, the thunderboat's landing attracted everyone's attention. Many young children were running after the thunderboat. Some of them even wanted to use their flying talismans to fly into the air. Cough, cough. There was a low cough and a slightly old voice said, "Disciples on duty, why aren't you hurrying to maintain order? Although it's a rare happy day for our Imperial Thunder Sect, we must remember the sect's rules." Immediately, dozens of young cultivators flew up and stopped these children. Although these children were naturally playful, they still had rules. When they saw their senior brothers fly up, they all obediently returned to their positions. They all stood with their hands behind their backs and pretended to be serious. Xiao Hua and the others stood on the thunderboat. Seeing the lively scene in front of them, a warm feeling rose in their hearts. Especially Xiao Hua, it was as if he saw the scene in Yellow Flower Ridge a few years ago. Instantly, his nose turned sour and his eyes filled with tears. The thunderboat landed. A tall and thin cultivator flew up to the thunderboat and scanned it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "I am Zhen I, the deacon of Zhenlei Palace. In the future, I will be the martial uncle of 100 of you. Today, I will be in charge of the disciples entering the sect." Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhen. A few clever disciples began to bow and greet him. Hee, it's too early to call me that. Zhen waved his hand and said, "All of you, get off the thunderboat and follow the disciples to the side hall of Zhenlei Palace to register your number plates. At the same time, you can also test your bone age." "Yes, we will follow Martial Uncle Zhen's orders." A few 11th level qi refining cultivators bowed and jumped off the thunderboat. Of course, a few disciples below led them to Zhenlei Palace. Xueqi. Xiao Hua and Xueqi jumped off the lightning boat. Just as Xiao Hua was about to ask, a few young girls from the Lightning Conversion Palace ran over and giggled. "Fellow Taoist, the female cultivator is going to the other side hall. She definitely can't be together with these stinky men." Chapter 1531. Stinky man? Xiao Hua's eyes widened as he looked at these girls in disbelief. He didn't know what to say. "Hurry up and leave." One of the girls disdainfully glared at Xiao Hua, then pulled Xueqi's hand and said, "Sister, let's wait for the other sisters here."
I'll listen to junior sister's instructions. Xueqi was the sweetest. She immediately smiled and gave Xiaohua a look. Okay, Xiaohua was defeated by this girl in his heart. He nodded and chased after Wang Yunxiao. He asked in a low voice, Senior Brother Wang, what's the bone age test for? Knowing that Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, Wang Yunxiao was not surprised. He smiled and said, the bone age test is to see how old fellow Taoist is. Oh. Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. Hee, I'm a cultivator in the cultivation world, but it's not easy to tell my age from my appearance. Take me for example. When I was young, I ate some strange herbs, which helped me retain my youthful appearance. I look like I'm in my 20s, but in fact, I'm already 32 years old. Therefore, when a cultivation sect recruits disciples, the disciples who pass the selection must have their bone age tested to find out their true age. If they are too old, even if their cultivation meets the requirements, they still can't be selected. Junior Brother Xiao, think about it. If it's a 60-year-old cultivator at the late stage of qi refining, would the Imperial Thunder Sect accept them? So it's like this. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He was slightly uneasy. Look at Junior Brother Zhao's young appearance. On the surface, you look like you're only 17 or 18 years old. Hee, how can you cultivate to the 10th level of qi refining at this age? Fellow Taoist Xiao should have the same opportunity as me, right? Wang Yunxiao smiled thoughtfully. Hee. Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything. Wang Yunxiao also didn't ask. The bone age test was about to begin, so Xiaohua's age wouldn't be a secret. Oh, that's right. Junior Brother Xiao, the Imperial Thunder Sect, seems to have a rule. Wang Yunxiao suddenly said, it said that only cultivators above 35 years old will be accepted into the sect unless they are foundation building. What? Xiaohua stared blankly. He almost stood still and said in a low voice, why is there such a strange condition? Wang Yunxiao's eyes flashed with understanding. He smiled and said, good for you to know, Junior Brother Xiao. In a normal cultivation sect, a disciple of the 12th layer should be around 38 years old. Even so, only 60% of these disciples can reach the late stage of the 12th layer, and only 30% can reach the foundation establishment stage. So low! Xiaohua exclaimed in a low voice. He felt that the disciples of cultivation sects seemed to be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Haha, fellow Taoist Xiao, if every disciple in a cultivation sect is able to reach foundation establishment, then wouldn't our Dawn Rain continent be filled with foundation establishment cultivators? Can it still be as rare as it is now? Wang Yunxiao said with a smile, it's precisely because foundation establishment is so difficult that those disciples over the age of 40, even if they cultivate to the late stage of the 12th layer of qi refining, they basically have no chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. Think about it, if a 35-year-old cultivator enters a cultivation sect, what kind of benefits can he bring to the cultivation sect? Xiaohua suddenly understood. That's right, even if a 35-year-old middle-stage qi refining cultivator enters the Imperial Thunder Sect, he would only have 5 years to break through to foundation establishment. And from the middle stage of the 11th layer to the peak of the 12th layer, even a disciple who has been nurtured since childhood would need 5 to 10 years. How can a disciple who just entered the sect successfully enter foundation establishment? Since he can't enter foundation establishment, why would they still want this kind of disciple? Damn it, just how old is this young master? Xiaohua's heart began to beat faster. Seeing Xiaohua's expression change again, Wang Yunxiao didn't say anything else and slowly walked into the side hall of Zhenlei Palace. Although the side hall of Zhenlei Palace was called a side hall, in reality, it was equally majestic. The carved beams and painted pillars were incomparably exquisite. Countless talismans faintly flashed on the pillars, beams, doors and windows. The various colors of light were very harmonious. It was unknown where the light came from, but it illuminated the entire side hall. Xiaohua followed Wang Yunxiao into the side chamber. At this time, the entire side chamber had more than 10 dark green tables arranged in an orderly manner on both sides of the side chamber. Behind each table, there was a late-stage foundation establishment realm old man sitting cross-legged. When Xiaohua entered, there was a cultivator in front of each table. These cultivators were sitting cross-legged in front of the tables. Those foundation establishment old men looked at them with their eyes, swept them with their divine sense, and even walked up to them and used their hands to pinch them. Then with a wave of their hand, a different colored light flashed. Some things were recorded in the jade slips in their hands. Finally, they waved their hands and let the cultivators who were tested leave from the other side of the side hall. Not long after, it was Xueqi's turn. Xueqi very nervously walked in front of an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He bowed and saluted. Junior Xueqi greets senior. And sit down first. That old man looked up and said indifferently, you don't need to panic. Even if you've eaten strange herbs and your age is a bit old, that's your fate. Even if you can't cultivate, there's still the riches and honor of the mortal world. Go and pursue them on your own. Yes, Junior understands. Xueqi respectfully sat in front of the table. Just like before, the old man carefully looked at Xueqi from head to toe. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then, an abundant divine sense locked onto Xueqi and enveloped him from head to toe. Xueqi's heart moved. He also released his perception. Sure enough, that old man didn't notice. The old man's divine sense released a trace of strange fluctuation. It was through Xueqi's bones. It should be the Imperial Thundersect's so-called bone testing technique. Ew. That old man looked at Xueqi's bones from head to toe several times. He couldn't help but cry out, strange. There's something wrong with your bone age. Xueqi's head began to sweat. He felt his perception withdraw and asked nervously, Junior. How old is Junior? And you seem to be several hundred years old, or perhaps 1,000 years old, but you also seem to be 4, 5, or 18 years old. The Foundation establishment old man said very casually, but as soon as he said it, he realized something and berated. You don't know how old you are? You actually have to ask this old man? Hee. Junior is 23 years old this year. Of course I know. Xueqi's heart moved and he laughed. Humph. Do I need you to tell me? That Foundation establishment old man stood up, stretched out his hand, and touched all the bones in Xueqi's body. He touched no less than. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, almost all the bones in Xueqi's body were touched. This time, he withdrew his hand in satisfaction. He glared at Xueqi and scolded jokingly. You actually dare to make fun of this old man. When there's time in the future, this old man will take care of you, brat. Xueqi turned pale with fright. He asked urgently, Junior. How old is Junior? At this time, in the distance, Wang Yunxiao had already finished measuring his bone age. Looking at Xueqi, who came in at almost the same time as him, his eyes were even more contemptuous. How old are you? You should know. The Foundation establishment old man swiped his hand, and a fine light flashed. Everything related to Xueqi was recorded in a jade slip. Go, the old man said coldly, then looked at the next cultivator. His grandmother. Xueqi cursed in his heart, I'm afraid I can't pass this test. It seems that before I'm driven out of Mount Lama, I should find an opportunity to take out that pearl and see if I can plead for leniency. Xueqi thought as he walked out of this side chamber. At this time, outside the side chamber, there was a long line. At the end of the line was also a side chamber. Xueqi was somewhat dejected. Drooping his head, he silently followed the crowd. Although the line was very long, it was also very fast. Before long, it was Xueqi's turn. Xueqi walked in. Inside, there were 4 12th-layer Qi refining cultivators and 1 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. They stood in the center of the side chamber, respectively. Behind them were 3 large doors. The figure of the cultivator in front of Xueqi disappeared into the middle door. Xueqi weakly walked in front of the 5 cultivators and bowed in greeting. Junior Xueqi greets seniors. Those cultivators saw Xueqi's expression and understood. They smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, don't be discouraged. Although you can't enter my Imperial Thunder Sect, there are other sects that you can join. Fellow Taoist Zhao's 10th layer Qi refining cultivation is also extremely welcomed by some sects. Many thanks for senior's consolation. Xueqi was somewhat spirited in advance, and walked towards the middle door. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao is going the wrong way. The middle door is for those cultivators whose number of tokens isn't confirmed to be within the top 100. You should go to the left door. Outside that door is the Thunderboat. It can directly send fellow Taoists to Thunderclap Peak. A cultivator very politely reminded. Oh, okay. Xueqi casually agreed. He turned around and walked towards the left door. But just as he took 2 steps, He came to his senses and said anxiously, "What? The left door leads to Thunderclap Peak?"
Yes.
That cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, there are already more than 10 10th layer and 9th layer Qi refining fellow Taoists in front of you. Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to feel ashamed."
Damn it,
Xiao Hua said inwardly. He quickly walked back and pointed with his finger. "The right door. Is it for those who can confirm to pass the third trial?"
of course.
Another cultivator saw through the clues and asked curiously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao has 12 tokens?"
Of course.
Xiao Hua finally felt proud and elated. He clapped his hands, and with a crash sound, a pile of tokens was thrown to the ground by this guy. He pointed with his finger and said very innocently, "Junior has 61 tokens. I don't know if I passed the trial or not."
What?
61 tokens? Not only were the 4 12th layer Qi refining cultivators flabbergasted, even the early stage foundation building cultivator was moved. That cultivator scanned with his divine sense and knew the number of tokens. His eyes flashed again and again. He glanced at Xiao Hua a few times and said to the disciple next to him in a low voice, "Why aren't you quickly collecting them? These 61 number plates are genuine." You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.